Chapter 1. Present-day Mumbai. Darkness all around. Vision getting blurred. It takes some time for the eyes to get adjusted to sudden darkness or brightness. Just like in life, we are always taken aback by sudden pleasure or pain, the same feeling of breathlessness. Why does it always surround me? I am gasping for air and not getting much success. Someone pushing me from behind. In turn, I am pushing the one in front of me. You've to impel others to get what you want. You can't blame others as everyone, including yourself, is doing the same. I can feel the adrenaline rush. Everyone has to run as they have a place to reach, a place they call home, a home where someone is waiting for them, who will be worried if they are late. But me, I am just getting dragged along the crowd as I have no place to reach, no place to call a home, no family to wait for me. Look at the irony of the situation. Life is making me smirk at my very own misery. It's really funny, even if you aren't making any effort to move on, you will, as time never stops. You feel nothing much is going to change, but it does. Slowly and gradually without you ever noticing. People who are important will cease to matter 6 years from now if they walk out of your life at this point. You won't forget them, but you won't even recall them every now and then, even if it was the person you were once madly in love with. You may still be in love with that person, but other things will get in your head and your lover's memories will be locked behind a door you would rarely visit. The time progressed a minute or few and I was out of that overfilled passage. It's Friday, so I am traveling by locals. It feels great to be around so many people whom you don't know at all, but you can somewhere relate to their lives. A great place to identify yourself with several emotions, which either you can't feel or no longer have the ability to. I used to come here as a kid. Dad used to bring me here for a walk and get me my favorite cutlet, which Bansi Bhaiya used to make around the corner. That was till he got transferred to Lucknow and then he never returned. Everything has changed since then, but nothing seems different. Except nooks and corners. Increased security in an attempt to prevent another 26/11. Finally, jostling young crowd running between different tuitions and home, under the pressure of cracking various competitions, bearing very few seats. Making my way further, having just missed the train, I was lucky enough to get a place to make myself comfortable. It's a way of regarding the situation. Here it is my weekly luxury to travel by locals, which I am still enjoying even after missing my last train. However, for those whose traveling by locals is a compulsion, missing the train can be akin to annoying, something adding to their misery. I stretched my arms and glanced around. There were 3 young guys in their late teens, standing closely in a circle. All of them dressed in funky vibrant t-shirts and on-purpose tattered jeans, vibrant slippers, big dial watches, spiked hair. I reflected back at myself. I'm suited up, black and grey, Rado watch, well-set black shinning hair. Is there such a thing like young at heart? But I was more than relieved that I no longer carry a student bag. One of the 3 boys lighted a cigarette and took a very comfortable puff. After 2 to 3 puffs, he passed it on to his friend. During its lifetime, the stick kept on rotating among the 3 of them. I couldn't help but smile, remembering those good old days. Now I smoke 16 a day and it is not even near to the fun we used to have puffing from a single stick. I have absolutely no idea why smoking or drinking bring guys closer. Although hard to grasp, but it is a truth. Most of the colleagues with whom I am acquainted, I met them at the smoking zone itself. Besides, it is something that serves my loneliness well. Since the past few months I am quite content with my career growth. So I was able to take this immense leap in slicing down my intake from more than 38 to 16 as a New Year resolution. What started as an infantile attempt to feel like an adult, is my most eminent companion now. I smoke to reward myself. I snap a deal, I smoke. I complete a report, I smoke. I survive yet another day of this purposeless life, I smoke. But most important of all, it feels like being with a friend. When it glows in the dark, it assures that I'm not alone. Being in a station gives the very same feeling to me. All these years I have witnessed various flavors of life here. A kid taking blessings from his parents before leaving home for the very first time. An innocent newlywed bride with all her expectations and fears upon entering her newfound world. Children running after vendors. Parents running behind them. Lovers hugging each other while parting ways. Lovers passing smile on spotting each other amidst the entire crowd. They will read before reaching work. Some tired fellows unwilling to begin yet another day. Few satisfied faces reflecting they have embraced life in its every form. People coming, people going, several unexpected convergence, several unwanted divergence. So many people, so many eyes, holding so many dreams, hope, anger, pain, desire. Those wondering, awaiting eyes. Those eyes that confirm you are not the only one with unfulfilled desires, you are not the only one who has assimilated this unusual mixture of emotions. I have always been attracted to trains, especially the ones departing. I can't reason out why it gives a sense of well-being. Watching 'em leave reminds me one day I can refuse to be what I am. One day I can run away to a very distant place where I'm unknown. There is always a start somewhere else, if not here. Oh, I am sorry, a stranger who just spilled half the contents of her bag over me uttered. My thoughts, or rather my repeated thoughts, were interrupted. I lifted my head, giving her an odd look, and directed my sight elsewhere. She bent down and some groceries out of her carry bag spilled again. The feminine virtue. Now I was crossing the line, uncivil onto rude. I bent down, gave her a weary smile and started looking for and gathering her stuff. As they were expected to, nobody halted to join us. Even the person sitting just next to me didn't even budge a little, absorbed in texting. I picked a few tomatoes, some oranges, actually lots of them. She probably attended some buy 1 kilogram, get 1 kilogram free offer and placed it her grocery bag. I often wonder if these market analysts know women better than anyone else. Sale gathers women together, makes them run, snatch and fight. They erroneously feel like a winner if they emerge out with a bunch of shopping bags. This lady standing in front of me, only she would be knowing what she would be cooking with 3 bags of tomatoes and oranges. Thank you. She hurriedly responded to my gesture. Just then an orange slipped from her bag and rolled along the platform. I took a brief look at her. She was struggling with 2 plastic bags in one hand and one in another, while adjusting her handbag to her shoulder, gripping her dupatta, managing her hair. As she progressed towards that orange, I signaled to her that I will get it. I took long firm steps in its direction. I crouched to lift it up. At that very moment some train arrived and the platform was overflowing with people. I hastened to get up, but was ceased. I stopped. My eyes moved aimlessly without any direction, but I definitely was in search of something. something which I haven't seen but not unknown. All I could see were shoes, speeding feet following random tracks. It gets hard to scan, especially when you don't know what you are looking for. Subsequently, familiar steps of someone walking struck me. There it is among all those unknown jumbled pegs. A flash of lightning and I retreated. I tried to focus. It was the mirrors. Small pieces of colored glass studded in her slip-ons, tangled in beautiful threads. That smooth skin texture, that shining pink enamel. Though what captured me was the silver stone toe ring. A funky pink plastic toe ring shaped as a Cinderella shoe. A flicker of memory from my past flashed back in front of my eyes. It may not be true, but every no exists along with a corresponding yes. I tried to concentrate on it. As with so many people bubbling in, I lost it. Maybe I lost her. I got restless. I drifted my eyes sideways and again she was there. I couldn't see her in full, but I was getting more and more attracted to her. In few more attempts I saw light blue jeans faded white at few parts. I froze. My heart started thumping. Is it? I was afraid to find out. Still I followed her. In a few more glimpses, I saw her lemon-colored kurti and purple embroidered jayola. I was nearing her. My speed continued to increase. I saw her hand, her sparkling multicolored bangles, a red-colored thumb ring, a sea-green ring on her little finger, when she tried to stop a man who was about to crash into her. I quit. My feet were struck at the ground while my eyes were following her. Again there were several others between us. She tossed her stole up in the air and onto her shoulders. Everything was new, but it wasn't different. All the action, the grace was unlike her, yet there was a striking similarity. She wore a silver metallic watch with complementing bracelets hanging just below it on her other hand. Her long sleek nails stunned me. Her stole now rested on her shoulder. It was green with yellow patches here and there, several plain mirrors shining, blinding people. Enchanting sound of Gunguru hanging from her stole tried to drag me to her. I was tempted to put an end to it. To know, to confront, to feel. Still the push and the pull were equal. Her hair was flowing away from her face, long silky streaked in red, coursing up to her waist. The chase was over. She turned towards me. Few strands of hair obstructed her face. She tucked them behind her ear with her curled. I was ecstatic for a moment, nervous for the next and scared in the third. I struggled with myself. Half of her hair tucked behind her ear from which hung a rotating jhumka. Same beautiful hairline, few strands flowing on to the face but ending before her eyes began. Her enchanting eyes, ever expressive, ever transparent, always innocent. Eyes are windows to the soul, was so true for her. Her pure white face gives one an illusion that it will turn red if anyone touches her. No straight guy can ever take his eyes off her golden nose ring. Her lips, pure pink, never needed any extra color. But her smile was something to hold out for. So lively, so perfect, captivating, bewitching, delighting, enthralling, I never found enough words to describe it. I reversed, scared to face her. I was even more scared to let her confront me. I sided. I saw her coming. She was then parallel to me. She halted. I hid behind a pillar. Then glanced back again at her. She searched her bag for something, then feeling assured on finding it, she smiled, typically her. Finally she passed. The girl passed. The girl I last loved, the girl who used to look at me and I used to forget everything going around me and could not stop but smile back at her. The girl whose teeth used to sparkle on listening to admiration of her beauty. The girl whose eyes used to twinkle on seeing chocolate pastry. The girl who kept on adding words to my girl's encyclopedia. The girl who used to love the sound of rain. The girl who used to explain everything along with gestures. The girl who could spend millions on clothing if she had, but never on gadgets. You say what's more, was all what was needed to trigger her off on a never-ending series of stories. The girl who ruled my dreams but I was never there in her thoughts. The girl who was there in my life but never really came into my life and yet changed every bit of it. The girl I last loved, the girl who never loved me back. Chapter 2. 8 years back. Luck now. Hey Priya, what's up? That was my friend Vishal trying to be cool. Move on, loser. Priya rolled her eyes. Why can't you be a little nice? We were friends. Hister Rai. That was 4th grade, now it is 12th. Priya pushed him away. Vishal wasn't among the lucky ones when good looks were distributed, and definitely he was far behind me in the queue. Though he tried hard with his spikes, low-waist jeans and half-tucked shirt, he wasn't the talk of girl town, still socially acceptable. Priya was his childhood friend, but a lot has changed since then. The separation between socks and skirts have increased, ties have loosened, hair have been let down. Even after Priya's indifference, Vishal didn't budge. If a girl with a figure like mine be seen with a guy having a face like yours, it will look like a big-time charity. So buzz off. This rejection was too harsh to ignore. Behind all those happening cool dude attitude, I got a real glimpse of him. His feet involuntarily stepped back. He faked a smile. Who the hell gives you a damn? I gotta talk to Kasim. She lifted her eyes. They look even bigger when she looks upwards. Sunlight dribbled through her eyelashes into her eyes, turning it light brown. Actually, Akash wants to talk to her, Vishal added. She directed her sight towards me and raised her eyebrows. She had this habit of speaking with her expressions and gestures, which made her even more beautiful and mysterious. As she looked directly into my eyes, I forgot everything I practiced saying for the past 5 days. I was lost. Kasim exchanged glances with Priya. Vishal nudged me. Hey, hi Kasim. My voice broke. She gave half a smile. Why don't you attend school regularly? I managed to continue. Who are you to ask that? She was irritated. No, it is just that I have noticed you come just once a week. I knew I hadn't got a good start. I recollected myself. So, how's everything? You know this great place opened just near Plaza. Awesome gaming. Do you like ice cream? Can I get you one? You like watching Friends, I heard you saying to someone. You like smiley badges, you always sport them. Are you interested in me? My babbling was interrupted by Kasim. Being speechless. When trying to speak, my throat choked. I was perplexed. I looked towards the sky, brushing my hair with my fingers. Then hurriedly uttered while tilting my head downwards, yes. Kasim and Priya burst out into laughter. Priya exclaimed, I told you so. I noticed him staring at you all the time. Kasim lifted one of her hands and placed it over Priya's shoulder. Then with the other hand she gave her a high-five. They both chorused, 64. I wondered whether my first ever proposal deserved a, I told you so. That was Kasim's 64th proposal. Priya gave me, come on. Let's face it, dude, look. I was taken aback. I always knew I won't be the first one to ask her out, but 64 was huge. Kasim gave me a sympathetic look. Listen, Kasim uttered. Listen, is not good, Vishal mumbled. Then he spoke in a louder voice. Hey Kasim, cool down. He likes you a lot. He has liked you since you first came in our class. Meanwhile she pulled out her hairband and clutched it on the strap of her bag, then started swaying her fingers through her long hair. They were shining in the sunlight. Obstructed sunrays reaching her face made her glow. Oh yeah, Kasim smiled and then looked at me. So was it like, I entered the class and everything else got. Kasim and Priya giggled. I shook my head in, no. Then how can you say that you love me? She spoke as if talking to a 5-year-old. There's lot more to me. More than my looks, my life, my thoughts. You don't know any of 'em. I heard what she said but experienced what she meant much later. Owing to our school ritual, many students forgot that they were supposed to just go home after school. All of a sudden I had a bunch of friends, one of whom patted my back and advocated me to Kasim. Even if you rub Aladdin's lamp, you won't get a better guy than him. Kasim and Priya laughed their heart out at this. That lamp is then worth throwing away, Priya added. The conversation took a more casual route then. It was all friendly talk. Suddenly Kasim said, I like someone else. Yeah, we know, Vishal and I chorused. Interesting. How do you know? Kasim's voice got stern. Actually, we saw you writing some guy's name at the back of your notebook, I answered sheepishly. Kasim's mouth was wide open. She and Priya immediately went to their girl talk, and when they were done, the following was the outcome. You were spying on her, Priya shrieked. You keep on staring at me all the time, and whenever I look up to read from the board or see the teacher, you make weird eye contacts, Kasim screamed. Few more complaints, and now I wasn't able to distinguish who was speaking. It was just the cries. Do you even follow us? You can't see the notebook from that far. You must have picked it out from the bag. You peeped into my bag. Hold on, none of that happened. I didn't check your bag, it was me finally. Shouting it aloud, with a few more kicks here and there, as the conversation was going nowhere. Vishal popped the important question, what's the status now? Kasim gave a puzzled look. He'll definitely have a bright future. Get to know him. If you like him, take it forward. Otherwise you can always remain friends. Kasim and I were both confused at what Vishal just said. Yeah, okay, she replied while pulling back her hair and tying them up. Kasim sounded unsure and I was blank. My eyes were fixed on her. I was convinced that she wasn't ecstatic about this whole idea. Maybe she was just looking for a cue to get out of this situation. Next few days, I was more than busy hearing some wanted and some unwanted advice and opinions. Dude, this shit happened to me once. Some guy patted over my shoulder. Being friends, it would be merely like committing suicide. It's very simple. She wants to be with you, but she is totally confused. If it had been me, then the love me, leave me formula would have applied. Love is not always about getting. No way of keeping any contact with that girl, can't see her with somebody else. Well, love cannot be forced. So it is the truth the girl told you. Friendship is good, and if the love is true, she will love you too in the near future. She needs time to think. Just be one of her best friends and wait for her breakup. Just a middle finger salute to this kind of friendship. I was in a turmoil. Does friendship really offer a door to love, or it is like being just friends? She knows I am interested in her, but she'll see me just as a friend. I will hang around. She will notice me. She will find me a great guy, yet won't think about me in that way. Moreover, I won't be able to approach her, lacking the courage to risk our friendship. This is roughly equivalent to the scenario where a guy goes to a job interview, and the company says, "You have a great resume, you have all the qualifications we were looking for, but we are not going to hire you. We will, however, use your resume as the basis of comparison for all other applicants. We are still going to hire somebody else who is far less qualified and is probably an alcoholic. However, if it doesn't work out, we will still hire somebody but not you. In fact, we will never hire you. But we will call you from time to complain about the person we hired." I cursed myself. Kindle of possibility. Now it is gone. I am stuck with being her friend. Though the thought of being with her, being able to talk to her without shuddering, seeing her while being close to her, a temptation hard to resist. So, I Googled about it. Read the do's and don'ts of being just friends. Preparation was needed and it was done. When done, Chapter 3. Present day, Mumbai. Later that night, I have been trying hard but it isn't working. My fingers shaking, I thrust them forward. Still it resisted the pressure. My feet rambled a bit. Finally it dawned upon me and I rotated the knob and pushed it forcefully. The door was already open. No doubt the keys weren't working. I entered in my half-conscious state. It was all dark except for the faint light peeping in through the windows. I was baffled. The door was open, lights were off. If she is back, why is it so silent and deserted? Hey, her voice echoed from a distant corner. I scanned the area. She was there on the couch. Her bags were still packed. Piled just beside her, she had gone to stay with her pregnant sister. Taking the conditions into account, it wasn't hard to guess that she had just arrived. I progressed towards her and rambled while hugging her. "Hey honey, you are back," she cried softly in my ears. "You're drunk." "Yeah. It was my bar night." "Yeah. Like your local train nights, like your poker nights, like your club nights," she gave a scorn. I was still little dizzy to get into that. "Did you just arrive? Come, let me help you unpack," I said, cutting her out. "I am not unpacking," her voice broke. "You're going again." I gave her a puzzled look. "Yes, I am going, never to return." I let her out of my embrace. There was a long enough moment of silence to be awkward. "You know, Akash, this us isn't going anywhere." I let out a sigh. "Relationships do need a tag," she continued. "We think tag will restrict us, it binds us to certain responsibilities. But it is about responsibilities. A relationship is about sharing, having time for your common choices, and love is when you don't have any regrets in doing all those. You accept it is a change from your bachelor life. Sometimes you even miss the things you used to do when you were single. Still, you never wish to return to that time. Snuggling up at night with the person you love or knowing that someone will be waiting for you matters more than having 12 shots of vodka and walking to work with a hangover. It's not about violation of personal space. It's about letting that person in your life, letting them change it and change themselves for you. You are still a closed book for me. Why mention all these now? I somehow managed to speak. Maybe she wiped her tears, but it was still dark to see. When I was at Kriya's place, when I saw Kriya and Shri together, the way they both had given in for the relationship, The way Shri has been by her side all the time, be it her job, her health, that was love. He returns home early to be with her. He calls her all the time to know if she is okay. Bringing flowers to cheer her up, nobody forces him to do so, still he does. These are not his responsibilities. This is what life is made up of. When placing us in that situation, I had quite a hard time thinking that you can do the same for me. She gave a stern look. At that time I knew it is all over. We want different things in life. Everyone gets one realization trip. This was mine, huh? She tried making a joke, yet it sounded like a cry. When I met you, even I was looking for a casual relationship with least interference. However, as I came to know you, I wanted more of you and I wanted to give more of mine, she managed to continue. Our eyes met for the first time the entire evening. I lowered mine as she carried on with an impatient tone. She wanted to get done with it. Get done with us. Things have changed over the years. Things which felt cheap are now desirable. Something which meant freedom now feels like having no one to count upon. 4 years back, looks that say, "Girl, you are going in the wrong direction." She looked away to avoid eye contact. 2 hours at a bar made me incapable to react or to say anything. She composed herself. "Akash, do you know what's the major problem with girls of all ages? They meet a guy and find him all perfect. They want only that much of love and time the guy is giving them. They think their chemistry is different. They are not bound by mushy talks, gifts, rituals. They are mature." She reminds herself of this again and again, but never accepts it from the bottom of her heart. I was in that situation, Akash. She was sobbing now. Actually, the problem gets even graver when she assumes that she is the girl who can change that guy. She is the one who can bring out the loving, caring person out of him. She is so special that this relationship will defy all his previous history. Past years I kept struggling, changing myself in order to change you. She hung her head down. A few moments passed. Akash, in due course of time I started developing feelings for you. I fell in love with you. You became my priority, but I wasn't yours. That's definitely not what I want. Now I am tired of all those futile attempts. I am ready to accept what you are and what you can be. I want to be a normal girl who has marriage and kids on the cards. I want to be pampered. I want to be showered with gifts. I want to call you 10 times a day. I want to hold your hand and walk in the rain, and I want you to enjoy these. She choked as her voice broke. Listen, we are going good. We are comfortable together. I like you. I took her back in my arms. This is the best you can say. She pushed me back. As she dragged her luggage to the door, I stood there perplexed, confused what to say. What to do? What did I want? When I turned around, it was just me and my solitude, and the darkness within and around me. She had told me once, the best way to appreciate someone is through your eyes, not by words. I am aware I broke her heart every time she got dressed for me. I gave her a monotonous, "You look good." Every time she asked, "Where are you going?" I replied, "Yeah, just hanging out at the bar." I know she wanted me to add, "Would you like to join?" at the end. Every time she cooked for me, I arrived at midnight. Every time she called me at work, I ended up apologizing. Still, I never gave her as much pain as I did today by letting her go. by not holding her in my arms and saying, "Please don't go." Chapter 4. Whenever I peep out through my office window, I see houses where clothes hang at the balcony, where flowers grow in the garden, where stray chairs lie on the terrace. These houses do have curtains, yet you can see inside them. In here, people wake up with a smile to begin a new day. Someone prepares tea and everyone sit together, chatting, discussing, where in a lonely corner you can read your newspaper and still feel surrounded, where every decoration has a story to tell, where people separated by rooms still stay close, where someone always cares, whether you have taken your meal or not. Even if they are housing or in flats, residents try their level best to reflect about themselves in these houses. Whenever he returned from a conference, Dad used to say that no place feels as comfortable as your home. It doesn't matter if you have stayed at a friend's place or in a luxury suite. Whether it is good food, fashionable decor, or king-sized bed, still the sleep you get in your own bed, at your own home, won't be the same anywhere else. Home is the place where you would like to return at the end of the day. A place to hide when you are sad, a place to rush when you are joyous. I always agreed with him, yet was never able to incorporate that philosophy into my own life. I never called this apartment home, as it never was. All the furnishing was done by an interior decorator. It was amazing enough to flaunt to others, but lacked every single bit of emotion. Few scattered flakes of personification were results of disorganized, desperate attempts of her. Some photographs of us, few vases in which she kept white roses, my favorite. Several chandeliers and lamp, as those were her favorites. Though she tried to make it a home, all she lacked was my support. I don't know when she did all these, but she definitely left her mark. For me, it was just a place to crash on during the night. Then 2 years later, here I am, alone, and this place is still a stranger. I grabbed a magazine from the bedside. It was Divya's. It read, "Do you see a beautiful woman when you look in the mirror?" Bringing a smirk on my face, it read to me as, "Can you see yourself in the mirror?" Even if Divya didn't ask me that, her stuff did. I collapsed on the bed, though unable to sleep. How amazing is it? When I walked, I was crazy for sleep. A particular happening can change all that. What you want, what you do, everything. So, I was awake, swimming in an ocean of memories. Memories throwing random questions at me: Shyama, Kirti, Ria, and several other short flings, several other one night stands were just a matter of satisfying my ego, making me feel influential. I once committed the crime of falling in love with a out-of-league girl. Those girls whose heads would spin at the very idea of going out with me. They will brag about my position, my income, my achievements. Even if I leave without any reason, they'll think they weren't enough. But the most important question here is why I date in the first place. It is the age-old criterion of doing well in life. Study hard for 20 years, get a high-pitched job, get regular appraisal with on-site project, buy an apartment in a metro, and date hot-figured girls, followed by a trophy wife some years later who inherits a fortune. Being the country HRD head of Adcom Multimedia, I had everything else in life. Why to leave anything? So, that was me trying to make my life complete. When I first met Divya, I knew she was different. I was attracted to her from the very first moment I saw her. We met when Veed introduced us at a Winetta Sting do. Divya Vashistha, one of the rare owners of enormous legacy, struggling to make something out on her own. Though she got a little advantage from her name, she started off as an entrepreneur 3 years back and now she defines the benchmark for professional grooming industry in India. Her clients include several top-notch media agencies, IT companies, and the list continues. The way she looked, her hair, her dress, the way she walked, her smile. Everything about her was flawless and classy. She was every bit of the profession she represented. Her elegance, the way she maintained on and off eye contact. Finally, after observing her for an hour, I approached her when she was sitting in a distant corner. Maroon gladiator shoes paired with maroon silk shirt complementing with grey jacket and skirt gave her a professional yet ravishing look. Probably having heard it a lot more times before. Thank God, the food saved me. I started munching without a word. Try some starter with sherry. It is meant to be like that. Her firm tone reflected that she was being bugged by my deficient knowledge in this field. Red wine goes with fish. This time it was a suggestion that too with a smile. I think you might like having beer with meat. In our 7-course meal, I was showered with suggestions of several other things I would like to do. Desserts are to be with champagne. I knew one holds the tip of the glass in between their index and middle fingers to prevent them from stains, but my knowledge was enlightened by the fact that with one's touch, the temperature changes, which in turn changes the taste of wine. In due course, her tone softened and we were no longer strangers. We talked about corporate know-how, statistics, gossips and whatnot. She was the only girl who didn't run out of conversation. Contrarily, she seemed very interested. You seem to have lots of friends. Finally, I was successful in changing the topic to a bit personal. Popular. Yes. Friends. No, she explained with a flat smile. I raised my eyebrows. No one is my friend. They just want to be associated with me. They are my. She paused looking for the exact word. Connections. I smiled. I like you, she cheerfully pointed out at me. She started out in an excited tone. Having friends is a tricky matter. I am not into that business. When I started out as a management trainee, I tried to be social, but following the norms was not my cup of tea. Norms. I gave a quizzical look. Yeah, if you have to be in a group, you have to be a part of most of their movie outings. Have to clash your lunch and dinner timings with them. If you go out for shopping, you'll have to visit all the shops which your friends wish to. These didn't go along with my ambitions. Still, don't you have an advantage of never being alone? Actually, no. When I reflected what I actually want, gossip. I like being alone, thinking, making plans, working. I wanted a non-interference life, be it with family, friends or love. I lifted my eyes. She looked away and then continued after a brief silence. Whether sitting in a movie or sipping coffee along with friends, I remained worried about the project reports or kept on thinking how I'm wasting my time. Then I realized this is not what I want. I want to work real hard. That's what I want. That's what I enjoy. She was exactly like me. I have never given anything else more priority than my work. Success is all that which matters to me. Call me a loner, but that's what I am, and I am perfectly comfortable being that. She chuckled. I was impressed. Very few people love what they do, and there was a glint in her eyes when she talked about her work. I invited her for coffee. She agreed. We went out on a few more dates. Life was amazing. She wasn't nagging or persuading. She was into her work and accepted when I was into mine. It hadn't been more than 3 months since we were dating when I asked her to move in with me. It was perfect. No questions, no answers, no responsibilities. Still having everything you want. I once noticed that she always wore semi-formal dresses when we were out. When I asked, she replied, "I always stay prepared any time of the day lest any business lunch or meeting pops up." Everything about her made me like her even more. Round the year things changed, rather Divya changed. She started getting up and preparing coffee before I got up, giving me surprises with decorating the house, planning Friday night outs. Moreover, she began returning from work earlier than me. Whenever I had a free day, she cancelled all her meetings to be with me. Half of the items in her shopping comprised of male shirts, ties and colognes. She sporadically dressed up in traditional attires to direct my attention to her. I liked it all, but there was a fine line between liking and loving which I wasn't able to cross. We were so comfortable together that I never told her, "I love you," while meaning it. It was more like a ritual. You meet, you kiss, you say, "I love you." I once read it somewhere, or probably she did, if you love someone, you not only tell it in words, you say it with your eyes as well. I was never successful in getting that balance in my life. I told Divya several times in words, lacking the truth in my eyes. I told Kasim several times through my eyes, though lacking the words to express them. I know what I hadn't given Divya if I think about what I would have given Kasim if she had been in her place instead. There always comes a girl in one's life for whom you won't remain the same person you are. You will see everything differently. You will do things which you never thought you will ever do. You will try to get better and better so as to be the best for her. The girl who will make you want things you never wanted. For whom you will get up early just to see her sleep, in memories of whom you will hum romantic tunes, because of whom you will feel nostalgic whenever it rains. Plenty of other girls will still be beautiful, but you will be blinded by her looks to notice anyone else. It will be more interesting to watch her sip coffee than anything else. Whom you would want to protect, to take away from everyone, to have her all to yourself. For whom you would want to make things happen. Nothing else will matter in your life if you have her, and everything else you have will cease to matter if she is not there. If you have friends and you love them, then you go on to make new friends. You grow your love and start loving them as well. Same doesn't apply to the girl you love. You can't grow more love, neither can you transfer it from one person to another. Why, life, we liked the same things. Divya noticed my indifference, but she never noticed how hard I tried to love her, and yet I wasn't able to. Maybe every yin needs a yang, not another yin. Chapter 5. After studying for 4 years, spending such amount of money, I am stuck with this job which pays nothing, and the saddest part is no growth rate at all, my sister shouted at the top of her voice. She was an engineering graduate who didn't land up a job she deserved, and we continuously had this conversation almost every day since she returned from college. As usual, my 2 other sisters were supporting and consoling her while Dad was with his tea. "What can we do now? You will have to work," my father uttered, putting away his cup. "So what, Daddy? You can get her into some better job," my other sister interrupted. "How can they pay so less? I mean, nobody will even believe that," my sister added. Yes, parents would also think that the company is paying substantially well, and their own child is lying. Then the father will go to the son and they will engage in a fight, resulting in an accident where the father slips from the stairs, finally adding to the misery of son who will now have to pay for additional medical bills. As my father finished, everyone started laughing. Daddy, it is not something you can go on making a joke about, my sister was annoyed. Beta, why do you get so tense about everything? Situations will get better. Yeah, then my project lead will go and ask me to make coffee for him. My sister wasn't listening at all to anyone else. Then don't make it, my dad answered casually. I'll get fired. My sister fired back at him. Stuff sugar, coffee beans and milk in his mouth and then ask him politely to shake his body, my father retorted with a hint of laughter in his voice. My sister smiled at last and said, I can't do that. Everyone took a little time out of their giggles to ask her, why? We all started laughing our heart out. Okay, we will discuss it later as I have to go and stop Akasha's bus. Dad left the room. I can't help it. They will give me that certificate anyway, my sister shouted. From behind, Dad walked back and continued his joke. Go there, take the certificate and ask, Sir, is your name written over there? My father finally left. At my home everybody gets up very early in the morning. As my dad got up at 4:30, he made tea for himself and read chemistry books. Don't assume he was chemistry professor. He read so as to teach my second sister who was doing chemistry honors. My mother didn't qualify as much of a healthy person. So my father took care of most of the household chores. At around 6, he used to switch off all the fans to prevent us from catching cold. Next, he opened all the windows to let the fresh breeze in. Then at 6 we all got up at the sound of his voice. I was the laziest one. It was impossible for me to go to sleep or even wake up early. So, every day I was late for my school bus which arrived at 6:20. That's why Dad used to go early to the bus stop to stall it for me. There was a tea stall nearby. Every morning he tempted the bus conductor to have tea on his treat while I used to catch up. Today again the same routine followed. As for my father, I can never find enough words to describe him. He isn't only the provider of our family, he is the provider of our souls. Tell me, Kasim was continuously flashing her fingers in front of my eyes. Have you changed your ring? I acted confused. No, it is the same. Something else got it. Different nail color. Nope, how can you not see it? What? I laughed in desperation. I have shaped my nails in a square manner. What were they before? My confusion increased. Earlier my nails were rounded. OYAA. I made a learned expression. Yes, I knew it. She closed her fists and shook them. However hard it was for me to understand her excitement, it was always a pleasure to watch her. If it wouldn't have been for her, I would have never known the various ways in which girls shape their nails. Do you want to go out to take the printouts for your assignment? I questioned. Cool with me. I'll wait for you after school, she chuckled. I scanned the playground. She was standing near the main gate with Priya. I progressed towards her with Frankie in one hand and my school bag that now slipped down the other arm. As she was coming toward me, Kasim exchanged sides with Priya so as to be adjacent to me. I virtually dived in the air, punching my fist back and forth several times. She let her hair loose and clutched her hair clip to the strap of her bag. For you, I handed her the Frankie. I don't eat from the canteen. I noticed you didn't bring lunch. So, I got this for you. You don't understand, I'm allergic to. I asked him not to add capsicum, I added, softly cutting her out. Her lips stretched into a smile as she quickly grabbed the Frankie. Let's get going, I need to be home early, Kasim uttered with her mouth full. Priya, you coming? I asked, wishing for her to not come. You two carry on. I have a movie to attend. She left us alone. We walked in slow steps to reach the main road. Why are you rubbing your forehead now and then? I was concerned. I went for threading yesterday and that bitch of a beautician attacked me. I wasn't able to control my laughter. Not because of what happened but because of Kasim's animation. You are a bad boy, she faked anger. Didn't they apply powder or something? I questioned. Her face lighted up. How do you know they apply powder? Excitement in her tone was apparent. I acted sheepish. Akash Kashyap, I am not letting you go away with this. It's nothing. When I was a kid my mum used to take me to the parlor along with her. That's why. Oh, that's why, she said, rounding her lips. I stuffed my hands in my pockets, lowered my head and started walking with a smile. I hope I was looking cool. We reached the auto stand. We both settled at the back. Buyer, come in front and leave the back seat for ladies, the auto driver shrieked. My smile disappeared. Buyer, come in front. I looked at Kasim. She teased me by indicating with her hands to go in front. Forced to sit in front, I kept on turning back every now and then. Buyer, sit properly. I am having problem driving. He opened his mouth. Again. I felt like killing him. I turned in front, hugged my bag and sulked. I felt Kasim's hand over my shoulder. I turned a little as she directed me with her finger and I looked straight, following her lead. Oh gosh. I could see her in my side mirror. She bent her head to a side and smiled. I was taken to heaven. My lips parted, in awe. Oh gosh again. I can see her. That means even she can see me. I immediately closed my mouth. She giggled. I kept staring at her. What will she think? I looked ahead at the road. Is she looking at me? I looked back. Oh gosh. She isn't looking at me. All of a sudden she looked at me. Then raised. It was 2002, a time when normal people didn't have either the know-how or the access to the internet. It was a pink-colored pen drive, just as cute as her. I gave the PD for printing. What are you doing? What's this? I asked Kasim as I joined her. This is called a chat room. Multiple people can chat at a time. And to whosoever you like, you can send them a request to chat individually. Angeloflove@rediffmail.com. I read aloud her email ID. Isn't it cool? I smiled. She went on chatting with several people. Even in a virtual world. Everyone wanted a piece of her. She seemed like a completely different person. Her face lighted in excitement. Her slender fingers were busy typing and I was very busy staring at her. Yogi is one of my chat friends. He is about to get married. It's arranged. He was having trouble to accept the whole scenario. I gave him the suggestion to meet the girl and know how she feels. Maybe her belief will make him believe. And now everything is sorted out. She was jumping in excitement. I just smiled. Somewhere I didn't like her talking with so many guys. There is another friend of mine. Rashmi. Thank God. She was talking about a girl. He is. I felt exhausted. As she continued, he's a model and so is his girlfriend Kimmy. She tucked in her half-tucked shirt while walking on the road. He is a great guy. Handsome, six-packs, awesome. I looked at myself. Kimmy is even more hot. They make an awesome pair. She buttoned up her shirt to the brim and tightened her tie. Rashmi, in spite of being in the same modeling world, has never smoked, let alone drinking. She halted at the footpath, kneeled down and pulled her socks up till her knees. I never knew they were this long. Kimmy is an addict. Rashmi's family won't ever. Confused. He wants to marry her but Kimmy is not ready to quit smoking. He is unable to find a way out. Even I am not able to help. I seriously got anxious when she removed kajal by rubbing her fingers vigorously along her lower eyelids. What exactly are you doing? I yelled out. She smiled and then patted over my shoulder. You know, if somebody goes to my home and reveals today I was with a guy at Forum Mart and I contradict and answer that I was all afternoon at home studying, nobody's going to question me back. However, the other person will be thrown out of the house. Context. I inquired, do you think with my kind of lifestyle, dressing, attitude, I can afford to maintain such an image? She explained with a mischievous smile. Why have a dual life? There is something known as generation gap, dear. Still, I don't think you need to hide things from your parents, I contradicted. When I have a daughter, same age as mine, and she gets dressed in a miniskirt with a strapless blouse, seeks permission to leave for disco say at 11 p.m. at night with her boyfriend, who is blowing the horn continuously downstairs, even I won't allow her, although I might like to do such a thing. If I won't allow my daughter for the same 25 years later, how can my parents do so for me now? I just want to spare them the trouble. She stretched her hands and marched ahead of me. I followed her in awe. Why do I keep falling for her again and again? 3 missed calls and I was good to go. As it was the era of landlines, Kasim gave me the unique identification mechanism. Hello. She picked the call but there was lot of background noise. Hold on a second. Let me switch off the radio. Suddenly it was all peaceful. Hey. Again. Hi. Who the hell listens to radio nowadays? I do. Strange. No. It is fun. In a CD you listen to only those songs about which you know, which already are your favorites, but over radio you listen to songs you have never known before. Songs you have heard before but never liked much, but somehow at that moment it suits your mood of life. Listening to radio surprises you, thus it is much more fun. You experience things from others' point of view. When you have run out of your own options, you find happiness in someone else's choices, she blurted out, sounding grateful. Probably I was the first one to ask about this. Rest of the conversation was just as usual. I wondered, wasn't Kasim like a radio for me? Every day I discovered a new song, even a new style of music. Now, I am not the one I used to be anymore. I experience everything from her point of view. I experience everything with her. My choices, my options, my decisions are all about her. Most importantly, am I not finding happiness in it? Single quote. Next day I saw Kasim while leaving for school as I walked 1.5 kilometers from my home to board the bus with her. She was sitting over a bench beneath a tree, folding her socks down to her ankle. I couldn't help but laugh, shaking my head while pushing both hands in my pocket as I rushed towards her. Dear Romeo, today I asked Priya to come along. She refused, saying, I don't want to upset your boyfriend. He isn't my boyfriend, I stated in plain words. Does he know that? Priya went ahead, chuckling. Despite that, I remained still there. I have done a lot of things today, been to a lot of places, but my life, my thoughts, everything are stuck at that point. Does he know that? Do I want him to know that? Do I want him to ask me? Do I want to put a label over what we have? Do I? If you find the answer, do let me know. Love, Juliet. Chapter 6. Google image results, Abu Dhabi. As I glanced over the screen, my anger erupted like hot lava. Planning your holiday, Mr. Rakesh Bedi. He turned back in anxiety. On noticing that it is me, he quickly minimized the screen. I won't question you today. Instead, you question yourself. Were you doing what you are being paid for? Sorry. I stared at him in anger. Akash, you come with me. Mr. Bedi, get back to your work. Veed dragged me along. He needs to leave, I said in a flat but stern voice, when we reached my cabin. Who? Veed asked casually. Rakesh. You're really thinking about firing him? Yes. Give him a chance. I have issued 5 prior notices to him to improve his behavior. Still, it is a big step. He is a nice fellow and is more than qualified for this job. He may be, but we don't get benefits from qualified employees, rather from those who are qualified and work hard as well. Maybe there is some reason. Probably he isn't placed in the right domain. He has some conflicts with the team, or it's my duty to get the work done on time, not personal counseling. If after 5 warnings, he doesn't improve, he'll never do. Aren't you getting too harsh? He is married. Don't you think he should be the one to be considerate about these factors? I slammed the laptop lid hard. I placed both the hands over my desk and hung my head low, breathing out to cool off. Veed was standing at the opposite end of the room. You are taking something else's anger out on somebody else. He had stepped on a wrong nerve. What do you mean? Is it about Divya? He asked with a suppressed voice along with a long pause. In between. I immediately looked at him, our eyes met for a brief moment and I left the room. As I breathed out, everything was lost in fumes. What happened just now? What happened last night? What has been happening all throughout? Yeduan S.A. Rendu. Sound surrounded the closed smoking area. I smiled without turning back. I often wondered what had I ever done to make him think we were such good friends. Whatever it was, I owed that deed a lot. For a change, start talking about your feelings. I felt Ved's palm over my shoulder. I felt my muscles tightening. I don't know what got into me as I turned back and hugged Veed. You should call it a day, Veed whispered. I nodded. I would like to carry along. Veed deliberately tagged himself along with me. I am going by local, so, I paused before answering in, no, as it came to me that this guy had done much for me to receive a no in any situation. I am so excited, the Akash has allowed me to accompany His Majesty to a local station, Veed said, overanimated over his excitement. In our 15 minutes wait, he asked me more than 50 times, when will the train arrive, though I wasn't keeping account of it. Don't put questions like a 5-year-old who hasn't traveled by a local. I finally gave up. Dude, since the day I got into this city, I have owned a car. Everyone doesn't. Share. I wanted to ask then why today, but kept mum as I already knew the answer. The train arrived and Veed tried to jump into the first compartment which halted in front. Blocking him, I pointed, "We are moving to that one." Veed gave me a quizzical look but sensing he had no other option, simply followed. He was lucky enough to land up a seat. In his excitement, he even managed to grab one for me. I shook my hands in refusal and turned my back towards him. Just in a few minutes, my world again came to a standstill. She was there. From the moment I saw those glittering bangles, I knew there was no other who could contrast multicolored bangles with white shirt and blue jeans. As soon as she was in, she swiftly swung the red printed stole onto her shoulder. The ladies' compartment was empty, so she grabbed the window side seat. Then she hung her bag by the edge of her seat, stuffed earphones in her ears as rested on the seat. She then surveyed the area. I tried to hide, in spite of knowing that she wasn't looking for me. A few minutes passed. She looked a little drowsy. She pulled out her dupatta, folded it as to form a pillow, placed it over the seat's metal frame, folded her legs and closed her eyes. She was sporting golden eyeshadow which made her face look even more radiant. She glittered among the others, like always. She looked beautiful. Her face was at such ease that it even made my thoughts peaceful. It was hardly 15 minutes that a fat woman in her mid-40s appeared out of nowhere and was tapping on her shoulders. I wanted to yell out, "Don't wake her up." It's hard for her to regain sleep once somebody disturbs her. However, there has always been a difference between what I want and what I do. She woke up with a jerk and adjusted to accommodate that fatsy. Chapter 7. Date. The 17th of July 1999. Dear Diary, so, it has been a really long time, huh? Actually, today morning Daddy went to fetch Mommy's medicine and I went to take my bath while Ananya was at school. That was the time when Mommy fled away, what she usually does these days. Daddy was really angry this time. She returned at 1 p.m. when Daddy wasn't at home. When he came back home, he sent her out of the house and said that if that's what she wants, then she should leave once and for all. But everything settled down and she entered back. However, later that evening at 6:30, when Ananya came upstairs, she told me that Daddy had driven her out of the home again and she had no money. We went downstairs but none of us dared to speak about that. We were feeling really bad and we thought that Daddy overreacted. All of a sudden she seemed like a nice, poor person and we all were wishing for her to come back. When she didn't return by 8 p.m. we got tense again and told Daddy to look for her but he said that we shouldn't be bothered about her. Mommy came back at around 8:30. She had taken Ananya's saved pocket money and also spent it. Then she just went back to her old habit, which was a lot of abuse. When she starts saying all that cheap and abusive stuff, I feel like hitting right on her face with a baseball bat, really hard. She only abuses Daddy, which makes me feel really bad, 'cause he has to bear it all just for the sake of avoiding us getting spoiled. Right now, we all wish for her to just go somewhere, just not around here and we won't care. We will be just fine. In everyone's life there are some chapters which are never read. They are kept hidden from others so as to hide it from oneself. Probably I landed over one such chapter in Kasim's life. Still perplexed to comprehend, when I saw her tear-filled eyes. Kasim. My voice broke. How dare you read my diary? She uttered a sudden loud cry. Don't you understand the difference between a diary and a notebook? By the time I stepped towards her, she escaped, with her eyes brimming with tears. I wandered restlessly through the corridors, looking for her. Asked for her in the canteen, gave the library a thought, nah, it wasn't a place for her. I even asked Priya to check the ladies' room. Then as a bolt of lightning struck me, maybe I knew where she was. A few minutes later, May was wiped out. She was there, sitting alone in the barren backyard of our school, playing with a small, perhaps wildflower. Her face had shades of pink. Normally if a fair girl such as her cries, they develop this texture. Her eyes were moist, but she wasn't crying anymore. There was a used coffee cup lying by her side with edges chewed. She had this peculiar habit of biting the paper coffee cup while drinking. I went to her with unhurried steps and knelt down on the ground beside her. I looked into her eyes. She immediately closed them. You know, whenever in life I see a cup in this condition again, I will know. It is you. There can be no other. I managed to bring a smile on her face. Get up. It is not your fault. She extended her hand to me. Though it was most of my effort, but she pulled onto me. I am sorry. You are forgiven, I smiled. In fact, you did me a favor. My face made my bewilderness evident. You know all the girls, they want to be like me. My looks, my kind of style, my pocket money, the way guys fall for me, they want it all. To put it simply, they want my life. They think it is perfect. I want to preserve that thinking. I don't want people to talk about me behind my back. I don't want them to know that there is even a single thing wrong in my life. I am a star. They shine, never cry, she said with a smirk. She spoke with such conviction that my eyes were forced to remain perplexed, fixed on her eyes. 4 years back, when Mommy left us and went to her parents' house, I was left crying, being alone in my house. Out of the blue, one of my friends turned up. I was so miserable and lonely that I blurted out everything. She said my life was her fantasy. That very moment I realized, why share your pain when you know they are incapable of reducing it? It will only put a red mark on the image they form of me. There was a strange softness in her eyes when she said, but you're accidentally reading my diary, and gave me a reason to share my secret with someone. All of a sudden, I felt wanted. My parents' marriage was a mistake. My mum never wanted to get married. In the first place, she wanted to study, but her parents forced her into marrying when very young. Daddy was establishing his business at that time, so he didn't bring Mum home after marrying, and she stayed with her parents for 3 years after marriage. I was born meanwhile. They never got the time to know each other and connect. While Mum was there at her home, constant questions like, why you are still living here, by her parents, neighbors and relatives, and Daddy's indifference to her pain made her impervious to any commitment towards the marriage. Finally, Daddy brought her home when my uncle asked him directly to do so. Even after that, he was very much engaged in his work. He didn't take Mommy for an outing, and whenever he asked, Mommy refused. Daddy never liked fancy clothes, jewelry or makeup. He scolded Mum if she ever got overdressed. Slowly Mommy started blaming us, her own family, for her state of life, loss of her career. Rather, she never accepted us as her family. Slowly she left doing all household chores and transferred all decision-making to Daddy. But what remained non-transferable was our requirement of a mother's love, care and advice. She kept on abandoning us and running to her past. In due course of time, Daddy understood that it is no longer about his marriage, it is more about his kids, and lived with that very well. Alas, my mother wasn't able to do the same. In my weirdest imagination, even I never expected Kasim's life to be like this. She was always so cheerful, happy, fun-filled. Perhaps she was so fun due to a miserable childhood. Maybe that's why she lived every moment doing what she liked, being what she was, and loving her life. Akash, when a marriage fails, people keep bubbling out with various reasons for its failure. But if they already knew these things before the marriage, why didn't they stop it beforehand? My relatives said Mommy was Manglik and Daddy wasn't, probably that qualified as the major accomplice in the crime, or because Daddy married within 1 year of a death in the family. However, everyone knew these before, but they kept mum, 'cause they all time from both the sides. Wow, I thought to myself, she was quite grown up for her age. Still, all those years, seeing Daddy and Mommy fighting, Ananya and me, staying awake at night, planning what we can do to unite them, seeing in people's eyes that our family isn't normal, avoiding bringing friends at home, unknowing what could be the scenario. Neighbors always asking if everything was all right at home. Is your mum still living with you? Relatives hesitating to come and visit us. On the whole, parents mess their marriage, and their children who are incapable of cleaning it, live with that. The last thing I would let happen is to let my marriage go wrong, if not for me, then for my children, as they don't deserve a childhood like mine. She finished talking, lowering her head while still playing with that small flower. I am sorry I brought that up. Don't be. Though if you want to make it up, then there's one thing you can do. I got scared of the mischievous smile she gave with that line. I ended up taking a whole round of the school with that flower plucked beside my ear. So, that was Kasim, changing within a flash of lightning while leaving the school. I handed her diary back to her. A few 10-rupee notes fell from it. I reached out, and on flipping the pages of the diary, a few more notes came out. What's it I hide money in books and finding makes me ecstatic. Are you insane or something? No, I am not. Her simple answers were always direct and mesmerizing. You will lose all the money. It doesn't matter. Having 'em won't make me happy anyways. What if I find happiness by losing them? What matters more, the money or my happiness? Even you should try it, only then you would know the feeling. No thanks. I am not as rich as you. It's not about being rich. I keep only 10 or 20 rupee notes. Nobody gets poor even by losing them. Point taken, I said with a salute. However illogical I found that idea, but I realized that the beauty of life never lay in logic. Later that afternoon, I took up. On the way I learned she always carried spare clothes in her bag just in case. She decided to sneak out for a movie, shopping, etc. We stopped at a mall for her to change. It's not like I have never been to a Mela or to a cyber cafe, but being at those places with her seemed like a raw experience. Everything seemed new, everything seemed beautiful. So, there I was with a beautiful girl whose aura made everything around her as beautiful. Hey Kasim. He Rena. You know her. I whispered to Kasim. Yeah. She is in the evening shift in our school itself, Kasim whispered. Back to me. You look beautiful, Rena. I have never seen you look any better. Did you go shopping? As Kasim said this, I did a full scan of Rena. She was wearing a red t-shirt with shimmering black jacket paired up with light blue jeans. It was early October, so it was kinda cold in Lucknow. Reena had braces and had let down her hair, but they had streaks of white in them. I shifted my gaze back on Qasim. Black t-shirt with red print, a netted long black sweater open from front, blue denim skirt ending a few inches above her knees, lowlying velvet boots, black bangles, silky hair flowing till her waist, to top it all her gorgeous looks. How the hell did Qasim tell her she was looking beautiful? Oh really, you think so? Reena was surprised and asked with hesitation in her voice. Yeah, you look awesome. Qasim spoke with such assurance in her eyes that anyone would believe. We passed an enchanted Reena held spellbound by Qasim word spells. Why did you lie to her? I didn't. If you call her beautiful, what would that make you? Beautiful to the power. Of course I do, and I never hesitate to find beauty in others. I raised my eyebrows. If you had seen Reena in school, then you would have known why I said so. She looked unkempt, disheveled, but today she was so well dressed. Maybe it was one of her best outfit. She was wearing eyeliner that's like going on the extreme to look beautiful. When she would have left home, she must have expected a few comments. I gave her one. Still it was a lie, I contradicted her. You won't give up. It wasn't a lie. She was looking beautiful compared to her usual self, and that's important. Aishwarya Rai is damn beautiful. That doesn't mean other girls won't be. As rightly said by John Keats, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. I smiled to myself. Qasim had once told me, there's more to me more than my looks. Now I realized what she meant. She wasn't just beautiful from the outside, but even more beautiful from the inside. In fact, there was so much beauty to her that my eyes were unable to behold. As I immersed in her immense beauty, she wasn't anywhere to be seen. I searched for her and saw her in a stall, trying out bracelets. A few minutes earlier I was furious at how she could leave without looking whether I was following or not. What if she got lost? Okay, that was bit silly, still, if in case, but seeing her so lost in those shiny little stuff, I decided that holding my tongue was best. So I followed her. She asked, "Do you like it? Don't they have something better?" Her face flushed. I understood she liked it enough to buy. It's good. Really, but you said I was just messing with you. I cut her out. I should get it then. Her face lighted. She kept on running from one shop to another and I followed her. What if I didn't like it? As long as she was happy, nothing else mattered. Forward me that scrunchy what? I was, one, she pointed. Here she was adding words to my girl encyclopedia. I saw a chain with the letter K over it. Hey, try this. Qasim's smile broadened on seeing that chain. She immediately tried it and uttered, "I am taking it." The shopkeeper extended his hand to pack it up. "Oh no thanks. I will be wearing it." Now it was time for my smile to broaden. I always thought these Disneyland sort of things were about rides and food. Today I came to know that for girls, it was all about shopping. Candy floss. She jumped. I rushed to bring one for her. A little flake of candy floss stuck to her nose. I indicated her to remove it. She wandered her finger along her lips till her nose, but still wasn't able to get rid of it. I advanced my hand to remove it. When I touched her skin, it felt like snow. Her nose was extremely delicate. I wondered whether anyone had such a soft nose. I removed that speck of candy floss. I don't know what got into me, for as I turned back I grabbed her nose and shook it lightly. Kasim smiled at me, then shook my nose and walked ahead. I touched my nose. It almost hurt after the bar of softness had been raised. Pani puri, she screamed. I watched her having that. Will you have one? No, I am good. Yeah, anyway, guys shouldn't have pani puri, she winked at me. There was a little girl standing over there, asking for money. Kasim looked at her and asked the pani puriwala to feed that girl as well. Buy a pure dues rupiah ke kalana. Saying this, we walked from there. How terrible is it that these small girls are forced into being beggars? Just near her another girl was buying ice cream dressed nicely, holding the hands of her parents. Yeah, my daddy also does the same. He never gives money to them. Went to make jokes about everything we were supposed to be scared of. There was a couple watching ahead of us cuddling holding hands. Watch this, Kasim winked at me. She moved closer to them and patted on their shoulders. As they turned, she yelled at the top of her voice. The couple got scared and busted out, yelling back, ah. Kasim came running to me, grabbed my hand and we got out as soon as possible. We laughed our hearts out on recalling that couple's faces. After 3 hours of doing what she wanted to leave. Won't we go over rides? I am not very good with them. This time it will be different. She hesitantly nodded her head in, yes. We got into the flying wheel and sat at the farthest end. It slowly reached the highest so that the others could hop in the remaining seats. Then it progressed downwards slowly. I heard a soft murmur. It was coming from Kasim. I wasn't able to make out what it was. I concentrated. Anjani Putra Pawan Sat Nama. She was reciting the Hanuman Chalisa. In my weirdest of dreams even I never thought she might know the Hanuman Chalisa. I knew some of it because Dad recited it every other day. The ride was now moving faster. Kasim got restless. She closed her eyes and clutched her hands to the edge of the seat and started reciting Hanuman Chalisa all aloud. People in the nearby seats started laughing on looking at her. As I couldn't say anything to her, I mocked the others to stop them. They didn't shut up. Kasim opened her eyes. I took her hand in mine. You won't fall. As I uttered this, she looked into my eyes. As I will never let you fall, I finished. During the whole ride, I held her hand with her eye. I am not going to buy it. I am definitely buying it. There we were sitting on a corner bench with a big yellow balloon. She sneaked in her bag and grabbed a marker and started scribbling something on that balloon. Hey, what are you doing? She rotated the written part towards me and smiled. Amul chocolate Jean K Isher Mil Gaya smiley face lilies blue. Some random words and few pictures were drawn. What's it? I asked, still unclear. I always buy a balloon like this one, then write all those things onto it which comes in my mind at that time and the things I like. Then I hang it on the ceiling of my room and whenever I see it, I feel nice. She took around 15 more minutes to complete before we headed home, carrying her balloon which was once struck by a car and flew to the opposite end of the road. She made me run all the way round to get it back. Though monsoon was gone, its remnants were still there. It started drizzling. I was about to drag the umbrella out of my bag when I saw Kasim walking in front of me with her pink umbrella. I pushed mine back in and rushed to catch up with her. She spotted me walking next to her without an umbrella. She looked forward, then threw a glance at me. Don't you have an umbrella? No. Are you fine? Yes. A few minutes passed. Come on in, otherwise you'll catch a cold." Those words felt like rose petals raining over my ears. I promptly slid in beside her, took the umbrella from her and held it high to accommodate me as well, though I offered Kasim most side of it. For me it wasn't about protection from rain. We walked with rain trickling over the umbrella and the cold wind gushing in, chilling our bones in silence till I broke it. "So when did you learn the Hanuman away?" Later I learned whole of it. As a new chapter unfolded, I felt like I was reading a whole new book. "You came very late today," Dad said. "Went out with friends," I answered. "Who are these friends of yours whom I don't know about?" "They are my new friends," I said with a little irritation in my voice. "Come, have a seat," Dad said with unexpected calmness in his voice. Nowadays parents need to remain more concerned about their boy than their girls. Everyone is concerned when their daughter is leaving home and when she is returning, what she's wearing. Not only the parents, even the neighbors keep a watch over her activities. However, people forget about their lads. In due course of time, nobody notices when he is going or when he is returning. Yet with the rage of smoking, drinking, drugs, etc., it becomes more important to keep a track on your boy's life, whether he is having the right friends or what his company is adding to his habits. That's why I asked. It was unbelievable how he put these complicated conversations into such simple words. Probably the experience of raising 4 kids with me being the youngest. I looked in his eyes. "Dad, there isn't anything going around about which you should be worried. I will try not to be late from now on. Go to your room. I will go ask your mum to give you Haldy Dud." A few minutes later Mum came into my room. "Mum, come here." I shook her nose. "Nah, it is not that soft," the response automatically came out of my mouth. "What?" Mum asked. "Nothing." I hid my face in the pillow to avoid any questions. Dear Romeo, today he was walking in the rain without an umbrella, though he was carrying one. I saw the top of an umbrella peeping through his bag. I asked him, "Don't you have an umbrella?" He answered, "No." I also know why he lied. Maybe there are some unanswered questions between us. I will wait for him to ask them. Love, Juliet. Chapter 8. Priors. A beginning. Try and you will succeed, 'cause everyone else isn't. Kasim. I read the board and smiled. How am I here? Long story short, Veed googled about Kasim residing in Mumbai. Thanks to her unique name, the list wasn't long. I wasn't very involved but wasn't very reluctant too. Some part of me wanted Veed to go ahead with the search. After a few filters we were able to scan her down. When I saw the website Priors, for some implicit reason it felt like Kasim. The name, the tagline, it was all Kasim. So here I am. I marched inside the 22-story building, Priors being on 7th. The guards saw me but didn't budge. It's the clothes that make all the difference. With no delay I was at the reception. "I am here to see Ms. Kasim." The receptionist gave me a monotonous smile. "Go straight, then turn right. And look for hall no. 3. I walked inside after thanking her. "Who's up for some stretching?" Kasim's voice echoed in the silence. The crowd exchanged confused glances and murmuring started. I saw a smile lingering around Kasim's lips. She yelled out, "Come on. Everyone, I want you all to stand and raise your hands." Some promptly followed her instructions. Others somehow dragged themselves up and slowly raised their arms. Kasim raised her voice, "Is this the highest you can reach?" Now her words alerted them. Everyone became serious. They straightened their arms and tried to stand on their toes. Kasim smiled and lowered her tone, "Is it?" Now there were a few jumping jacks in the crowd. She pointed to one of the boys who was jumping. "If you think that's the highest, think about it again." Then some random guy got up from his chair and struggled to touch the roof. He was graced with a few giggles and a few claps. Kasim smiled. "Get down now." She continued, "Now the most important question is why you didn't think of standing on the chair when I first asked you to stand and raise your hand." She drifted her sight to all. "For that matter, why didn't you all try getting up on your toes?" She cleared her throat. I smiled, standing in a distant corner. "I need an answer, buds," Kasim asked enthusiastically. "We didn't know your expectations," someone shouted from the back. "Interesting. Can't I turn the question the other way around and say you didn't realize your potential?" She paused to see their reaction. They looked enlightened. She continued, "My expectations don't have a limitation. It will modify according to your abilities. Instead, your abilities are something which will define a bar for my expectations." She went back to the dais and picked up a marker. She uttered while opening the marker, "You know the disease we all suffer from." She started writing something on the board. When she moved, it read, "Tat will do it attitude." "Yes, that will do it. Attitude." She faced the crowd. "We always perform according to this theory, whether it be achieving in our studies, our work or extending help to our family and friends." A few people nodded. "We always need some stick to push us forward. In exams, the stick is fear of failing or moment of glory. In work competition, promotions and perks are the stick. For family or friends, their love, their respect for you, or they will do the same for you, in case can serve as the stick." She stepped in between the crowd and joined her hands. "Suppose you are asked to run a 50-meter race. You go for it and return successful. Then you know you can run a 50-meter race." Kasim shrugged her shoulders. "What about the 100-meter, 500-meter and so on? You still have no idea about them. You may or may not, but you will never know until and unless you pull up your socks and actually try." She stressed the word try. "That's why possible to extend them." Kasim raised her head and smiled at them. "I will stop now and you all will have to share your own life experiences where you went beyond your capacity. Remember, capacity is not a hair clutch, it is rather a hair band." Saying this, she took a seat. Some girl in a sizzling red top got up. "Hi, I'm Sweater and I would like to share something with you all." Everyone's focus, including Kasim's, shifted to her. Some girl now identified as Sweater continued in a comfortable tone, "It is something from the time when I was in the 10th grade, preparing for the boards. Every day I used to make a 14-hour study plan for the following day, including gruesome concepts and derivations which were hard to grasp. I always knew I can never study for 14 hours a day. However, in an attempt to achieve my target I outdid myself. Whatever outcome was there, it was much higher than what I expected from myself. Thus setting a goal beyond my capacity worked for me. I hope it does for you all as well." Others supported her with claps. "Thank you, Sweater, for adding such a wonderful real-life instance to our session. If others haven't tried it before, it is your time now. Who goes next?" A few more people talked about their experiences as Kasim listened to them attentively. Somewhere in between I lost the focus, as I was immersed in countless memories. Okay, I will call it a day. If you get a chance, try. Everyone laughed over the word, try. Kasim joined them for a few seconds and continued, and read, you can. WN. I came to my senses as Kasim stood up. She was doing what she was best at, changing people's life. My heartbeat accelerated. I inched a bit towards her but retracted my half-completed step. My heart raced, same as it does when I spend a night in a bar and out of nowhere I am supposed to give a presentation the next day in the morning about the progress I have been making. The distance I traverse from my place to the projector screen seems the longest. My legs get stiff and when I walk, they start to tremble. I feel minor tremors in my body, fearing when I'll view the slides, I'll go blank. Maybe I'll try to speak and the words won't come out. Reaching out to Kasim, however, was much worse than that. It was accompanied by anxiety, hope and fear. What if she looks at me and asks, "May I help you?" I turned back with firm steps and confused emotions. A wedge connected us, which neither allowed me come near her nor allowed me to let her off my sight. I returned back with slow, unsteady steps, without being seen by her. I slid back into my car and my heart stabilized. I fastened the seat belt, thrust the engine and placed my hands on the steering wheel. Suddenly, I dropped my head down and breathed out as if I wasn't breathing this whole time. Finally, I managed to collect myself. As I opened my eyes, I saw Kasim. She was standing on the other side of the road, looking left, then right and right, then left. The road was quite busy, nothing unusual. She adjusted her bag and clutched it to her chest, holding the strap by both her hands. She was scared as always. That was the reason she never rode anything, not even a bicycle. There she goes. She tried to run through the gaps and almost crashed into someone's car. Poor guy. I unbuckled my seat belt, shook my head, smiled to myself and banged my car door open. With a little struggle, I was on the other side of the road. I was by her side. In no time I was in front of her. As I indicated to her to stay back through my hands, her face went blank. I took her bag as I knew if she could only handle herself, that would be a big enough favor for both of us. I stood in front of her, stopping cars with one hand and escorting her by the other. I glanced and raised my eyebrows at her. She slowly flipped her eyes. I didn't hold her but something told me she was following. A few minutes later, we were in the middle of the road. I hastened to break the crowd apart. Suddenly I turned back and Kasim wasn't there. I searched for her and found her stuck to a spot. I progressed towards her and took her hand in mine. In no time we were at the divider. I pulled her hand and shifted her to the other side. She was too amazed, excited or confused to react. It all happened so fast, I wasn't thinking at all. We finally were on the other side. She followed me to my car. Our eyes were locked just when I realized her hand was still in my grasp. I quickly let go. After a brief silence I opened the door for her. She looked at the car and then at me. Her gaze remained fixed for a few words. I didn't bother to give her a single glance but I knew she was watching me. As the highway was just behind us, I asked, "Where should I drop you?" My eyes still fixed on the way. Chapter 9. I headed towards Kasim's stop. I missed catching the bus with Dad. Rather, his stopping the bus for me, though he was happy to see me reach the bus stand on my own. I reached there after a 20 minutes walk. She was nowhere in sight. I felt so irritated. If she wasn't coming to school today, she could have informed me. I wouldn't have wasted my energy coming here. Single quote. Just then I saw a beautiful girl from behind. At least I got some time pass till the bus arrived. She was wearing a yellow suit, but it wasn't the normal kind. I didn't know what to call it. It was a more fluffy version of the suit. Underneath was a purple churidar, with the yellow and purple mixed dupatta. Long beads hanging from the corners, crackled as they brushed the ground. Her burgundy long hair reminded me of Kasim. She brushed her hair with her long slender fingers and I caught a glimpse of the long purple loops bumping against her slender neck. Multicolored bangles covered half of her arm. As she turned, she seemed familiar. I was captivated by her beauty and the aura it created, to make my mind work. "Happy birthday," she wished me. "Kasim, is it you?" She smiled knowingly. How unbelievably ravishing she looked. "You look awesome." Even awesome is a lesser word to describe you today. Thank you, thank you. Wait a minute, is there a fancy dress event going on in the school at which only the coolest people are invited? Thus clearly I didn't land up at one. Can't you at all think of anything else besides school? We aren't going to. I am not dressed for going out. I moved my hands, pointing at my school dress. We will take care of that, she chuckled. Next I knew we were at the mega mall. After a few trials, I was dressed in a pair of baggy jeans in fashion at that time and a loose white t-shirt combined with a purple checked shirt. She aligned the collar and said, "We are good to go. Bhaiya, take us to Kashishwar Mahadev temple. I won't go in a shared auto since we will have change to it." Okay. As Kasim said this, we both settled in the back of the auto. Thank God we were going in a reserved auto. Now the autowala won't ask me to sit in the front seat and settle there. Whenever we were stuck in traffic, people walking by were staring at Kasim, as she was looking exceptionally beautiful. Her hands were shining with the reflections from those bangles. She was looking outside and then peeped into my watch. Then looking at me, she giving a tired smile. We reached the mandir in an hour. She went to one of those stalls where they sell puja ka saman. "You can leave your shoes here. They will take care of it." She bought all the things: akshat, chandan, nariyal, agarbatti, belpata. Flowers. She arranged her dupatta again and placed it over her head. We then started to climb the stairs. She gave money to some beggars sitting at the doorway to the mandir. As her purse fell down, she bent down to pick it up. Just then it struck me that she was wearing quite a deep neck dress. I grabbed her arms and straightened her. She was startled. I calmed her and said, "I will get it." I bent down and picked it up for her. We marched ahead. She looked one hell of a girl in that attire. She walked slowly barefoot. When we reached there, she placed her dupatta over her head again. I could never be successful at assessing how much more beautiful she could look. She asked me to grab Jal. We started with Pora. Her smile initiated mine. Then we lit those agarbatti and did a parikrama of the area. By the end, she placed her index finger on the sindoor scattered about the deity and made a dot on my forehead and placed one on her neck. As a final step, she went ahead to pop the nariyal. She tried and failed and swayed her hands in a whatever gesture. For the first time in that whole day, she looked like herself. Some things dress can't change. Give it to me, I asked her. I smashed it hard and it popped open. Let's just sit for some time, she announced. We sat there for around 15 minutes in silence, soaking in the aura around us, not talking. Her face glowed in the sun and her eyes looked beautiful. Rays falling and reflecting back from her bindi constantly distracted me. Her eyes looked beautiful. In order to stay longer, I struck a conversation. You know what my father says. I was excited. Yeah, I totally know, she chuckled. Ignoring her, I went on, that all these customs, rituals and festivals, they are not bound by the process of doing it. They are just an entertainment like movies. Back in the times people didn't have technology, so they invented rituals. So enjoy when you pray. Make your rituals, and things which sound illogical avoid those. Wow, I like his way of thinking. I would like to meet him someday. You will surely like him. Then we rushed suddenly as she shouted, we are on a schedule. I just followed her. We grabbed an auto and headed to the nearest church. She brought a pack of candles and 2 chains with a cross. She hung one around my neck. Now you look cool, she clicked. The lady selling it was all cranky about giving money in change, but definitely that wasn't the highlight of the moment. We marched into the gigantic church, having no idea where to go or how to initiate a prayer. My idea of a church was only limited to what I had seen in the movies. So we decided to follow a guy who just entered. We maintained a certain distance and followed him. There were very few people owing to the obvious reason, it wasn't a Sunday. The guy moved forward, that door was closed. It started drizzling a bit. I looked for any other entrance while she followed my instructions to stay just where she was. She was wearing heels and almost slipped about 5 times. I knocked at the 3 doors but they were all closed. We decided to ask someone. What's the way in? I asked a passerby. The church is closed for lunch. What? Kasim panicked. But you can visit the prayer room at the backside. Kasim kept on blabbering how the day got ruined because of this. I tried to convince her that it was not bad. At least we had some place to go. I never understood why girls needed to plan every single moment, and if anything at all deviated from the plan, they were bound to freak out. In the process I almost forgot it was my birthday and not hers. She was kinda worried about leaving her brand new 1,000-rupee sandals, which was a whole lot of money to be spent over sandals those days. Finally, in the end she left them by the staircase as there were no other options. Again clueless, we followed what others did. There was a big painting of Jesus at the center and big giant candle in front of it. People were lighting their own candles from that one and placing them around it. We did the same. Others, who were early there, sat in silence, praying or reading the Bible. A few people were adding money in the donation box. We sat there for some time, prayed, analyzed others, and also donated $10. Finally we noticed that there was a register where people were writing what they wished for. Kasim grabbed a pen and scribbled something. I wanted to read what she wrote but she placed her palm over it. It was my turn. I wrote, "Thank you." We walked past the serene premises. So, what's next? A Gurudwara. I chuckled. Her expression said it was her next surprise. In no less than 20 minutes. After an awe-inspiring rickshaw ride, we were keeping our first steps in the Gurudwara. I have been through so much in this whole day that I was no longer afraid of being at a completely new place. We will manage. At the very entrance, there were shoe shelves and we placed our bags and shoes there. Then the inviting look of taps at the corner, when we started walking ahead, indicated that we needed to wash our feet. Then we marched ahead. As some people were already settled there, girls on one side and guys on other side, so we assumed it was the way and followed the same norms. It was already past 10 minutes when I noticed a couple walking in and they sat together. Ignorance isn't always bliss. As people were walking in, they went and bowed their head. We even did the same. A kind-looking man grabbed the jar which contained some nuts. Probably the prasad and distributed it among everyone. By the time we were out of the Gurudwara, it was 3 in the afternoon. I was tired and hungry as hell. Kasim, don't you think we should head home now? The aroma of home-cooked meal already filled my nostrils. No, we should head to any nearby restaurant, she contradicted. I wasn't much into that idea, so I declined. But beautiful faces never go away. With a no, neither it happened this time. So, we were at a restaurant and soon there were people pouring in. There was Priya, Vikas and a bunch of people I had never met before. Hey, I just knew Vikas among your friends and you know Priya and these are my other friends. They, one by one, introduced themselves. They were all dressed in a cool kind of way. Where guys were in hanging jeans and accessories, the girls sported black nail paint. Hey, I just broke up with the girl I proposed 2 days earlier. The guy, whose name I forgot, spoke. Oh, what happened? Kasim asked. We went on a date yesterday and she ordered chole bhature. What kind of chick does that? Yeah, that was cold. How did you fall for her in the first place? Priya chuckled. Yeah, she was kind of cute. That guy spoke again. Everyone went into the state of O&R. Vikas tried to blend in. I just sat mum in order to avoid blurting out anything stupid. Then there it was, the grand surprise. Priya gave me a big box saying it is my birthday gift from Kasim and her. Though whatever she had done all morning, I didn't think she even owed me a gift. It was kind of a big box wrapped in red paper. I took it and immediately looked at Kasim, who was sitting kind of far away with her friends. She smiled at me. I smiled back. As I started unpacking the box, she advanced towards me. There were little packets inside the box. It kinda felt strange. Small packets of abrupt shapes. I picked one up and started tearing the wrapper while everyone's eyes were fixed upon me. I flicked it open and found it was a toy snake which sells in fairs. I took it out and sprayed like a small kid while everyone else cheered. Next it was a furky whose wings unfurl when you blow at them. Priya took it from me and started blowing it. Then there was a fake toy. The next 1 hour, I was trapped but soon excused as I wasn't able to see. Then there was a fake flute. I blew through it. I don't know what I was doing, but for sure, I was enjoying it. There was a little toy car and several other stuff. Then Kasim grabbed a pack and unpacked it. It was that thing from which soap bubbles erupt. She blew over it softly. Her lips were mesmerizing. When the bubble surrounded us, I totally lost track of others. It felt like just Kasim and I were there. Vikas's hand on my shoulder burst my bubble. Kasim went away again. There was food everywhere. Drinks, ice cream. Yeah. So I was giving a treat to the love of my life, my best friend, her best friend and bunch of other people I didn't know. The money I had been saving for my Walkman all went away. I did regret it a bit, but not at those times when I saw her. She came with a big pile of who knows what. I started unpacking it. By this time I was kinda bored with this packing stuff, but the fact that Kasim packed it up for me made me carry on. There were big weird leaves hanging from it. I looked up. They were all laughing. I unwrapped it quickly. It was a cauliflower. What the hell? I shouted. Everyone gets a flower, but definitely it's not my style. Kasim chuckled as others cheered her, but somewhere from my facial expression she learned I wasn't much into it. Just then we spotted a guy giving a bouquet of roses to his girlfriend. The whole group moved on to their table and started persuading him to trade this cauliflower with roses. Everyone gives roses. There is nothing unique in it. You should definitely go. For expressing your love with this one, Kasim and Priya chorused. By the time we left that restaurant, I was penniless, with loads of toys and a bunch of roses. The more I knew her, the more I fell in love with her. How can I go home like this? I whispered in Kasim's ear. Don't worry, I'll take care of that, Kasim assured. As the others left us, we rushed to a mall where I changed and she went into the cyber cafe, her ultimate getaway. By the time I came back, she was still surfing. Hey, she said on seeing me. Hey, I replied. I was mute. How do you find him? Yes, she was really asking me this. I looked at him. He was fair just like her. He had nice stylish hair, though not like her but complementing hers. He had a nice face and a nice build. He looked like one of those close-up ads model. However, I said, he isn't that good. I don't know why I said that. It sounded so stupid. I mean, he doesn't look like someone who would be good by nature. I tried correcting myself. How can you say that by just looking at the picture? Kasim smirked. I knew I sounded ridiculous, but I was. I walked her home, then took a rickshaw for home, no matter how late I was getting. I walked her home. I was so desperate to be with her that I forgot everything else. Even Dad's warning. I reached home in 15 minutes. My elder sister was sitting outside. I mouthed her asking if Dad was at home. She mouthed he wasn't. I breathed in and casually entered the house and then my room. I sat there for hours, thinking about Kasim. Then about me, then about us, then about my family, then about studies, and then rolling back to her. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. My mind was racing on everything I could think upon. She was never mine, yet she changed every bit of me. All her friends were now my friends. I even wear the clothes she likes. I walk the way she finds cool. All these things. The gifts, everything. It is like her. Now I find pleasure in her methods, in her likes with her. How did all these happen? I don't know. Do I like it? I don't know. Are we just friends? I don't know. Are we anything else? I don't know. Dear Romeo, he didn't ask any questions. Perhaps he just lost the feelings he had for me. The more he came to know, maybe the less he liked me. Some stories never end, but leave them dangling. Those stories don't. Chapter 10. First time was due to Ved's constant compulsion. Second and few more other times were by the evenings I ran out of stuff to do. Further, there were the impatient wait till the evenings. A few more were about screwing up work so as to see her. Ambition, success, they sort of go hand in hand. Kasim spoke as she wrote ambition on the board. By technical definition, ambition is the desire for personal achievement. It provides the motivation and determination necessary to achieve a particular end or condition. She faced everyone and spoke in a very soft tone. But it is up to you to decide that certain end or condition, and more importantly, that certain end or condition is not same for everyone. She looked at the crowd, who was now exchanging confused glances. Confusing. Okay, let's switch on to examples, then it will be fun as well as easier. She took a seat. I had never seen her sit during a session. Well, there is a first. Time for everything. She breathed in and closed her eyes. When I was in college, for me life was all about achievements, grades, extracurricular opportunities, volunteering, some of which I enjoyed and some I didn't. She moved her hands in a haphazard manner. What it wasn't about were Friday night outs, sleeping on Sunday afternoons, group lunch, lazy evening lying down with friends, being invited to birthday parties, etc. She folded her hands and continued. I was doing something I really wanted and they were doing something they really wanted too, but maybe some random evenings while struggling with my bag overstuffed with books, I took a corner glance at those who were sitting around the coffee mug, chatting, humming those smiles which I was never a part of, or maybe some random afternoon when results were out over the notice board. I was the one jumping out and they were sitting in a distant corner, worrying about their life. As she finished, she regained her smile. Maybe sometimes I wanted to be at their place and sometimes they wanted to be at mine. Still, we chose to be the way we were, because that was what we wanted, and there was nothing wrong about it. She folded her hands, which she normally did when concluding. I traded up fun and friends for grade. They traded up grades for friends. Maybe we were right or maybe we were wrong, but trading was never wrong. It's never wrong to trade. You can't have everything, so decide what you want more and let go of the rest. Let me tell you something specific. There she went again. There was a girl in my college, who was pretty, intelligent, one of the toppers actually. She had a boyfriend and was a bit nasty, yet she seemed to be someone with a bright future. Suddenly, round the third year, she got married to a rich businessman. Went to New Zealand for honeymoon. She came back only for the exams, gave a shit to grades, and most of all she was talking money. We didn't even know those brands existed until we spotted them on her. Initially I pitied her life. Married at the age of 20, mother at 23. That was something I would have never liked for myself. But still, I won't call her wrong. She straightened her back. One day I was telling this story to a faculty member and she was constantly impressing on the fact that later one day my, now rich classmate, may regret what she traded for and she might miss a self-made life like mine. Then there I said it, maybe one day I might like to step in her shoes. Simple, life devoid of struggle, everything down to her knees whenever she wanted. Single quote. However, I clearly didn't intend to get hitched to a rich businessman. Moral of the story: you may get attracted to another's life, still you live your own because that's how you have paved it. There were few scattered claps. She signaled to everyone to keep it down. You can only decide who the winner is if they are running the same race. For some, success is about doing well in life, while others find joy in making good friends. Someone excels as a daughter, some hit it as an entrepreneur, some find their love. She was interrupted with suppressed giggles. She mocked a smile. You can never compare a good engineer with a good cook, and they shouldn't even be compared. In a good at and sometimes what we are good at too. She got up and moved around the crowd. I noticed she normally did so when she was just about to close the session. Figure out what you really want. Prioritize them and never fear to trade. Though stay careful whether you are trading up or down. Everyone cheered and clapped as she closed the session. I noticed she was sporting a bright purple nail color. I never knew these many colors existed if it wasn't for her nails. Now Kritesh might want to share something with us regarding his ambition. She rested her speech at this. A handsome-looking guy in a black formal shirt and blue jeans stood up. He fumbled as he tried to speak. In addition, he was taking very long pauses. Finally he broke, "I won't be able to do it. I am not very good at speaking in front of so many people." "It's fine, Kritesh. Try and prepare. I'll give you 5 minutes." Kasim tried to calm him. She faced the others. "What do you think of me as a speaker?" She was very well applauded. She bent by her waist and took a bow in quite a dramatic manner. Thank you, thank you. You know, many a times even I fear when I am about to speak that words won't come out. People may not even like what I say. Even my legs shake, my heartbeat rises and then my throat starts constricting. But you know, where I win. I don't let it show to others. If you don't have it, then fake it. I bet everyone fears speaking. That's inevitable, but the extent can vary. It can depend on a lot of things. A few tips might help. Sometimes it depends on the side from which you are speaking. She gulped some water. Everyone became more attentive as she spoke again. It's my very own, being on the other side, theory. Here I am so confident while speaking, as I am the one who is conducting this seminar and you are paying for listening. Obviously you won't contradict if I am wrong and go on listening attentively. Your interest is what gives me the confidence to go on. Maybe if I go to a medical research seminar, I might fear speaking. This one is an example of content constraint. A few people noted it down like school kids. There can be several other constraints and strengths. Try finding out. Back to Kritesh. I loved her energy. One tends to feel nervous if they think they are being judged. So, Kritesh, think that you are conducting this seminar and you are speaking in front of ducks and donkeys. No offense, guys, she said, turning a bit towards others. It's perfectly fine, Kasim, someone shouted, though everyone laughed. She continued, pouring into Kritesh's eyes in a gentle voice. Yes, ducks and donkeys who have completely no idea about the subject matter. Believe me, it won't be the same. Her voice was calm enough and her eyes were driving enough. Kritesh didn't make it to the BBC Broadcaster of the Year, but still managed to keep people engrossed in his words. I rushed out to avoid Kasim, knowing that I secretly came to her sessions. Finally, I gushed out as I lighted the stick. Though I had been smoking less, but still it was my best buddy. However, I couldn't introduce it to Kasim. As I saw her coming, my best friend was out of my Audi Q7. Sprayed car freshener, sprayed mouth freshener, etc., brushed my hair. Wait, am I concerned about the way I look in front of her? I didn't know why, but I messed my hair again. Hey, Kasim appeared on my window. Aren't you going to come inside? I acted sheepish. Of course. Oh, it smells nice. I didn't know why, but my heart sank. You know, Akash, you should come to my sessions. I am normal. Your sessions are for those who need help. No, it is not like that. Besides, who said you are normal? She punched me. Not the suit, I said repulsively. It's just that you wait for me here. Instead, you can come and be with me. There was an awkward silence. So, I drove. We were at Barista because of Kasim's profound love for coffee. She was about to step out of the car when I rushed to open the door for her. She gave me a weird look. We went in the elevator. She was my suppressed giggles. "I will catch you up." "Go ahead." "Okay," I answered. I hadn't settled already that I heard banging on the door. As I turned back, it was Kasim. She was trying to pull the door over which, "push," was written in bold. I indicated to her to stop and then push it. She gave me a broad smile and pushed the door with both her palms. We walked to a corner table. I signaled to Kasim to settle down. I unbuttoned my coat, removed my cell phones from my pocket and took a seat, placing one BlackBerry Bold and one iPhone 4 on the table. Just then a waitress arrived. I asked her to take the order from Kasim. However, she kept on questioning me while Kasim kept on mocking from behind. When we were done, the same waitress again arrived to place the bill. I uttered, "Bill is for me while the feedback form is for the lady." I quickly snatched the bill. The waitress showered me with constant turning back and smiling while passing away. "How do you do that?" Kasim uttered, while jumping 2 stairs at a time. "What?" I was surprised, acting so cheesy in a flirty kind of manner. "No, I don't," I acted defensive. "Yeah." Opening the car gate, kneeling by the wall, flashing your mobiles on the table are all a little cocky. She flinched her eyes. "They are normal." "Okay." Then smiling at the waitress, brushing your hair while placing the order to display your Rolex. "Didn't all that get the poor girl into you?" she snapped. Probably. I did behave a little cheesy, I reflected, though nobody except Kasim was able to mention that transition. Still, whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, that was something I would reflect upon later. Anyways, who uses the term lady these days? She looked into my eyes and winked. It started drizzling when I drove back to her home. Last met in Lucknow 8 years ago. My smile had no boundaries. "I know we just had coffee, but would you like another one?" she added. I jumped out of my car. Yeah, I went on to do company secretaryship in Mumbai and then I went to California for MBA. Now I work in Adcom Multimedia. Wow. My tongue slipped as I entered her home. "I didn't know Prize is paying this well." "Yeah, Prize pays real well, but still, this is sponsored by my father. At least, money is a thing which my parents never felt short of to shower on me." I bowed my head down. "Anyways, I will make some coffee. Meanwhile, feel at home." It was beautiful. A small cottage with broad windows, money plants hanging from the edges, small crotons resting in the corner, low-lying tasteful furniture, rare collection of bells and wind chimes scattered all over the place. Bright sunny yellow walls with purple linings, so many photographs hanging from the wall telling a story, and there was Kasim's room. Stick notes all over her cupboard, a radio resting at the bedside, bangles and jumkas scattered at her study table, dressing table, corner table. She was never very organized, be it her dressing, her decor, her choices, her life. She never abided by the rules. A collage captured my attention from the other side of the room. I was wrong. It wasn't a collage. It was her life. Some of the smiley badges she no longer sported. Few earrings pasted with the help of cello tapes. She might have lost one in the pair. Stickers from the events she might have organized in college. A few volunteer iCards. Some stick notes over which few random notes were written. A picture of Priya kissing her cheek. Her family picture with her fake smile. An ATM slip. Probably of her first salary, few roses she used to make with ribbons, but I got glued to a picture of her in a lehenga. Coffee, Kasim said cheerfully. You look very different in this pic. You were engaged. She turned, tried to fake a smile. You remember Utsav? I nodded. We dated in college. Our families were close, so our parents decided to get us engaged. So, congrats. What's he doing where he is now? I managed to stay normal though my heart ached. He again did it. Took her away from me. Living a life that could have been mine. She went outside. I followed her. I was the first topper with him being the second. Our university was offering full scholarship for doing mass comm in Columbia University. If I stepped down, Utsav would have been the sole contender. Everyone was convinced that it would be a better idea if Utsav went. I believed in their conviction. Utsav left, but never to return. He found someone there. She said it in plain simple tone, but I knew she wouldn't let people to know her pain. It tore me that she didn't even confide in me. We ended up having more than one cup of coffee. I left Lucknow, joined a job, but wasn't much happy in that. So my cousin helped me to establish priors. Being with all my participants never allowed me to peek into the past. I stayed so engrossed in disentangling their lives, never thought there are some knots in mine as well. Are you happy? Yes. She smiled. Yeah, I am happy. I have everything. It is wonderful, she said, smiling. Those were more, yes, than required. You don't assert when you really are happy. I should go, I whispered. Yeah, no need to step outside, just close the door, I asked Kasim, while stepping out. Mr. Akash Kashyap, don't forget I have been living on my own since you came along, Kasim teased me. I let out a smile. But she accepted what I asked for her to do and stayed there. I walked far from her, continually looking at her, and staggered as I encountered the stairs. Kasim's laugh crackled over my ear. It was the first genuine smile she gave that entire evening. I was glad. Chapter 11. I was searching different ways to write a resume. As I typed in Google, different ways to, it gave me the predictions in the same ranking. Different ways to say I love you. Different ways to kiss. Different ways to create departments in an organization. Different ways to create objects in Java. I had very little idea about the last two things in the list, but they sure looked kinda tough, and the stuff for which you Google. Still, saying, I love you, tops the list. Is it just that now people Google everything before doing, or it is kind of hard to express your feelings? I don't know. The first time when I told Kasim it was kinda easy. I went ahead and told her how I felt. I didn't even know her, and now when I know all about her, I can't tell her. Lately she has been kinda busy, and when available, she is all about Utsav. So, I did what guys like us do best in that kind of a situation. I focused on things that were more important than Kasim. Actually, there wasn't any, so I focused on making the less important things more important. Things like studying. Things like resuming jogging. Things like hanging out with my friends and watching daily soaps with my 3 elder sisters. Things like indulging in aimless discussions with Dad about what aired on the Discovery Channel. I kept on stuffing my mind with useless things so that I didn't think about her. But somehow she sneaked in, and in those moments I used to wonder what might she be doing. Where did that Utsav guy might be taking her? Does she even think about me? Does she notice that I was kind of avoiding her? Doesn't she miss me, not being around? It was one of those moments when I still cherished the fact of her being mine. It was one of those days when I immersed myself in studies in order to wipe her thoughts. Books were my savior, my escape, my best friends. I even avoided her at school, though it wasn't that hard as she was most of the time bunking classes to be with Utsav since he was from another school. As my friends had been replaced by Kasim's earlier, now hers were replaced by Utsav's. Obviously she would pick him. He came from an army family, who owned high enough legacy. He had a nice build, was bright at studies, confident, athletic, unbelievingly well-mannered. He was the male incarnation of Kasim. They both together looked like winners of the genetic lottery. When I look at myself, I qualify as good in height. Build has a question mark over it, but it definitely isn't in an impossible situation. Wheatish complexion, slightly on the darker side. I am sort of smart but not much confident to show it to everyone. Athletics never ran in my mind. Mannerism, well, I used to think I am still a kid before I had feelings for Kasim. So, if it was a race we had a clear winner. And he kept on winning again and again. It happened the other day. Hoo Akash. Yo Akash, hey buddy, come and sit with us. For whom are you waiting? Why are you sitting in the front? Hey, for whom are you keeping a seat for? Is it a girl? It's a girl, it is a girl. As my friends who were sitting at the back in the bus kept on shouting back at me, I focused my sight on every other girl in expectation that the next one will turn out to be Kasim. Then she jumped in the bus, following a wait of 10 minutes. I slid my bag to make space for her. When she was just about to slide in, she shouted, Utsav. I looked outside and there he was honking his bike. It was split seconds when she wasn't by my side but beside him. Surprisingly, my friends, the real ones, not the ones borrowed from her, were mum on this whole event. I stood up. They were all looking at me. I announced, "What goes?" With that I returned to what my place was. At the back with those guys. After having a whirlwind trip of the girl world, I returned to my own self. What I realized the problem with me and Kasim was before meeting her, my life was about I. After meeting her, it was she. After she left, it was I. Again, it was never about us. That's why we never made it. I realized when a guy likes a girl, they don't remain friends. Nothing between them is like friends. Thus, when somebody else comes along, their so-called friendship has to end. The saddest part is you don't realize it before that somebody else comes along. I am wrong. The saddest part isn't that. The saddest part is when the girl tries to pretend everything is normal. It was one of those days. I was studying in the library after school, because that's what I used to do. And now returned back to doing that again. Suddenly she walked in. I knew she wasn't there to study, so she definitely came to see me. I tried to pretend I hadn't noticed her and restricted my gaze to my book only. Then a paper slid into my restricted area. Do you wish to go shopping with me now? Why don't you go with Utsav? I tried to skip that question. Why can't you go? Why can't you go with him? Because I don't want to show him my crazy shopping avatar. Why can't you take Priya? If you want an accomplice for a bar, who can stop you from overdrinking? You aren't going to take another drunkard. You take someone who is sober. Me and Priya together in flat 50% off sale. It will be like two drunkards in an open bar. Single quote. Okay. I wrote as of now I hadn't learned how to say no to her. Next, we knew we were at Forum Mall where flat 50% sales were going on. The girls' section, not surprisingly at all, was full. Even full is an understatement. It was jam-packed. Girls were leaving with lot of bags. Girls were fighting over grabbing the exact size. Girls were buying the stuff they didn't even need. Few men here and there. Most of them were employees arranging the stuff. A few people were passing time like me by surfing through the shirts. Finally I spotted a guy moving towards the billing counter. Clearly he was obsessed with socks as he carried 2 packs, a pack of 3 with which 1 pack of 3 was free. After a little more browsing, I returned back and waited for Kasim. She came running to me with 2 pairs of jeans. Can you believe it? She shook the jeans at my face. What? I asked. These are just for 150 rupees. But these are damn big. They will never fit you, I warned. I will put on some weight. Seeing her conviction, I didn't argue any further. Hey, want to catch a movie? Why the hell did I ask that? It was just that it had been so long we'd been anywhere together and I was just longing for being with her. It just came out. My desperation was evident from the number of justs I used in my thoughts. Okay, cool, she said. After a few minutes, she got a call from Utsav inviting her to the very same movie. All I had by my side was a sorry. Next day she came to meet me, wearing those jeans. Exactly fulfilling my expectation. They looked huge. I told you so. She twisted her lips. I will make 'em look hot. I will eat and eat. Then they will fit and I will look super hot. You won't. I paused before completing my, you won't look hot if you gain that much weight to make it fit right. What? Never mind. I smiled. It was one of those days when she noticed Utsav's arrival had created a rift between us. Then she tried extracting time and being with me without mentioning Utsav. Just one usual day at school, I was in my class when she bumped at the door. Upon spotting a faculty, she ushered, I want Akash. Everyone was mum. I mean Mrs. Bakshi is calling him for the Cultural Society meeting, she corrected herself. Our maths faculty Sinhaji indicated me to go. Then he looked at Kasim and smirked. I think you wanted him. The whole class burst into laughter. Kasim gave her elongated lips smile, which she does when she is embarrassed. Then we went to see that movie, but I knew I was the second person with whom she watched it. That was probably the last interaction of that kind we had. Otherwise it was limited to accidental bumping during classes, when some of the common friends invited us both. It was mostly awkward. Gradually we lost on topics to be discussed. Earlier we used to talk on anything and everything. Now most of the things seemed out of context. A few seemed way too personal. Later on, we struck to the usual, hey, how you doing? Single quote. So many times I felt like running to her and telling her not to go with that guy. He doesn't look at you the way I do. He doesn't know that you don't have any favorite color as you love all of them. You bite your nails when you are nervous. He doesn't know you are the rarest of the rare owners of a radio. You love wearing heels. He finds you hot in them. Still he doesn't know you. Twist your ankle every now and then. Thus, standing by you means one should be immediately able to hold you. He doesn't know you switch off the lights to light up candles. You hate it when someone gives you a rose. It doesn't make you feel special. Orchid does. What you want to become in life changes with the recent movie you have watched. Your eyes flicker whenever you have something sour. He doesn't tell the waiter, "No capsicum," as you are allergic to it. He doesn't know you are prone to losing things. He doesn't hold himself behind for a moment after you go away to check if you have left something or not. But I do, Casa. He doesn't know it all. He doesn't know how to love you. He doesn't know you. I do. However, I never told her these things. I suppressed every little thought of that kind which ever came into my mind. I didn't know why expressing my feelings was hard. Suppressing my feelings was harder. I stayed irritated most of the time, trying to focus on every other thing. I was afraid that one day I would be pushing my thoughts so hard that I would forget the difference between what I wanted and what I had tricked my mind. Chapter 12. Let's meet up for lunch. How did I end up being so authoritative? I, Captain. She faked a military accent though the scorn was evident in her voice. Even a prince never behaves like one, when with a princess. I mean, I am free if you are free, I corrected myself. That's better, though I am a little busy. She paused. All quiet. My heart sank. Who cares? I don't have a session today. Some pending documentation. I am good to go. She ate a few words but definitely conveyed the message. She hung up. I smiled, still holding the receiver. Suddenly it came to me, in the past few days whenever I smiled for real. Not the monotonous smile with which I nod to everyone in the morning. Nor the diplomatic one reserved for a social gathering. Definitely excluding the plastic smile plastered on my face when a toothless old hag criticizes my work when they themselves have gone so rigid during the span of their career that they forgot the meaning of innovation. To complete the list, not even the cheesy smile I put on to pick up girls. Normal people keep the receiver down. When the call ends, Ved's voice echoed in my thoughts. I involuntarily placed the receiver down. I looked at Ved with a flat face. What are you looking at? We have a meeting at Jenkins, Ved prompted me. Oh, shit. Those were my words. Ved shrugged his shoulders and raised his eyebrows along with it. I got up hurriedly, buttoned up my coat, checked my keys, hung my bag and marched ahead with long, firm steps. You are forgetting your laptop. Ved blocked my way. I hugged him enthusiastically. He was surprised. You'll be great. I know, I have trained you well. I patted on his shoulder. Hard. By the time Ved realized what I meant, I had raced past behind him though I heard a few screeches bearing my name. Isn't it true that you make best friends when you are not trying to find one? The gift you will cherish for life is never what you had asked for. Someone whom you pass across several times is the last piece which completes your jigsaw puzzle. Hasn't it happened before that you get up in the morning still feeling sleepy? When you get up on your feet, you feel dizzy. Take a bath thinking that this will be it. You rush to work with the same headache. On the way you pick up an aspirin. Start on with your work. Just then a colleague enters with 2 cups of coffee and then you know this is it. My favorite thing which happens to me all the time. Flat, humdrum, routine, monotonous are the only words which you can relate your life with. You think your partner is the problem. Quitting your job is an option. Then, out of nowhere, you spot a brochure of some hotel in Thailand. Everything gets sorted out and you know it is just about a break, a holiday, and everything else is great as they are. You will start loving them back once again. How many times has it happened to you that you find something when you are not looking for it? Even better, when you don't know what it is you want until and unless it is in front of your eyes. There she was standing in front of me, standing tall in the crowd with her head held high, sending a message. She was strong, confident, and didn't need anyone. She didn't need love, she wanted love. It was still sunny. She placed her hand over her forehead to obstruct sun rays, so that she could search for me. That feeling again made me smile for real. White made her look even brighter. As she looked for me, her long loops dangled across her slender neck. I could hear the sound of her bangles. When she gazed into my eyes with deep interest, her pupils dilated and her lips stretched into a smile, and then I knew why it never worked out with anyone else. As others had better things to do on a glaring Wednesday afternoon, it wasn't our luck that we landed up on a bench on Marine Drive. There was a bunch of envelopes in her hand. I raised my eyebrows. Oh, these are letters. In a way they are. They are tokens of unrestricted love. Her smile made me look stupid. These are the documentation I was talking about, she added. She hanged her bag at the edge while she explained to me. I thought I will read them in the bus, she continued. I can be of some help if you will care to begin from the beginning, I interrupted. In Priors, we carry on different activities to help out people. This is one of the ways. People write to us and then we reply them back. The recent topic was something you did a long time back that changed your relationship with someone. Okay, that's complicated. No, it isn't. She crossed her leg, pointing towards me. She kept the letters in the center. People still write letters. Why doesn't one switch to email? It will be speedy and less cumbersome. Emails can never replace letters for me. It's not about the words. Letters are a reflection of the person who writes it. The kind of paper used, handwriting, scent, color of the ink tells you a lot about the person. If not that, then about the immediate mental condition of the person when the letter was written. It's amazing how you get to know all that from a single letter, I beamed. Yes, it helps us to reply to them in an efficient manner. I gave her an appreciative nod. They are a mixture of several emotions. I feel overwhelmed that they are ready to make me a bearer of their deep hidden secrets. Not only her words, even her expression and eyes were indicative of how proud as well as connected she felt. You get these many letters every month. I felt exhausted just by looking at those. She shook her index finger in a no. Every week. Her voice made it more clear. It was unbelievable, but so were many other things about her. One busy road, huddled lovers, children and babies, and the sunlight reflected by the mirrors of her dupatta. That's it. I am here and there is no other place I want to be. Within the embrace of pure love in the form of these letters, with a girl who laughs in unison with me, who speeds up or lowers down her pace to match mine. We were in a crowd, yet we were alone as she spoke only to me, focusing all of her undivided attention on me. So it began. This letter is a beauty. In this one, a father confesses how much he regrets saying something to his child which he never intended to, though once said, "It can't be taken back." I was captured by the conviction in her voice as she continued. He told his 5-year-old son who wanted to play with him as he returned from work that, one day his child would wish he died while fighting for life in intensive care. He will be burdened by his sick father, that's why he can refuse to play with him now. That was a really stupid thing to say. Really, maybe not. He was a little drunk, felt pressurized by the obligations of the family, work, and those words came out in agitation. It can happen to anyone, but everyone won't rethink over it and stay conscious. She was right, and I was blessed to be with her at that moment to listen to her. This one is sort of funny. One girl pinned holes in her boyfriend's condoms so as to get pregnant. She handed me the letter. It began, "Dear Angel of Love." I glanced at Kasim and uttered, "Angel of Love, you still remember?" She looked moved. Few initial lines described what Kasim had already told, so I switched to the latter part. It read, "I was 23 at that time, young, naive, immature and insecure. We had been living in for a year and a half. I had this feeling he won't marry me. He mattered to me the most. I knew getting pregnant will get him to marry our daughter. He loves me and our daughter. Still, I die every day under my own guilt. I think about telling him everything. Neither do I have the courage to break it out to him, nor I can live, watching him every day being a perfect husband. Maybe it wasn't what he wanted. I snatched his life and he accepted the life I carved for him. What if he finds out that our daughter was an armament to force him into a life which is a lie? I know he will never find out if I don't tell him. This makes it even more difficult. Although sharing it with someone gave me much relief, still I would look forward to a way out if possible with your response. With love, S." Such a dilemma. I placed myself in her place and wasn't able to make out anything. I looked up at Kasim. "Akash, every mistake is not meant to be amended. Every secret is not meant to be disclosed. What they have now is much larger than what she did 4 years back. It may or may not have turned this way, but as it has, she needs to live with it. Otherwise, her own guilt will distance them apart. Moreover, she can make up on the guilt part by being a wife anyone, including her husband, would die for. A wife her husband will be honored to have." She was brilliant. I watched her in amazement as she fluttered through other letters. She picked one. My phone buzzed. I took it out. It was Veed. "Hey, shoot," I spoke. Veed went on about for some time. "Buddy, do me proud." I hung up. I reached out my hand to take the letter. She seemed irritated and placed the letter back. I shrugged my shoulder. "It's nothing. It is about a guy who, after breaking up with his girlfriend, dated her worst enemy, although the breakup was on mutual consent. He told all her secrets to his current girlfriend, including some of their intimate moments. Those secrets were later posted over the internet by someone anonymous." My phone rang again. Kasim's face turned exasperated. I switched it off. Her cheerful expression returned. "This one's my favorite." Kasim handed me a beautiful pink-colored envelope. "Dear Angel of Love, this is something which happened a long time ago. I don't want any response or a solution. I just want you to share this with others so that they don't lose someone they love over a ridiculous reason. My brother and I, we never had an ideal sibling relationship from our early childhood. He was a notorious fellow back then, and mostly I was his victim, be it pulling my hair or reading my diary in front of everyone. He seldom missed out on any single opportunity to embarrass me. When I was in 8th grade, my father gifted me a rose plant. I got very attached to it. Before going to school, I used to water it. After coming back, I used to rush back to my room to check out on it. I was waiting for the day it would blossom. A few days later, it did. It was one of the most beautiful things I ever saw. It was the happiest day of my life. I went to school, told all my friends about it. It was really hard for me to wait until I saw that rose again. After returning back, I rushed to my room. My eyes welled on seeing that the rose had been plucked. I rushed to the kitchen. My mum told me that she saw my brother with a rose. I raced to his room. For the first time I confronted him, told him that he no longer existed for me and I would never talk to him again. So, I never did. He complained to Papa but I didn't budge. Time passed. He went out to study and then joined army. By the time we got so accustomed to being oblivious to each other's existence that we were never comfortable with each other. We seldom talked. Having a conversation felt unnatural. I got married a year back and moved to the US with my husband. My brother is married with 2 kids. Now we are so busy in our own lives that we never get a chance to catch up. When I think about it, thanks for your time. With love, Rashi. I was overwhelmed. I learned so many lessons today without even committing those mistakes. It was all because of Kasim. Today she connected me with so many people, so many stories and so many emotions. I was honored to be a part of their life. I was glad I was a part of Kasim's life. Click. Kasim clicked a picture of the sun that was now setting. Click. I clicked a picture of her. Why? She questioned me. To remember this beautiful day I had with you. Click. Kasim clicked my picture. I too have a right to cherish this day, Kasim chuckled. Allow me to take a picture of you both, a man in his early 70s offered. We looked up in astonishment. Ah, sorry. Kasim looked at him and then at me. Ah, we are not together, I explained. Is it? The man smiled at me. No, we are not a couple, Kasim reconfirmed. Sorry, normally I am not wrong. Sorry once again. The man walked away, with the same pleasant smile with which he came. Our smiles were gone as he left us with a question. People perceived us as a couple. I looked at Kasim. She turned a bit uncomfortable as she started playing with her dupatta and jewelry. She is nice, imaginative, funny, not sad at all times but not too optimistic as it is unrealistic to be. She is smart enough to talk about complicated issues. She has dreams and hopes, even the unrealistic ones. How can anyone not fall in love with her? How can someone be this cruel to her? As she unfolds before me, she turns more complicated, yet she remains as simple. Mad or fall in love with her. Chapter 13. I didn't have any idea where my bookshelf ended and my bed started. Most of the time I had been sleeping on top of my books. Again, I didn't have any idea when I was sleeping and when I was awake. Most of the time when Dad was getting up, I was going to sleep. Sometimes I felt that studying at night wasn't a requirement but more of an attempt to avoid those moments when before going to sleep, your mind is completely empty. Then you begin thinking about things. So I started keeping awake and studying till I fell asleep. Every day by pushing the books to one side of the bed I slept on the empty half. I was making a lot of progress. A few days I managed without thinking about her at all. Soon enough I managed conversation with my friends without mentioning her. Boards got over. After that it got terrible. I was planning to go to Mumbai for my further studies. Most of the time I was hanging around with friends along with my newfound habit of smoking or had lots of free time at home to think about her. I fought those thoughts, those feelings. I started staying irritated most of the time. I used to have more mood swings than my elder sister. Lately I had been a lot more quiet. Spoke only when asked. Gave roundabout answers to anything. I thought I was moving on, but as time passed, clouds of latent anger surrounded me. I stayed frustrated without any reason. I wanted to be left alone. I sneaked into the alley during the nights to have a puff. I just wandered with my friends, without paying attention to what they were talking about. However hard I tried not to accept, but I was wretched. It was just 3 days before I left for Mumbai. I wasn't able to stay still at all. Sometimes I went and chatted with Mum in the kitchen, sat at Dad's table, annoyed my sisters, tried packing. Finally, I did what I wanted to. Picked the receiver up and dialed her number. I gave 3 missed calls and then called again, hoping she still remembered our code. Thankfully she picked the call up. "Hey, long time," she said. "Yeah, actually I was busy with my plans to go for further studies." "Oh, cool. Yeah, I am leaving day after tomorrow." There was silence for a few seconds. "Do you wanna meet?" she asked. "Yes, if you are free." "Okay, let's meet tomorrow. 4 o'clock sounds good." "Yup, it definitely does." Next day 4 o'clock. "Hey. Hi. So, what are you going to study?" "I am doing a course in company secretaryship. It's a 4-year thing." "That sounds good. What's your plan?" "I got into will be doing journalism." As we talked about all that crap, it started getting a little hazy. I don't know what got into me. I was feeling anxious as this was going to end us being here together. I felt an urge to smoke, but I suppressed it. Being there with her after so long brought back all the feelings I had pushed away all this time, that very same adrenaline rush. Sometimes I felt like holding her close to me and telling her how I felt. At others, I felt like holding myself back in and running away from that moment, running away from her. The result of my mixed feeling came out like this: "I love you," blank and abrupt. "What?" she asked in a normal expression. "Yeah, I have always been in love with you, never stopped loving you. Altogether. Ever?" She gave a confused smile. "Like what? You are behaving as if you had no clue." Now I knew where that subdued anger went. It was just around the corner, a little deep beneath, and which was oozing out now. "You are blaming me of using you," she squealed. "I mean, look at me. I started walking the way you like. Hands in pocket. Head hanging. I brushed my hair the way you preferred. Hair falling onto my face. I dressed as you liked. All those cool double shirt things. I even started humming the songs you hummed. I lost touch with my friends, hung around with yours. My lips never knew the word no, if it was for you. I lost my existence. I started thinking like you. I started liking those things which you liked. Listening to you all day long without keeping a track on my watch. Did it ever occur to you that this guy might have something of his own to do? I passed my days doing what you liked. I lost myself in you. I didn't ask you to do any of those," she replied back. I probed into her eyes. "Can you look straight into my eyes and tell me that you had absolutely no idea at all about my feelings for you?" She looked in my eyes, her lips parted. I breathed out, but she didn't speak. I got my answer. I stepped back, then turned my back to her and started walking. Swiftly my legs stretched a little longer with every step I took. I walked on, never to look back. I walked alone. I walked away from the girl I last loved. The girl I last loved. T was one of my better, bloomy days, when I met her in a gloomy place. That's fine, I thought, in any case, no place ever could match her grace. For her deep eyes, imagine a few Niles, below the Nile, and who made those smiles? The gods didn't know, stalled my office files, and I stalked her for days. For miles. One day I can never forget, she was happy and looked so nice. For the first time, she looked up at me with a smiling face. I went to her and we talked. She was so kind while we walked. We spoke often, and when we did, none of us knew how time passed. We became good friends, but this something inside me I could think about was how to tell her the things I felt. I'd close my eyes and see this someone I adore, she. A beautiful person, whole and soul, a pretty heart, a prettier soul. Her kind and gentle temperament, her sweet angelic smiles, her softly spoken sentiments that reach across the miles. Her smile and laugh that sparkled with the softness of her sighs. The way her face lit up a room, those twinkle in her eyes. My soul search was done and over, and now she must simply know just how I feel about her, for with words I cannot show. So I search the card displays, to find something that says just what was on my mind. I prayed, please God, be kind. That day, I jerked off the cover, I told her how much I loved her. She stood there silently and thought. That day whirlwinds blew, cyclones raged, no birds flew, they all were caged. Into dark blank nothingness, I gazed. In a matter of moments, I aged. Really, all of this really happened? No, it didn't. But did it matter what really happened? No, it didn't. Love was all that mattered. Yes, I was sad and shattered. But in her, my love found its voice, so no blames, she made her choice. My love for her I'll take to my grave, and no, I'm not trying to be brave. Did I mention ever, when you think back, that I'll love her only if she loves me back? It's been 9 soft years since that love light upon me was cast. She was, will remain, and she is my first love, and my last. Prakash Kumar. I never started out to be a poet. I don't know if anyone really does start out to be anything, but I now find myself one. I guess it is largely due to my habit of penning down my inspirations, and I do seem to be getting a lot of them. Winner. Chapter 14. When you knowingly or unknowingly break somebody's heart, you don't even think for a single moment. When you are doing something wrong, why doesn't your heart stop you? But when you go to mend the very same heart that you broke, you lack ample of courage. Your heart will beat faster. Your tongue will be all sloppy and words won't come out. How amazing is it that several miles seem easier to traverse but few steps look difficult? Why doing something wrong is always easy? Why making it right so tough? Here I am standing at her doorstep, all impatient and still unable to bang on the door. On my way, I kept on thinking what I would tell her. Though now again I am feeling unprepared. For the past 15 minutes I am standing here, trying to be able to confront her. I guess I will never be ready. I got close to pressing the bell several times and every time withdrew my hand. It's now or never, as there is no other time. I recollected myself and stretched my hand to knock on her door. Akash. She banged the door open before I knocked. Hi Divya, I said as our eyes met. We stood there like lifeless unmoving stones. You were going somewhere? I asked. Yeah, but that can wait. Come on in, Divya said with a little awkwardness in her voice and eyes. There are 2 types of strangers. First, where you know nothing about each other. Second, where you know everything about each other, but whatever you went through made you strangers. Clearly we were in the second category. It felt really awkward to behave like strangers, going through all those formalities, when you have spent enough days together to appear for a CAT exam based on the other person. It felt awkward to remain silent when you had so many things to discuss. I will get a cup of coffee for you, Divya said. Wait, I will make for us both. I went to the kitchen and returned with 2 coffee mugs. Divya reached out to take one. Oh no, that's for me. This one's for you, strong with extra sugar just the way you like it. I forwarded the other one to her. She gave me a surprised look. So, how's work? I mumbled. It's great, how's yours? It's great. Again there was a lull. Hey, I almost forgot I gave her a long-stemmed red rose. Akash, I can't, Divya spoke with broken words. Oh, it is for last Valentine's Day when I forgot to bring one for you. Last week I was in Dubai for a meet, so I got this chandelier. It may go with your yellow mirrored collection. I jumped to fix that. Akash, you don't really need to do it. I stopped for a moment but then went ahead to fix it. The other day I was wandering in the mall with some associates and my eyes fell over this perfume. I had some faint memories of you using this one, so I bought it. Check if it is the same. Yeah, it is. For once she seemed excited though it lasted a split second. You were counting on buying this Chopard Secret limited edition watch and I knew you will forget, so I ordered one. Stop it. Akash, don't come back, you can't just come back like this. She hid her face and I heard her suppressed sobs. I knelt down on the ground in front of her, moved a lock of hair from her face, and tucked them behind her ears. Divya, I am not trying to make it difficult. I am doing all these to let you know I was there. I listened to you, I cared for you, I knew you. I wasn't able to show all that, but I was almost that much into you as you were into me. I want you to know that the 2 years you spent with me and the immense love you gave me wasn't a waste. She rubbed her face with her palms. I pushed away her fingers from her face and looked directly into her eyes. I knew you loved me and I appreciate it. Divya, I really tried hard to feel the same way as you, but for some reason I wasn't able to, yet you have touched me and made my life beautiful in every possible manner. I will remember you throughout my life. I took her hand in mine. And I want you to remember me. Remember all those beautiful moments. Little fights, all of them, because they are an integral part of our lives. They play a role in making us what we are. More importantly, I don't want you to spend the rest of your life struggling to fight back memories of me, trying to forget, pushing back my thoughts. What's the need to forget them? Why can't we just live with them? We are not together now, but that doesn't make "we were together" a lie. So why try changing it? I gripped her hand firmly. I won't ask you to be friends, as I know how much it hurts when the person you love asks you to be friends. But I don't want to be the reason for you to not fall in love again. A tear trickled down her cheek and fell on my palm. I wiped her cheek and took her face in both my hands. Someone once told me, getting married, having kids, watching them grow, sharing those memories with your partner is much larger than someone you loved and weren't able to make them yours. I want you to realize it and live your life, because it is greater than me or you. She gave me a slow, confused nod. This is a picture of us from our first date. Remember me, remember us as we were. Those are your own memories, but don't let them come between making fresh new memories. I got up and sat adjacent to her. Rest of the afternoon we flunked our commitments, laughed over some memories, cried over some. That all happened because of someone. That someone was Kasim. Yeah, I guess I should leave, I told Divya. You guess or you know. We both laughed. As she was shutting the door behind me, she called out for me. Akash, yeah. I turned back. Whoever she is the one. I smiled and nodded at her. For a slight moment you enjoy a position to be superior to the female league. And then again, she surprises you with her emotional intuition. Hey Kasim, I spoke as I picked her call. Hey, what's up, Mr. Akash Kashyap? Mr. Akash Kashyap. That's odd. What is Ms. Kasim up to? Oh, she is about to ask Mr. Akash if he would like to accompany me to a local train ride. What time? Wow, that was easy. I thought getting the ones who travel by Audi to travel by train would offer me some hassles. So, be at Mumbai Central by 3:30. I puffed 2 sticks at a time, because I wouldn't be able to, for a long time. Now, 3:30 p.m. Mumbai Central. Hey, so, who is this utterly handsome guy with you? Kasim nudged me. Let me have this honor myself. Hi, I'm Veed. Hi, Veed. Kasim extended her hand. I felt that was unnecessary. She was wearing a pink formal shirt with dark gray trousers, complemented with small diamond earrings. Hey, so where were you headed? I inquired. Oh, had a meeting with the sponsors for opening an extension of Priors on Mira Road. Great. So how did it go? Veed interrupted. I gave him a look. It was good, Kasim responded. Let us know if we can be of any help. Veed spoke again and this was it. Veed, don't you need some coffee? No. So Kasim, what was I saying? Veed, you needed some coffee. You had a headache this time. I said it very slowly and clearly with my hands pressed over his shoulder. Yeah, I do need some coffee, he said with a slight irritation in his voice. So it went back to normal, just me and Kasim. If you need any help at all, do let me know. Mr. Akash Kashyap, I am doing well and I am satisfied with my progress. Whenever I will need your help, I will let you know. As of now I'm just tired of all these meetings and formalities, so I decided to come here. Just then the train arrived. We got into the compartment. Then we were reminded of Veed. I looked around for him. He gave me a thumbs up from the adjacent compartment. Then I turned back to look at Kasim. It was very crowded, but I caught a glimpse of her at the other end. There were almost 6 people between us. I asked the man standing just beside me, "Hey, I need to go that side." So, he replied rudely, "Don't misbehave." Even I know. Before I completed my sentence, I heard Kasim's voice. "Excuse me, I am with him." Her words brought a smile onto my face. People slowly made way for her. How things change when a beauty enters the scene. Soon she was standing by my side. In literal dumbly I was displaying a static smile. Kasim ducked to avoid other bastards crashing into her. I surrounded her with one arm. We had never been this close. Nobody except us noticed it, that's why it was even more of an awkward closeness. Kasim's uneasiness made me even more uncomfortable. For making us at ease, I looked around to strike some topic. Without even thinking, I uttered, "That little boy, He looks kinda weird. Kasim gave a very disappointed sigh and shook her head. Even I felt stupid for bitching about a little kid. You know, Akash, people get on to make fun. If only they had given some time, they might have been able to look beyond. I am sorry, I acted confused as I was. It's fine, because you don't know. Last month a few kids were making fun of him. I ignored. She looked at him with affectionate eyes. Some other day, again few kids teased him. Then I went to his mother and asked her whether because of some tragedy they had tonsured his head. Then she told me he was going through chemotherapy. Then I noticed it is not just his hair, he doesn't even have eyebrows. His mother went ahead to describe their financial problems while my eyes remained stuck at that poor boy. He silently listens to all those taunts and teasing. Kasim's response left my lips sealed and mind shocked. We both kept on looking at that boy till he and his mother got down. I ruined your mood, Kasim said. I am already ashamed. I hung my head. That's just a part of life. Cubby cushy cubby gum, she chuckled. We stood in silence for some time, but since it was Kasim, how could silence stand with regard to her? Look at that guy, the one in double shirt and tattered jeans. He always hums while listening to his iPod. Most of the time that humming is loud enough to be heard by several others. I choked by laughing out all of a sudden. She thumped my back. And that girl, every day she opens a novel and then looks outside the window. Maybe she has a lot on her mind than to read. I concentrate, sinking with that obnoxious feeling of losing myself in her. I wanted to pull back, keep the strings attached, but losing was much more tempting. And that couple, most of the time they argue with loud voices. It's really funny when they act all romantic. Just then a man tried to bump into Kasim and I pushed him hard with my fist. Kasim acted oblivious, but her smile wasn't. And that auntie, it is not a local train for her. Rather, her living room. She cuts vegetable, knits sweaters, yeah. She looks like those women who can't get household chores off her mind. Just like my mother. Unlike mine, her comment just followed mine. It brought back all those memories. I felt real sorry for her. She still wasn't able to let it all go. To change the topic again, I tried to find something sensible and I found it. You met Veed, right? Yes. So, what do you think about him? Of course. He is your friend, so floating money tags along, though he seems like a fun, frolic, flirt kind of a guy. You want to listen to his story? His story? She questioned. Yeah, he had a girlfriend in college. He loved her more than anything. While they were in their final year of graduation, the girl's parents fixed her marriage. He went to them asking for her hand, but they refused owing to his financial status and also because he was raised by a servant as his parents had died in a car accident. His girlfriend got married and he went for higher studies. Since then he has never dated. He still has his girlfriend's photograph as his desktop wallpaper. Every year he goes to her house on the day he proposed to her just to look at her from a distance. And he lives for that single day. We both remained engrossed in imagining what that kind of love it could be. I wish someone would have loved me like that. So, where were you this whole day? You weren't picking up your cell. I was with D, thumped by Veed on my foot. I wasn't able to complete my sentence. I was at work, I corrected myself. Since when did you start working? Kasim smirked. Yeah, Now Priors should give salary to him, Veed added. Shut up. Even now I work more than you, I attacked. Oh, you think so? He defended. You fight like kids, Kasim made faces. Takar wahin hoti hi jahan pyaho, Veed got on with his dialoguebazi. That's not true, he never fights with me. That's a different case, Veed said out of flow. Why what? Kasim struck it outright. I tapped on Ved's back. I will look for a cab. Veed dodged the question. She turned towards me. You want to have an ice cream? I raced away. Chocolate. I heard her scream from behind. I turned. She stood there smiling. We got out of the station, licking our respective ice creams. It has been so many days since I had ice cream, Kasim smiled. Dieting. Veed teased her. I understood why people say three make a crowd. Nah, it is just that when you are adult, you forget what you like, Kasim looked at me. There was something at that moment. Was it a question? Kasim's smile was deceiving. Na main kuch batata hun, na wo kuch keti hi fir bhi kuch kena sana. Baki nahi Rita. You know Veed, when I was in school I used to imagine about the days when I would be living alone, independent, earning. I was totally determined that the day I would get my salary, I'd go for shopping and buy a carton of ice cream, bunch of chocolates, couple of dresses and lots of bracelets. How life was amazingly limited. When you grow up, these things occupy the least of your thoughts. I knew Veed wasn't the recipient of this talk. Then the big things come into the picture, like competition, money, assets. She continued with slight disgust. 15 was the best age. Life was simple. You could have been anything you wanted. No decisions were made. Contrarily, we were not happy then, huh? We wanted to grow up. She was cheerful again. Yeah, and you had no limits on your wild imagination for your career. As far I remember, you wanted to be a radio jockey, a chef, a salsa dancer, doctor, writer and a few other things. Shut up. I was a kid back then. Who asked you to grow up? I smiled. Yeah, she said with a little overwhelmed tone. Come on, let's get going. Where? To live the life you wanted to 10 years back. She raised her eyebrows. It'll be fun. What about me? Veed spoke up. I almost forget. See you at work tomorrow. I winked at him. First we bought a carton of ice cream and attacked it like 5-year-olds. Then we filled our pockets with overflowing candies and chocolates. Without even reading their names we picked up anything which looked nice. Then Kasim went on picking all the clothes she liked. We swooned through bracelets and picked them for weird reasons. Kept on running as we were robbing the store. At least, people gave us such looks. Kasim, I will pay. Dear, my imagination was about spending my salary. This will be the best money I will ever spend. A smile on her face said it all. I rushed to take refuge in the already crowded exterior of Bajrangi bookstore. Fresh beads of rain droplets fell on the ground and got lost. I checked my bag to see if my books were fine. They were. It rained temperately. Just then I saw a girl in my school's uniform walking casually, enjoying the almost empty road, probably humming something wet from head to toe. People called out to her, "Come inside the shed. You will catch a cold." She shook her head in a no, and kept on walking. Someone shouted, "You are crazy," she shouted back. "No you are." At that moment I lost my heart and probably never got it back. Today that girl knows my name, stays with me. But even today she is that far. She doesn't know I am watching her from a distance, losing my heart all over again. I stared at Kasim, musing from almost half a meter distance as I played with sand and she danced in the waves. In between, she continuously kept on calling me. I kept on shaking my hand in a no. Had a hell of a day today. Going to Devia, getting a glimpse of life, living like a kid, and the sole reason behind all these was playing with the waves, unaware of the impact she had on someone's life. Am I again vesting Kasim with the power to change my life? Am I again risking something? Is again my life, whatever I do, all about her? She came to me, pulled me by my hand and took me with her. I didn't want to get wet, but I wanted to be with her. Then, why am I doing the things I don't want? Am I again losing it? Will I get lost? Kasim smiled at me and held my hand and started walking with me. I will definitely get lost. How the impression of our feet gets swiped away by the waves. Why isn't life like that? Why doesn't everything get erased? Whatever mistakes we made, whatever good we did. Why our today can't be independent of our yesterday and our tomorrow? There was an emotional anguish in her voice. I turned her, facing me, and slid my hand in my pocket and took out a chained locket before placing it around her neck. There are 3 keys in this pendant. Lock your past. You can't change anything about it. You are allowed to use just the present key. Live for the moment, I told her. What about the future key? Kasim asked in an overwhelmed tone. It's for emergency purpose. Avoid it as usage as the very next day you can. Unlock it with your present key. This is the most special gift someone got for me. You are the most special person in my life. Why can't I just say it? Why am I, dear Romeo? Today he stated that love is useless if it goes unnoticed. I wanted to tell him love never goes unnoticed. Why didn't I tell him? What was I scared of finding? Maybe that he doesn't feel the same way about me now. With love, Juliet. Chapter 15. As she was lying there dead asleep, the screeching sound of the heavy gate opening fell over her ears. Slumber let loose its embrace and only her eyes flashed in the darkness. As the cold winds swayed them, the trees whispered at her window. Faint yet consistent steps tapped on the grass. She flinched inside her bed, squeezed her eyes in the hope that it is just a bad dream. She heard a knock on her door. She pressed her ears to ignore it. Next she heard some indistinguishable voices from the back of her window. Her heart skipped a few beats. She slowly removed her covers and looked around. Faint glow coming from the mobile screen was the only source of light. Chill ran through her spine as her numb feet came in contact with the cold ground. She slowly grabbed her mobile to guide her through the way. She kept on turning back, unaware of the unseen. Gradually the noises died as she approached the door. As she placed her fingers on the knob, she flinched. The knocking grew louder and louder. Something got into her and she couldn't resist but burst the door open. To her surprise, the night was still dark and lonely. She looked around as she stepped out, but there was nobody to find. She kept on looking, though in the wrong direction. The dark figure approached her from behind. Submerged in her subconscious, she didn't feel his presence until he grabbed her mouth and tied both her hands with his other hand. Sweat trickled down her entire body in spite of the icy surrounding. Her heartbeats quadrupled. The mobile slipped from her hand and split in two. She felt blood rush through her veins. He held her body close to his, brought his lips adjacent to her shoulders and then whispered happy birthday. Her body relaxed. She let out her breath as I released my grip on her. She turned slowly and punched me in the stomach. I felt weak in my knees. Make a wish today that you lose some weight this year, I bolted out of pain. Are you mad or what? You know how scared I got. She grabbed my shirt with both her hands, stomped off, and I heard the door banging. I just wanted to surprise you. There are two types of surprises, she said in a voice bearing annoyance. She sat there assembling her mobile. I stood in silence. It isn't working, she gushed out. She spotted me with my iPad. What are you up to now? Nothing. I am just ordering a new cell phone for you. Her anger was gone in a split second, her face flushed and lips parted. You are welcome, I said. Ha, I know you well to tell when you are faking anger, so if a smile is lingering somewhere, bring it on. She smiled finally. As now we are at peace, can I get a coffee? It was freezing out there. Only on one condition. What? Tell me. What was the sound coming from my bedroom window? I just played a recording over there. May I know how was that at all useful? You will never forget this birthday. I came up with something though. What made it worthwhile? The look on her face. The peace which dawned upon her on seeing me was priceless. I went to her room and started packing her stuff. What are you doing, Akash? I don't like anyone touching my stuff. I looked around. Nothing was at its place. What need to be placed at study table was placed half across her double bed and half of it left for her to sleep. Accessories and bangles scattered all over the place. Believe me, Kasim, I will do a better job if it is about arranging. Will you at least tell me why we are packing up? Because the next one day you are spending with me. What makes you think I have nothing better to do on my birthday? Because the best time any of us ever spent was together. Maybe it was one of the first times I was able to accept what Kasim and I shared, in front of her. A smile on her face reflected acceptance from her side. As she stayed at the outskirts, it was a 2-hour. Kasim hopped on the front seat as I took the driver's seat. She kept on tilting, half asleep. I jerked off with the brakes. She immediately got back to her senses. What? She was concerned. What? I replied. Something is wrong with the car. No, something is wrong with you. She gave a confused look. Kasim, I think you should go to sleep. I placed a cushion in the back seat. She slid in. After placing a blanket over her, I returned back to driving. I drove to our destination without any tiredness in my body and eyes devoid of sleep. Kasim, let's go. I gently woke her up. Where are we? You will know soon. We hopped in the lift. Hey, this looks like some corporate building. It will look like, because it is. So, on my birthday you are getting me a permanent job. Yay. The lift came to a halt at the 22nd floor. Whose office is this? Are we going to break in? She kept on throwing random questions till I took my card out and swiped us in. Oh my gosh. This is your office. She faked surprise. I swiped the card again and opened the conference hall. This doesn't seem exciting at all. Kasim mumbled in the background. It will be. Hand me the bag. In the next 5 minutes I clicked on the projector, sprayed 2 blankets over the long table and placed some cushions at the farther end. Care for some coffee? It is really nice in my office. Sure, make it strong. After handing her the coffee, I climbed on our newly created lounge area and covered half my body with a blanket. Hop in. I extended my hand to Cass. Conference table. Letters to Juliet screened on the projector. How did you know I wanted to watch this movie? I knew you won't let it go, so here is the answer. I read one of your stick notes over which it was written, have to watch Letters to Juliet again this weekend. She laid comfortably adjacent to me. Wow, it's nice, so big and engrossing, she exclaimed. Yeah, I always thought of doing it but never got a partner in crime. At few moments later our hands brushed against each other. At others, our legs collided. Sometimes she looked at me. Sometimes I looked at her. Sometimes we both looked at each other. You know, Akash, I love its ending the way he says, I am madly, deeply, truly, passionately in love with you. Then the way the girl asks, you are, with so much of hope in her voice and tears in her eyes. And after a moment of silence, the girl asks him, are you going to kiss me? And the guy is like, obviously, yes. It's beautiful, simple yet so beautiful. I nodded with a, yes. We watched them kiss afterwards. She said while cuddling up in the blanket, you know, Akash, I watch so many romantic movies. Each has the same sequence. They meet. There is some problem, they part away. You can always predict the next happening. Still, some scenes are enough to make you realize the beauty of love. And those moments definitely bring a smile on your lips, the smiles which stay with you. I immediately switched off the air conditioner. Perhaps a smile lingered for a short span across her lips. Kasim, we should get going, I told her. It's 3:30 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, that's why. There was conformity in my eyes. We were on a roll again with her sleeping at the back and me driving. 2 hours later, Kasim, I whispered softly. Finally she showed some recognition. Happy birthday, she smiled with her eyes still closed. Will you get up? No, she uttered in a honeyed, sleepy tone. Okay, I will be waiting. I heard her chuckle. She opened her eyes. It was still dark. Where are we? She asked, while rubbing her eyes. You will know. She stepped outside the car with bare feet and let out a sigh on touching the cold sand. Are we on a beach? She tried scanning the area. I shrugged my shoulders. She smiled at me and grabbed my hand for support. I lifted her by the waist and placed her over the bonnet and climbed adjacent to her. She was sitting with her legs folded, which she grabbed with both her hands. I was kneeling outwards with my legs hanging. She was a bit cold, so I offered her my coat. She refused. We sat there in silence. I offered my coat again, and this time she wore it. To the virtue of her height, my coat didn't at all look clumsy on her. She looked kinda cute. I checked my watch. It was almost 5:30. I inclined towards Kasim and whispered in her ears, look over there, I indicated with my finger. A streak of yellow line brightened the sky, followed by several streaks. Slowly, emerging from that side were rays of light, rays of hope, rays of life, slowly embracing the whole sky, leaving their impression on the dark night as well as on the waves, turned the whole sphere lustrous. Wow, Kasim exclaimed. I kept on looking at her beautiful face, which glowed with the sunrays. Her eyes turned light brown. Probably she looked her most beautiful at this time. Nothing artificial. Just pure Kasim in pure sunlight. Hey, have you seen anything this beautiful? Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I got confused on confronting that unexpected question. I will help you with that, Kasim replied. What? I asked. Come on. Saying this, she got down and stood in front of me. I closed my eyes. It was all dark. Now go deep in your mind. Flip through your memories and look for the most beautiful thing you ever saw. I followed her instructions and concentrated. Was it the rains? Was it the roses? Was it the water gushing out of Niagara Falls, the carvings I saw in Konark Temple, or the Maha-Arati in Varanasi, or was it the street lights in Kyoto? These snaps flashed before my eyes and faded away. There was a sudden outburst of lightning at the back of my eyes. Probably, Kasim moved from my front. When my eyes got adjusted to the brightness, I again saw a faint glitter, purple in color, shining and then going away. I focused. That glitter became clear. I tried to find what lay beneath. The flickering became constant and it was just a dot, now a purple-colored dot. I looked for a bigger picture. There it was. Two beautiful large eyes, lying at both sides of that purple dot. Whenever those eyes blinked, they looked even more delightful with the purple shadow, and that bindi flickered with sunrays falling onto them. Soft strands of hair fluttering in front of those eyes, obstructing them for a moment and then going away before again coming back. So what's the most beautiful thing you ever saw? I heard Kasim whisper. You, I answered in my subconscious. I immediately opened my eyes. What? Kasim laughed. Oh, there are many of such things. Let's just leave now. I have to go to work. Yeah, okay. There was a newfound awkwardness between us. While driving back, I kept on looking at her. She was looking outside the window. There was a strange happiness in her face. Sometimes she even smiled. As we drove through the outskirts while returning from Manari Beach, we saw that outside some house a coal stove was kept to let the smoke go away. A few shopkeepers were sweeping the front of their shops. That dust combined with the smoke gave a misty look which is rare to find in Mumbai. It reminded me of Lucknow's winter. Vegetable vendors started laying their roadside shops. I always heard and experienced even that Mumbai never sleeps, but for the "Do you want some tea? It will drive away the tiredness. Tea would be amazing, but I am not tired." She sat there on the side when I went ahead to grab 2 cups of tea. When I was back, I offered one to her. She grabbed it with both her hands to feel the warmth like she always did. I don't know why, but it always made her look very sexy and mysterious. I drank mine in one go while she kept on blowing on hers. Why do you bother having hot tea? By the time you drink, it becomes ice. Tea. She waved her hands in, whatever. When we left, there were 2 cups lying on the table, one in normal condition, one chewed at the edges. When we progressed more into the posh area, I could see people jogging along the roadside, people doing yoga in the parks, some ladies carrying daily grocery, some walking to work, still in sleep. So many school buses reminding of the old days. We reached my flat. I got ready in 10 minutes and poured 2 bowls of cornflakes. She took another half an hour to arrive. When she arrived, I came to know where the time went. She was clad in a light pink sari. She was wearing small diamond earrings and very few pink-colored bangles in her comparison. I wasn't able to move at all. My eyes were fixed at her. "You can sit. I am not looking that pretty." She walked with such divine elegance. I always knew her for her spontaneity. Sometimes for being experimental and many a times for being clumsy, losing things, walking hurriedly. I never knew she could do this. She carried the sari so well. Her skin looked even fairer in pink. She came to the dining hall, walking perfectly in heels. Before settling, she arranged the end of her sari and moved all her hair to one side. I don't know what exactly it was that made her completely different. I kept on forgetting to munch before gulping. She kept on smiling to herself. While I opened the car door for Kasim, my cell phone rang. It was Ved's. I knew it must be about coming early, so I walked away before picking up. When I finished my call, I found Kasim standing by my side. I nodded again, went ahead in my car and drove forward. Then took a U-turn. And came back to where Kasim was standing. You will catch a bus in these clothes and you think I will let you hop on. She gave a smile and got in without questioning on seeing me firm. We drove up to Pryor's. She left. I stayed there. Should I leave or not? That question hovered in my mind. Leaving Kasim when she was dressed like that was a temptation hard enough to resist. Having no other option, I followed her without her knowledge. "Hey, you look ravishing, dear," an old lady graced her with this comment. "Thank you," Kasim whispered, kneeling onto her. "Hey pretty lady, will you marry me?" A guy in his 30s shouted. "Yeah, only if your wife agrees." There were a few giggles and guys were gulping at her beauty. Some girls were passing with envious glances. Then I looked at her again and confirmed that she looked like the ultimate epitome of beauty. Somehow I felt proud. Kasim clicked the projector screen off to reveal the whiteboard. She was surprised to see "Happy Birthday, Kasim" scribbled over it. Then from the green room a few participants brought a big chocolate cake. Everyone shouted, "Happy birthday," and hovered around the cake. One lady escorted Kasim to it. She cut the cake and started distributing it to the participants. 3 girls stepped up to cut more pieces and started handing it to Kasim. She looked overwhelmed and ecstatic at this gesture. Some people even gave her a few gifts and cards. It felt real nice to see that she has made a place in people's heart. Although they had only formal interactions, she had touched their soul. They loved her. They respected her. Probably that gave her the strength to go on, although life had been rather cruel to her. First those family issues, then Utsav. Being a lone girl in a city like this, living on her own, running Pryor's with little help from her cousin on financial front, she had done one hell of a job. I was happy for her and proud of her, as the only person responsible for her success was she herself. Finally they packed up the party. Today we would discuss about collaboration. She spoke up, then paused. She went ahead to write that onto board. Then, withdrew her hand and turned around. Few confirmations and few suggestions. "Yeah. Yup, let's play something. Let's all go out and have lunch. Or let's talk about love," Kasim uttered sheepishly. Followed by suppressed giggles from the crowd. There was a soft glitter in her eyes. I smiled to myself. Was it for me? Was she finally noticing my feelings for her? Was she feeling the same way? So from where we should begin? Kasim added, "I have an idea. Let's talk about whether love can happen at first sight." A young girl suggested. "Love can only happen at first sight to a kiddo like you," an elderly man answered. The girl gulped. "Normally love doesn't happen at first sight. It is merely attraction." A woman took her question seriously. The discussion went on. Some were single-lined answers with yes or no. "I can't say exactly love, but sparks do fly if love is gonna happen. My dad fell in love with my mum when he saw her for the first time. Not the other way around though," a girl added in an overwhelmed tone. "Love can happen anytime, anywhere, with anyone," a boy gave out in a lazy tone. "Oh, that's a cliché," Kasim chuckled. A cool-looking guy in a loose t-shirt folded at the sleeves and a jeans serving just to cover his ass sort of announced, "Yeah, love can happen at first sight. It depends on the second, third, fourth. Very clever answer, Devesh. We will close this topic on this note itself. I often wondered how she remembered everybody's name. They went on to discuss love marriage, arranged marriage, living without marriage, whether opposites attracted or not. Then, silencing the whole crowd, Kasim asked, "Can one be in love with two people at a time?" My face lifted up. As Kasim asked this question, anything. The case can be considered as the intermediate stage. Remember organic chemistry. A snapshot in which first girl is about to leave your life and simultaneously second girl is about to enter your life, else loving two girls at a time would be considered as an unstable state, a guy in carbon frame spoke. Oh, geeky. A girl gave him an odd look. Love cannot happen twice. It is only the wild attraction given the name of love. Ultimately, one of the two has to cry. A girl spoke who looked like someone speaking from experience. One can't walk on two different paths at the same time, just like that one can't love two different people at the same time, an intellectual spoke. No one can be in love with two people at a time, and if it is so, then that means the person doesn't truly love either, a wise lady added. If there is a point in falling in love with two people at a time, then one must go for the second one whom he or she loves, because, if that person was seriously in love with the first one, then he or she should not feel at all for the second one. If you were so overwhelmed with love, you wouldn't have looked out for it in any other person. I don't know why that girl's statement made me look at Kasim. She was deep in her thoughts. After some time she gave a smile of hers which she always gave after realizing something. I read her lips, probably she uttered a yes. I left for work upon receiving another message from Veed. Probably I would have to do a little overtime today. I didn't feel much like smoking today. Maybe I didn't feel alone today. Dear Romeo, today he told me I am the most beautiful thing he ever saw. Does he still love me? Do I love him? Or have I always loved him? Somebody told me you don't look out for love if you are already in. So, what was that which I had with Utsav? I cried so much after he left. I wished so much for him to return. Probably I still kindled that faith in my heart until I collided with Akash again. If I loved Utsav, why did I forget about him on encountering Akash? Why I survived without Utsav but got addicted to Akash? Maybe I cried for Utsav just because somebody left me. Was Utsav only a somebody? Is Akash the one? Life would have been so simple without such questions. Love Juliet, Chapter 16. I drove as fast as I could. The thought of reaching to her early was the only dominant thought in my mind. Sharp turns, restlessness. For the first time I left my beloved Audi to be parked by the gatekeeper and rushed upstairs. I forgot to ring and click the door open with the keys. In the past few days, again I got accustomed to living alone. This never came in my mind that you can enter the house by just hitting the bell. I entered. Kasim was there in her room, as a soft humming sound was coming from the guest room. I don't know why, but I was kinda relieved to find she was still around. I placed my laptop and coat at the couch and progressed towards her. She was kneeling from behind. Her hair hanging downwards, she was wearing a light blue kurta over a purple patiala. She was arranging her clothes, white top and dark blue jeans from the morning, then that pink sari. Whenever I saw her I felt guys had so few options. My wardrobe included shades of black, grey suits and if I decide to go a little offbeat, then brown. Ha, that's why guys got drawn towards girls, as their world was everything a guy's world wasn't. Kasim turned with a smile on her face. She was constantly brushing her fingers over that sari. She just bumped into me. Hey, I said. She looked kind of taken by surprise. Hi, you scared me. Why, am I not supposed to be here? I thought you will be late. She went ahead to keep her clothes in her bag. It gave me a feeling that she intended to leave tomorrow. The sinking feeling seeped in, but I couldn't let that come in way of making the most of the night we had together. You know, Mommy sent it for me. There on her face was one of the most genuine smiles I ever saw. I reflected that smile. She somehow, come with me for a second, I indicated to her. Took her to the study and unlocked it. You lock the rooms inside your own flat. Kasim gave an odd look. Come, I said patiently. Making her stand in the room, I shifted to hit the light. Wow, you are making me say it again and again. Kasim looked exhausted from the day and overwhelmed at what she saw. You always wanted to have a Christmas and wasn't able to because nobody permitted it at your house. Oh, my God, how could you possibly remember that? It had already slipped my mind, she beamed. Two people under the same roof, one whose wish was fulfilled and another whose happiness lay in fulfilling those wishes. In a room with a partially decorated Christmas tree, few series of lights, few candles, few bells, some randomly hang decorations, hot chocolate, blowing balloons, opening meaningless presents, and half other boxes that turned out to be empty, hanging more bells onto the Christmas tree, laughing, sharing, two friends who already left friendship at the last station with no other station in sight yet. Finally we both felt exhausted and fell flat over the couch. Both numb for some time. I drifted my sight to her. She was lying with her head hanging by the edge of the couch. She looked at peace, so I dared to ask, so now, everything is fine with your mother? Yeah, you can call it fine. We both grew older and wiser. I smiled as she continued, Akash, sometimes you need to let go what happened in past to see what that person has to offer you ahead. She placed a hand on my shoulders and got up. She stood by the window, looking at the street lights shining far away. She looked at me and gave a little smile. She said while recalling, after my grandparents died, my maternal uncles fought over the property. They even went on to arrange separate boy for my grandfather's death to claim a better share for the inheritance. My elder uncle at that time was retired and by then had married off all of his daughters, and his sons were making big time in marketing. It's out of my ability to comprehend why he needed that inheritance at all. On the other hand, my other uncle just got married a few years back, had a little daughter, and except few random construction contracts once a year, could be well considered as jobless. Morally we had a clear winner here. Still, they needed a court case to sort it all out. My grandfather, whatever he made, whatever he owned, he always bought in pieces of two. Perhaps he feared what was about to happen. Still, it happened. They asked all the sisters for their letter of consent that they wouldn't claim anything. My father convinced Mommy over it. And slowly she realized that her brothers never accommodated her, and gradually she turned towards us, her real family. I listened patiently all through. It's only a few times that she agreed on letting out her feelings. As the conversation came to an abrupt end, I added something. When my grandfather retired with a hefty pension, everyone in our family was in need of money. My eldest uncle had to marry one daughter and finance a son studying in London. My father had four to raise. My other uncle was jobless. My aunt was a widow. My youngest uncle was just relocated to a sector where he wasn't getting any black money. Yet everyone agreed on dividing that money between my aunt and the jobless uncle's family. These things are dependent upon family education and nonetheless, on the individuals. She got down, perhaps tired of looking at the lights, and sat on the floor. I slipped in beside her. You never talk about your father now. Earlier you always used to quote his opinions, his jokes. I liked hearing 'em. I liked him. Me too, Dad. He built a very beautiful house. After his 40s, he spent most of his time in giving his dream a concrete shape. He himself measured the ratio of sand and cement. A house for his children, with their individual rooms matching their choices. My sisters got married and 2 of them moved to USA and another is settled in Delhi. And after school, I left for doing company secretaryship, then for my MBA, and then this job. I never returned home for long. In Indian society, building a house is every man's dream. Why? When he has lived his entire life in a service quarter, of course, for his children, as he will be not leaving them with the life his parents left him to lead. A place to unite, a place to stay there forever without any fear. Whenever I talked or visited them, this topic popped up and they asked me to stay there, and in an attempt to avoid that awkward denial, I slowly stopped talking or going there. I felt really bad when I feel. She helped with her suggestions. I shook my head. It's not that easy to tell how you feel. When I looked at my parents' marriage from the other side, I realized that my father didn't give much to Mommy. Daddy likes simplicity and a little deviation. He never appreciated whenever Mommy dressed a little differently and sometimes thrashed her. He never allowed her to buy accessories or wear makeup. Slowly she also left it. I often wonder if a man is authorized to do that to a woman. If he can't appreciate, he can't even take it away. But when a man matters so much in your life, you automatically give him so much power. Daddy never took her out as he was busy in business. Gradually they had no interaction left and it was visible to everyone. That made their relationship even more complex and prone to interference from others. It was not all her fault. Then I realized the actual source of my mother's indifference. In Indian societies, where the father is earning, we rely on everything upon him. So somehow we give less respect to our mum. And especially when you are a girl who aspires to have a career, you get more inclined towards your father. But as I grew, I realized that Mum needed us as much as we needed her. Though late, but she wanted to be a part of us growing up. I wanted to give Mommy her share before it was too late. So no, talking and resolving, but little gestures changed everything. Be a part of your parents growing old, Akash, otherwise you will never forgive yourself. I covered my face with my palms and rubbed my forehead and eyes hard, pressing thumbs onto the cheeks. I heard Kasim's footsteps. I opened my eyes. She was approaching the door. She turned slowly. You know, Akash, after seeing my parents' life, I always thought one thing. That I won't let go wrong my marriage. See where I landed. A broken engagement in which my partner never even returned to call off the wedding. She gave a smirk. I wanted to rush to her, grab her, tell her you are not alone. I will always care for you. Take my hand and I won't let anything go wrong. And again I let another moment pass. She went to her room. I sat there, thinking, or maybe not thinking at all. 2 hours later, Brum. Akash, you all right? She came inside the kitchen. Yeah, I answered, covered in flour. I followed her sight. Laptop in the middle shelf with a YouTube playing, how to make a cake at home. Flour lying on the ground, strawberries floating in, chocolate syrup, egg shells near the stove, and then she looked at me, trying to make the dough with a spoon. She gave an exhausted look. What are you doing? Isn't Christmas, and for that matter, a birthday, incomplete without a cake? I answered innocently. She again scanned the whole area and fixed her eyes on me and then laughed. She plucked a clutch from the edge of her curtain and tied her hair. She brushed the egg shells aside and put them in the dustbin. Handed me the jadoo and indicated to me to brush the floor. She poured those egg whites into a coffee mug and gave me a small spoon to stir it. I looked at the video. Will you turn that thing off? Saying this, she searched for, when you say, nothing at all, and played it. She took another cup and started stirring oil and sugar. Not that fast, Akash, she said as some egg white spilled out. Not that slow either, watch me, she said again. I copied her. She grabbed that drawer where I keep my sticks. I rushed to her and closed it. Baking soda, she answered. It's not here, I survived. As I breathed out, she threw open the fridge. Hooah, she exclaimed. Those beers are for guests, I tried and explained. With these many beers, you will have one hell of drunken guests. She shut the door with a pat on the refrigerator door. Shit, I thought to myself. She teased me for a few more minutes before returning to work again. Then she mixed everything with white flour and chocolate powder in a big bowl. You are not letting me do anything, I complained. Oh, come take it and stir for an hour. What? Yes. I took it and started. We are doing just fine, she added. Yeah, I asked. She blinked her eyes in agreement. She sometimes hummed along with the music. It was awesome. It was the best time I ever had in this house. Sometimes she took the bowl and stirred it for a few minutes. Then we placed the whole mixture in the microwave and sat in the kitchen talking, listening to songs, laughing at the video of a baby elephant sneezing. 20 minutes passed in a nutshell. The cake was finally out. Kasim carefully started spraying the chocolate syrup all around. I brushed my finger over it to taste it and she slapped my hand. She went on to decorate the edges with strawberries. I picked one and forwarded her to eat. She looked at me for a moment. Then ate it. See, it is so beautiful, she said, looking at the cake. Yeah, it is, I said, looking at her. A few hours later, we went to sleep. I got up in the middle of the night to have some water. Then I noticed Kasim was sleeping on the couch and TV was still running. I switched it off. I was in turmoil for a few minutes. Then I grabbed her hand and placed it on my shoulder, took her in my arms and walked towards her room. I felt her hair on my neck. Her breath brushed my chest. Her cheek pressed along my neck. I walked slowly, very slowly, and placed her on her bed. Then I covered her with a blanket and switched off the lights. When I was out, I realized this was the closest I had ever been to her. I always imagined about it, but never thought that even a minute would feel like eternity. Dear Romeo, today at midnight, on hearing his footsteps, I pretended to sleep. I don't know why I did that. It just felt right. Perhaps I wanted to know what he would do. He came and lifted me in. Chapter 17. The very next day I got up real early. Perhaps I wasn't able to sleep at all. I didn't go out for a jog. Instead spent few minutes over the treadmill. Something was itching in my mind, akin to something choking in the throat. Not much, but a little uneasiness. You keep on wandering from one place to another. You are doing things but in between, deep in your thoughts, forget what you are up to. There was a ring on the door. I went to pick up the newspaper. Finally it was time for the sun to rise. I went to the kitchen to make some coffee for getting rid of this headache. I poured some coffee powder, thought, that won't do it, hence poured some more. Stepped towards the small window at the end of the kitchen and flipped the curtains. It was raining. I took a sip from my coffee. It was raining heavily. Bingo. It's June, that means never-ending rains, clogged road, deadly traffic, no mobility. How could I let Kasim out in a weather like this? I jumped in the hall to check the weather predictions, hoping it to be worst as possible. Luck was on my side today. Akash, you are up already. Kasim came in the hall, wrapped in her apple-colored nightgown, ending before her knees. Her uncombed hair was even more fluffy. She was looking smoking hot. She looked at my track pants and sweaty vest. You went jogging? No, was running at home only. She gave a half nod and came and settled beside me. It was flashing in the news that today it would rain all day. And owing to Mumbai history, many of schools and colleges had declared it a holiday. Kasim grabbed my coffee and took a sip. Yuck, what's it? It's for me. Wait, I will make you another one. I got up. When I came, Kasim was watching the news. Half work done. Kasim, I will drop you home. Dropping this question. Kasim didn't reply. Just took the coffee. She again looked at me. Yeah, probably I should stay. I picked my cell to call Veed, asking him to take care of everything. And there was this SMS. Tender passed. Final meeting to crack the deal. If you don't turn up today, everything's screwed. Single quote. Kasim, make yourself comfortable. I will be back by lunch. Where are you headed to? Something very urgent popped up. I don't get to work, you still do. I am sorry, and anyways, if I fall sick, you are there to take care. If anything happens to you, both of us won't be in a condition to handle. What the hell did I just say? As promised, I was back by noon with Chinese food in my hands. Kasim was sitting by the window. I bumped into her. Hey shush, she said, adjusting her glasses. You wear glasses. She gave an exhausted expression and closed the lid of her laptop. No, I don't have power. I wear anti-glare when using laptop, she answered, and opened her laptop again and started typing. To say what you mean, know what you mean. Kasim, do you know what you say not only has an impact on the person who listens, but it also has an impact on you. Impact on what they think of and what they will expect of you. So coming to the work in hand today, I am going to discuss with you all the difference between criticism and feedback. Single quote. Before I could read more, she shut the lid again. Akash, I don't like people sneaking in while I am working. I am sorry. I was just trying to understand what you are doing. I didn't go to prize today, so was uploading the content in a blog and will tag the participants to it. Oh, I never thought I will see a day when you will be this dedicated. Yeah, that's something you acquire. On my suggestion, you missed your session and we both know how much you love to talk, so I thought of offering a participant. I pointed towards myself. Okay. With a childish excitement she agreed. Go on, I smiled. So it is about criticism and feedback owing to the difference between them. It applies to all aspects of life, personal or professional. It's very important to know when you are suggesting something how you sound, the kind of impact it has on the other person, what aura it is creating about you around others, and most importantly, if is it achieving the desired result. I listened like a school kid, sometimes nodding in between as she went on. Now coming to criticism. Positive criticism is a feedback and everything else is negative criticism. So where is the difference? The difference lies in the motive. When it is positive criticism, you tend to bring out some change. When it is criticism, you just go on without noticing where you are headed to. The second difference lies in the target. In feedback you target the problem. In criticism you target the person. This happens all the time in our life. That we develop a habit of finding some faults in a person's way of doing things. Initially it must be because of that person's own fault, but later we get accustomed to doing that. Haven't you heard yourself saying, "Oh, that guy, he always does like that"? Slowly, without even noticing, we stop targeting the problem and our new target becomes that person. So, stop yourself when you learn you are doing that. You might think that you are such a truthful and frank person, telling people what they are good at and what they are not. But behind your back, you are just taken as a stubborn ass and they ignore your comments. I relaxed a bit and took off my shoes. She got a bit distracted. "Go on," I told. Yeah, she took a minute to recall and then continued. One more important aspect of feedback is the condition of the person who is getting that. It determines whether that person is able to relate with what you are saying or not. Otherwise it can be disastrous for that person as well as your relationship with that person. Suppose your friend lost lakhs of money in a share and you warned him. Before, she was saying nothing that I didn't know, but it all sounded so much of a realization trip. Perhaps that was her magic. Knowing all doesn't make sense at all if you don't know the right way to give feedback. This one I know. First say something good, then bring out your guns, I suggested. Bingo. Isn't it like when you have a bad news, start with the good one? There is a very good term for it, sandwich feedback. First appreciate the person, then bring out the change which you want in them and again end up on a positive note. Yeah, good one, I appreciated. I had an experience. There was one faculty of ours who used to scold the students to death. Used to tell us we were worth nothing and we will never make anything of ourselves. His words never persuaded anyone to work harder. Slowly people opted out of that course. But his trick might have worked on kindergarten students who do their homework from the scare of punishment or getting scolded in front of the whole class. However, when you are older, these things no longer matter. Some people will always attend the class and some will always bunk. You can't force them to progress. You know what can do the magic then? Appreciation. Appreciate the person. Make them realize what they have and with that, what they can be. I experienced it personally. Whenever I came to know if someone thinks that I am good at work, from that point onwards I worked even harder to maintain that image of mine. Contrary to which, if someone loathed my work, I gave up on him. Thus gave up on myself. You are really thoughtful, I was mesmerized. That's pretty much it, she finished. Okay, I will be back in 5 minutes and then we will eat. Why do you take so many 5-minute breaks? She raised her eyebrows. Just to freshen up. Or for this. She placed the cigarette packet on the table. I was shocked. What Akash, what do you think of me? Your 5-minute break, then the smell of mouth freshener whenever I come to your car, those perfume sprays, a kid will be able to guess. So that you know, she came to me, Akash, why do you want to keep the things as they were? 8 years ago. We have been separated for a long time. Things change, people change. You started smoking, so what? Almost all guys do. You just don't need to hide it. Seriously, Kasim, I didn't have any idea what to say. Okay, freshen up. We will eat. When I returned, she was again engrossed in writing. Write the blog after eating. Come. I brought Chinese. We ate and I again left for work. 7 hours later, I was back on the street, praying for the traffic to move at all, and above all, for the rain. Luck was definitely not on my side. I reached my flat at around 11:30. I crashed on the couch. Lights were off. She was probably asleep. I thought about last night. How close we were and how I missed this whole day. I went to kitchen and grabbed a beer. Shit. I hung my head over the couch. Hung it down, drank some beer. My throat burned on having it neat. I noticed I was thirsty but too tired to get some water. So I drank beer like water. I looked towards Kasim's room. The door was slightly open. I concentrated. Swift music was playing. Faint line of light was coming out of it. Was she awake? Was it the alcohol? Was I seeing and hearing things? I lay there with drowsy eyes, looking at that door. In normal setting that meant an invitation. I closed my eyes hard and then flipped it. I can't be that drunk that the door was open. Was she waiting for me? Did she want me to cross that door? I got up, stumbled towards her. Random steps froze on touching the cold ground. I almost reached there. I brushed my fingers on the door. What was I thinking? I retraced my steps and came to the couch. I had another beer, yet the streak of line was calling out to me. I stayed there, unable to decide. I don't know when I closed my eyes. An oak leaf flew onto my face. I waved it away. It flew back to the side of the road. Millions of such beautiful leaves covered the edges of the boulevard. They played music while brushing through the streets. Beautiful leaves, red at the out and orange by the middle. Lying still, flowing away. I looked down that narrow street. Nobody was there. Long trees decorated its sides. Swaying, kissing the sky. A spur of sunlight blocked my sight, and when it ended, there I saw it, a bench by the side of which Kasim was sitting in an orange gown, flowing till her feet. Her hair swaying like the trees, looking more beautiful than ever, sometimes brown, sometimes red. I stood where I was. She came to me, brushed her fingers on my face and gave a shy smile. She kept her head on my chest. I embraced, my hands around her. We stood there, unmoving. She looked up. I let her loose. She stepped back a few steps. I stood there. She kept on walking backwards. My eyes were fixed at her, but I didn't move at all. She turned back and ran. Through that beautiful street where oak leaves flowed, where sun merged with the trees, she ran, leaving her shoes midway. She ran like a free bird. I turned and I ran away. My eyes were swollen. I ran as fast as I could, but opposite to her. She kept on running, I kept on running. She hugged a man, swayed her long arms around his neck and smiled at him. I couldn't see who he was. He placed his hands on her waist. She pressed her lips onto his. I kept on running, I kept on running away. I was tired, I was breathless, there were tears in my eyes. I collapsed on the street, fighting with those leaves, all alone, alone, alone. Hurrah, hurrah, I breathed out as my eyes opened to reality. Raindrops were still tapping on the window. I closed my eyes again and regained myself. I went in the kitchen to have some coffee. It was just 4:30. I felt asleep last night on the couch only. My head ached from all the alcohol, but my heart ached from something else. I know alcohol makes you do silly things, but it makes you dream silly things I didn't know. I went to my room and tried to get some sleep. I kept on turning on the bed. Probably slept for a few minutes in between. I kept on thinking about that dream. Kasim is so close to me, everything is so perfect, why would such a dream come to me? I stayed on the bed trying to get my body at ease, though my mind wasn't. It was around 8:30 when I finally got up. I hit the shower and stood there, hoping that water would clear my mind. I was combing my hair when I looked outside the window of my room. I could see Kasim's room window. Nobody ever stayed in that guest room before, so it was sort of a discovery to see someone from my window to that room. It was still drizzling. Rain droplets were falling on the window pane and making its way downwards. It was a bit hazy, but I could see her in her cream-colored kurta and her white dupatta, her and never stopped looking. "Let's do it your way," I broke the silence. "What?" I drew a smiley on the window glass by my finger. "You remember, you used to draw whatever came to your mind on a balloon. So let's do it on this window." She blew at the window and drew a moon. I drew a star. She did a sun. I did you, she added, and me. We both exchanged glances at that time. I wrote love. She wrote music. She drew a virgin sign. I rolled my eyes. She laughed. It wasn't a question, dude. We both laughed. We laughed our heart out. We laughed as we came close. We laughed as the rain droplet kept on tapping at the window. We laughed as our eyes closed. I brushed my warm fingers on her cold ones. Our fingers entangled for a moment and left each other. Then I took my hand again and took hers in mine. I had held her hand a lot of times before, but this was different. My fingers played with her hand. I grabbed her arms with both my hands. She brushed her fingers on my neck. I tilted my head back to feel her more. I opened her hair and brushed my fingers through her long strands. Meanwhile, her dupatta slid down to her arms. Her breath touched my skin. I grabbed her neck softly, rubbed my thumbs across her chin and then her ears. We were close, very close, in the apartment which I never called home, which felt like one for the past 3 days. She slid her hands under my shirt and grabbed my back. My body was now pressed against her. She closed her eyes. I knelt forward, just a centimeter difference between us, and I looked at her. She looked so beautiful. Then out of nowhere that morning dream flashed in front of my eyes. I retaliated. Does she really want me? Or is the need arising from the fear of her being alone, betrayed by some guy? Just then I felt her lips pressed against mine. She took the leap. I was tired of being the other guy. I sat stoned. She moved her lips a bit and then pressed them again against mine. I was frozen. She moved back. There was pain in her eyes and shock on my face. She slid away. She looked embarrassed. I wasn't able to think at all. In the first place, should I be thinking at all? She stood up with uncomfortable steps and walked away, murmuring, "You didn't kiss me back." She kept on murmuring it again and again. Yeah, why didn't I kiss her back? I asked myself, bewildered at what had happened. She walked with heavy steps. "Kasim," I shouted, but no response came. I rushed out of the room. She was in the hall, heading towards the main door. "Kasim," I shouted at her. She didn't turn. I ran to her and grabbed her arm. Kasim. She turned with red eyes and looked at me for a moment. She grabbed my hand with her other hand and pushed it away. She shouted, "You didn't kiss me back." She cried, "You didn't kiss me back." She moaned, "You don't love me." I was wrong. She walked with long steps towards the door and I had nothing to say to stop her. Chapter 18. 3 weeks later I spent the following week, analyzing what I wanted. What Kasim wanted. Did she really want me in her life or was she clinging to me as Utsav had left her? Love is complicated. All that I wanted in my life was Kasim to love me. Now when she did, I was more interested in why she loved me. It took me a week to overcome my fear, be prepared and be confident to face her again. But this always happened to me. When I was ready, my stars no longer remained in my favor. I was asked to go to Dubai for a client presentation. When I returned after 2 weeks, Kasim wasn't in the city. I learned from Priya's receptionist that she went to Delhi to visit her parents. I noted down the address and packed my bags. Next I knew I was hailing a cab from Delhi airport to her house. On the way, we crossed a series of card shops. Somehow I pictured our names in those. A few minutes after, I was there. Her home looked awfully crowded, probably some function was going on. That was all I inferred from all those decoration. I asked a little girl to call Kasim. She smiled and asked, "Kasim Didi?" I nodded and she went running. A few minutes later Kasim came. She was wearing a yellow plain sari. The whole thing wasn't giving a positive vibe. On finding me, her expression got bitter. She said something in that little girl's ear and marched towards me. "Let's go outside," she said in a whispering voice. Still confused, I followed her. When we were standing in her garden, I finally managed to ask what's going on. "You can't just come in here and ask what's going on," she said in a fury. I stood in silence but my eyes were still asking the same. "I am getting married," she announced. I wasn't able to believe what I just heard. "You are what?" I repeated. She didn't reply. "Listen Kasim, all this is a big mistake. I accept I screwed big time the other day at my place, but that doesn't mean you will get back at me like this." Wow Akash. Everything is about you, isn't it? I am not getting married to get back at you. I am tired of this lonely life and people asking me when will I be getting married. So now I am. Then marry me. I love you. Forgive me, I don't know where I was headed. But my words were not in my control. Do you really love me? She questioned. I looked into her eyes. Akash, try loving yourself first, then love someone else. You were never confident enough to accept my love for you. Even if I love you indefinitely, you will reject it. I will respect you but you won't feel it because of your self-created shell. You keep me on such a high pedestal. I don't want that. The other day I was just a girl who loved you and was asking for your love in return. You weren't able to give me that, she almost yelled and then controlled herself. But I am here now and I am repetitively telling you that I love you. Aaj Mary Haldi Hi, she said in a low tone. I breathed in, gripped her hands in mine and said, "Listen. I was wrong. I let go of a million moments to tell how I feel about you. But today, if you go forward with this decision, I am sorry to say you will ruin what we have. You will be wrong. So don't do this. I can live with someone knowing that he doesn't love me but I can't live with someone who makes me feel he loves me but still lacks the courage to directly say it in words. I will be waiting for you to say so. I will love you, but you will distance yourself from me, thinking you don't deserve my love. With Utsav, I knew what I was going to have. With you I will have expectations and that will kill me, she screamed. I left her hand. You are marrying Utsav, the one guy who ruined your life. She didn't add anything. I pressed my forehead and then I just lost it. You know what, Kasim? Your problem is you think you can invent happiness. All these years you have been doing so. Singing in trains, writing stuff on balloons, wearing weird combination dresses, decorating your home with little things, problems. But you know what? Doing that has paralyzed your mind. You bring out fictitious problems in everything. You complicate things. Just get out, Kasim yelled at the top of her voice. Ha, I am standing here, telling you to come with me and you are marrying Utsav. I faked a laugh. Kasim's eyes were red and her body was stiff. I had nothing else to say to the girl standing in front of me, to the girl I last loved, except, I would have wished you a happy married life, but I won't, because even if you won't be, you will find out a way to fake it. Soon someone called out her name and she started walking away from me. The one girl I loved walked away from me, the girl who changed my life, the girl who never bid goodbye but who always left me alone, the girl I last loved. Chapter 19. 3 months later. Lights off. Head on the floor. Legs on the sofa. Drunk. Bottles. The only friend and always by my side. Too numb to decide whether in pain or lonely, angry, sad or terrified. Any other options were definitely not applicable. 3 more months later. Lights off. Legs on the floor. Head on the sofa. Partially drunk. Bottles. The only friend and always by my side. Too numb to decide whether in pain, or lonely, angry, sad, or terrified. Any other options were definitely not applicable. 3 more months later. Legs on a run. Mind in one piece. Return to my workaholic phase. I often wonder if I didn't have my work, how would I have survived? From time to time it has taken me in its shelter and rescued me from outside world. Weekends were the odds. Drunk, as I saw my life beyond work. Drunk, as I was alone. Drunk, as I wanted no one but her. So many times I have seen in movies that when you miss something or you want something, that is all you can see around you. When a couple wishes to get pregnant, they see babies all around. When you need a date, you start seeing even your kissing, holding hands all around. I was having the practical experience of this overutilized theory. I saw couples all around, not of just our age but of all ages. When I saw couples who were younger than me, I thought of the moments which could have been ours if we had taken the chance 8 years back. When I see couples of my age, I know what I am missing at this very moment. When I see a couple older than me, I repent not having such a future to look forward to. It was just the other day. I saw a shul-going couple and the guy was holding the girl's bag. I never got that chance. The girl smiled, while throwing glances at him. I never got those glances. Sometimes while driving during lunch hour, I saw a few college-going students hanging out. Most of these couples wore matching dresses. One day I spotted a couple, both sporting checked red shirts. They looked awesome together. I often imagined what life could have been for them. It must be about coffee from the college canteen. Sitting together in the library, holding hands below the table. Gang fight for that girl. Lying at home about group study to catch a late-night movie. futile attempts to change each other, listening to songs from one iPod, sharing a sandwich, frequent visits to Archie's gallery, sneaking out from your group. That guy might have tried to rescue his girl from colliding bastards while they traveled in bus. Staring into eyes without any reason. SMsing, covered under the sheet all night long. I never got a chance to live that life. I lost all that time, all those moments. I never knew this at that time. With each passing day, I missed days which could have been my history. Our love story. However hard I tried not to see couples, the more they came into my view. While jogging, I saw a couple jogging together. An old lady who always wiped her husband's head while doing power walk. I saw our faces in them, smiled for a moment and then came back to my senses as it was never going to be true. I saw a married couple sending their kid to school and waving at him together. Will I never have those moments? I kept on questioning myself. One day I spotted a wife insisting to her husband to climb the stairs in spite of the elevator. I smiled at her concern. Once I saw a husband fighting with his wife for holding all the carry bags by herself as she was pregnant. I thought what that might feel like. Having a wife, having a kid, finally having a family, which was yours. The other day I saw a boy wiping off chocolate syrup from his girl's lips in CCD. At others, I saw various couples feeding each other. Those couples, who just stepped into the corporate world, struggling to make time for each other, still when they met at the end of the day's struggle, all seemed worthwhile. When I saw an old couple sitting in the balcony of their flat, she had her head on his shoulder and he supported her by holding her waist. They were enjoying the warm sunlight and both of them fell asleep after some time. I stood there, watching them for hours. Perhaps a tear trickled down my eyes at my loss. I saw couples everywhere. At the beaches, in the train, at work, in my apartment building, on the way, in the restaurants. There was no escape. It happened to me a few days back. On a Friday night, I was dining at a restaurant and the waiter kept asking me whether anyone would be joining me. I thought he was mad or what. Then after serving the food, the waiters started moving from table to table with trays filled with roses, asking the man, "Would you like to present a rose to the lady?" I realized I was the only one sitting alone there. Candles were lit everywhere. There was a special menu for two. Lights were dim. And then a violinist played some notes. Now I understood why he was asking me whether anyone would join me. I just finished my food and headed out. While going back, I read Friday nights were couples night special. I was hitting the higher side of 28. Whenever I opened my Facebook page, notifications flooded with changed relationship status. Guys were getting engaged. Most of my female friends were already married. Everyday pictures of marriage ceremony and engagement made me feel like I was running out of time for these. I was hell tired of buying gifts for guys' engagements and girls' baby showers. Sometimes I got confused. Did I miss not being part of such stuff or having something coming up, or I really missed Kasim? One random day I was not at all randomly thinking about the time we spent together. I got reminded of Dad. I remembered her exact words. She recalled those days when I used to quote Dad's words all the time. How did I move so far away from home? I picked my cell and called him. "Hello, Akash," he answered. "AAP Kaiser Hain. I am good." For a few more minutes we discussed about my life and career. Then he told me about the new research paper he was working on. I suggested to him not to take so much stress. Days had passed, but all she asked was whether I was getting food or not. Dad was back. "You all right?" he asked me. I paused. "Akash," he uttered. "Yes, I am fine." One of the best things about growing old is you learn to hide your feelings. Even from those who used to see through you. I missed her all the time. When I opened my eyes in the morning, I missed her, not lying by my side. When I got up, I missed not seeing her brushing her wet hair with a towel. I missed her not passing me the juice during breakfast. I missed her yelling out about not taking my wallet or mobile and getting them for me. I missed not saving her image in my eyes before leaving for work. I missed kissing her goodbye at the door. Whenever I looked at my kitchen's window from the parking, I missed her not standing there, watching me till I leave waving to me. I missed not getting abrupt calls during meetings. I missed the anxiety to reach home early. I missed the way she would have opened the door for me. If sometimes I would have arrived early, I would have to make coffee for her. I missed her massaging my head if I had some work-related issue. I missed trying to knit her hair. I missed sitting on this sofa together, fighting for the remote. I missed letting her win and then watching romantic comedies. I missed lying in the corner of this hall. Her sitting in my lap, I smelling her hair, knowing it is forever. I missed her, kneeling her head on my chest and then going to sleep. I even missed the fight we never had. I missed the kisses. Chapter 20. It had been almost a year since I last saw her. However ridiculous it may sound that time is the best healer, I experienced it. I felt it, and I know everything becomes just fine with time. Life was back to normal. Going to work, eating out, hanging out with guys at the bar, smoking only 6 cigarettes a week, occasionally getting drunk and losing my senses. Life is much, much larger than love. When one person goes, it creates a void. Other people, work and daily life step in and fills that void. And obviously I had to return for this one. I took my cell out and it flickered. Divya calling. Akash, you forgot. Oh, is it already time? Ha, why can't you be as involved as I am in the wedding preparations? She yelled at me. Because it is a girl thing, I yelled back. So that means you are going to leave me alone, hanging with all the shopping to be done by myself. Marriages are anyways for the bride. You are not getting away with these lines. So get your lazy ass up here. She hung up. This marriage thing had got into her head. So I picked my lazy ass up and got there. The black one or the red one? I want to ask again why we are doing lingerie shopping. Because otherwise the spark won't come. I shook my head in a no, as I already didn't find that a very great idea. Because if the groom buys his bride lingerie, she becomes obliged to wear it. At least once, she explained further. Okay, now I get it. She gave me a mischievous smile. Now, why do we have to do all this now? The wedding is after 3 months. You yourself answered your question, because it is just 3 months. With the speed she drove, we were there at her designer's in no less than an hour. Hi. She waved at the people standing there. Hi divs. A guy with not much of a guyish manner came and hugged her. It was kind of amusing to watch. So, taken the measurements? She inquired. Yes, darling, it is coming just fine, he said, waving his hand in a weird manner. So how is our groom to be? She said, while raising her eyebrows. He is confused and tired, Veed replied, who had been waiting for us there for The past 2 hours. Dude, you are getting married. Your whole life is going to be confused and tired. I chuckled. I am the one getting married. The way you two are running around, it very much seems like you are getting married. Divya became silent all sudden. Why aren't you two married? Veed went on to add this. Because we are not meant to be, Divya smiled. Yeah, as our work here is done. Let's leave for a drink, I suggested. Changing the subject. Divya with her apple martini joined two guys with beer. So what are you two discussing? About his honeymoon, I spoke with a pretended husky tone. Don't even think about it. That's my wedding gift to you. 2 weeks in Santorini, she told Veed. I had been long enough with him to know when he is smiling to hide his fear. Few minutes later Divya announced, I need a refill, and gave me some solitary moments with Veed. What's it? I asked. I don't love her, he said it in plain simple words. I know. So? He asked. You are but isn't that cheating her by not telling what I feel? I recalled what Kasim has told me as a solution to that girl's problem who pinned holes in her boyfriend's condom so that he married her. Akash, every mistake is not meant to amend. Every secret is not meant to disclose. What they have now is much larger than what she did 4 years back. It may or may not have turned this way, but as it has, she needs to live with it. Otherwise her own guilt would drive them apart. And she can make up on the guilt part by being a wife anyone, including her husband, would die for. A wife her husband would be honored to have. You know, Veed, every secret is not meant to be disclosed. And you have so much love in you that even if you get successful in sharing a percentage of it with her, which I am sure you will, that will be enough for you both to live happily. Veed nodded, his face seeming a little at ease. Anyways, you are going to Delhi for 15 days to spend time with her. Give all of yours to that time, to her. I think that will do. Come along with me, he asked like a kid asking for an ice cream. Don't be such a sissy. Anyways, I am going to visit my parents in Lucknow. Okay, that means I will have to go alone. Now Divya is coming back, and if she knows that you are having second thoughts about this marriage which she is planning, she will rip your chest off. So, act cheerful. The following day Veed took a step towards his new life and I stepped back in my past to even off a few slips. I was in Lucknow at my parents' house. Oops. My house. I called up all my 3 sisters to join us. Somehow we all managed to be under the same roof at the same time after 9 long years since my eldest sister started working. Slowly we all left that place for a better future. But now when we all were here together, fighting to tell our stories or fighting for one remote again Ma tired of cooking food according to all our preferences and we all abiding to the rules made by our father after being all grown up. I doubt the future was for any good. But as of now, as of this moment, we all were ecstatic to relive our childhood. And my sisters were reliving it with their own children. I knew we were not going to settle there for all our life. But when I saw my parents satisfied with proud faces, I knew it is real and it is worthwhile. All these were possible because of the just go to Shimla this year, I tried to persuade my father. But who will look after the house? He counteracted me. I will. Anyway, the kids' summer holidays are going on and Akshat is in the US for an assignment, my eldest sister spoke. There you go, my second sister spoke with conviction. Now they had no excuse. We didn't leave home before getting unpacked. Chapter 21. As I stared over the signboard, pulled open the 2 doors of the conference hall situated across the way from my cabin, her face flashed in my mind. How she used to pull the door on which "push" was written. Thankfully, some people rushing into that hall diverted my mind. I noticed the 3rd person entering there, pushed the door open on which "pull" was written. Then the ones following him were in such haste that they never waited for the door to close and kept on pushing it again and again. The very same happens in life. Somebody does something in a wrong way and others follow him by repeating his mistake, and then it goes on to become the right way. In all that, what happens to the door is it becomes the victim. 8 years back I did something wrong. Then we got a second chance. Then, again I did something wrong by not accepting her love for me. By the time I overcame my mistake, Kasim made the mistake of not taking me back into her life. Her mistake was not to forego me. These small little ridiculous mistakes ruined something beautiful we had and something big which we could have had. Our whole future, our love which remained unexpressed. Those moments which remained unlived and never got a chance to become. Memories, the people we could have been. The things we might have cherished, they never came to life. What would have happened if I had begged for her love 8 years back? What if I had kissed her back last year? What if she wouldn't have gone ahead to marry Utsav? 8 years ago, I thought we never made it because there was no us. Now I knew there was an us, but it was just not big enough than our individual ego. Just then I saw Rakesh Bedi walking in with his bag. I twisted my watch. It showed 1 a.m. He was 3 hours late again. It was almost lunchtime. After lunch, even normal people, does he even come to work? I was taken into flames. I picked the receiver and called Shireen. Let Mr. Bedi know I want to see him in my office now. People like him are a disgrace to the organization. They think they can fool us. I know their category. They never change. But if I let him continue, it will mean dishonoring the effort others put in. And even further, it can promote such behavior from others. I just hate his guts. I just hate his guts. I repeated that line in my mind again. Was I targeting him and not his mistake? I recalled what Kasim had told. Initially we have issues with some person's habit, his problem. When time passes by, we realize it is no longer about the problem. It becomes about the person. This realization immediately vaporized my anger. I started analyzing. Did I not like Rakesh Bedi or his ability, or I didn't like the way in which he had been behaving lately? What was my motive? To curse him or to change him? Definitely it would be the best way out if he could change or improve his behavior a bit and contribute to the team as he did earlier. Would my constant yelling at him help me to make him return to his previous self? I guess, no. So that means for changing him first, I needed to change. I thought more of Kasim. It came to me she said something about sandwich criticism. How much I liked the idea at that time, but it was all in theory. I never applied that practically. Well, now I had my chance. I calmed myself before Rakesh entered. He knocked. Yes. You wanted to see me? Yes. Come in and have a seat, I said. So, what's the progress? I asked. I am kinda stuck because I don't have the SRS documents yet. The customers haven't specified their requirements. Customers need possible detail from them. Even better, give them a projection of the things they don't know yet, but they want. He looked up at me in surprise. I continued. 2 years down the lane I heard these lines from a very dynamic team lead in this very same office. You know who that person was? He hung his head. You. I pointed at him. His face lit for a while and then faded. He looked away. I can't believe that not getting the SRS comes in your way of progress. So, tell me what the real thing is. Yeah, I was that person. I loved my work. I was crazy for my work. I motivated others as well. But where did it get me? Slogging all day long, what has it given me? I missed out on all the fun. I don't have any idea how I got a few gray hair, and when you got so many promotions, everyone respects you. You set the bar of performance to a much higher level. I spoke, cutting him out. You don't understand. My wife cheated on me, he shouted out aloud. I was taken aback. This was not at all what I expected to deal with. She cheated on me, and the worst part is I don't want her to leave. I don't want a divorce. I got up, went to his side and patted his back. I can't concentrate on anything. I come to work, I stare on the computer screen and get lost. I keep on working and I forget my aim. I can't tell anyone about it. I can't discuss it with my wife as well, as it makes me sick. She makes me sick. I understand, I said what sounded appropriate at that time. I didn't expect to be dealing with something like this. You don't understand. I am not weak. It's just that I love her too much to let her go. Wow, I whispered. Perhaps if I and Kasim would have thought like this, things wouldn't have turned this way. I keep fighting with myself. I stay awake at night. I don't find peace at home. I don't find peace at work. Most of all, I feel responsible. He kept on talking. I thought what Kasim might have suggested at this point. Then it was all easy. Things will change for good. His face showed some expression of conviction. I want you to take a week of leave. Go someplace far away. It has been a long time since you took a holiday, and I know that when you will be back, things at work will also take a U-turn. He nodded, recollected himself and left. I got through with that. Sometimes you have no idea how you acquire qualities of the person you stay with, be it good or bad. I believed in religion but never really followed the norms of it. When I first started working, I had to stay in a 2-room shared flat. My flatmate, he was a very religious guy. He never allowed me in his room wearing slippers. Prayed 2 times a day. Chanted for around 1 hour in the evening. Gave me odds looks when I entered, wearing slippers in kitchen. In the evening after doing aarti, he used to come to my room for giving me prasad. After dropping 2 pieces of cashew nuts in my hand, he used to repeat, "Wash your hands." I found him so ridiculous, mainly because he used to tell most of the superstitious rubbish. In everything he used astrological references. Most of all, he was always telling me what to do, what not to do. Besides, he wasted a lot of time in these stuff. One day we were shopping together. He bought a lot of stuff. And I was dangling with my cornflakes and frozen food packs. We stopped at one section where he bought a agarbatti. I even bought one with the thought of using it as a room freshener. A few initial days I enjoyed the fragrance on coming back from work. Then slowly I started roaming around in the whole room with him and chanting Hanuman Chalisa and Gayatri mantra. It had this weird soothing effect to it. Whatever happened at work, however tiring the traffic was, my mind was empty and ready to relax. Praying in the morning gave me the promise that things wouldn't go wrong today. At least I started my day on a positive note. I gained it from my flatmate minus the nuisance. I didn't pray if I didn't have time. It was according to my convenience and I knew when to cut short. Every person who comes into our life teaches us something, knowingly or unknowingly. They leave their impression not only on our memories but sometimes also on our way of thinking and doing. Kasim is not with me. But is she really not with me? Although she was not there, was she really not there? After school when she wasn't with me, she stayed with me, but as a passion to achieve everything which felt like a target to me. She stayed with me as something unfinished. She stayed with me as the block, which never allowed me to fall in love again. And now isn't she with me? When I speak her words. When I am in trouble, I look to her and she helps me in decisions. When I am lonely, I smile with her memories. When someone needs my support, Kasim helps me. She is here, with me, in the choices I make, in the decisions I take, in what I am, in what I do for others. I never recalled when this happened, but as of now, chapter 22, it was more than a year since I met Kasim for the last time. Time played its charm and everything was back to normal. If I consider my condition from 2 years back before Kasim's re-entry in my life, I can very well say that it is better than before. I worked, spent time with friends, didn't hit on chicks all the time. Cultivated a few hobbies, started a little garden in my balcony, frequently called it home. Life was smooth as for now. I was not going by a plan. But it was fine. A welcome change. I got up in the morning, did a little bit jogging, grabbed a cup of coffee and drove to work, wished everyone good morning and started on with my work. It was a normal day, till it wasn't. "Hey buddy," Ved's voice echoed in my chamber. "You have no idea how much I missed those untimely knocks at my door." I stood up and hugged him. "Coffee?" I asked. He nodded. "So how were the things? Did you two gel well?" I inquired. "Yeah." His lips immediately stretched into a smile. "I think I can survive the next 50 years with her," he added. "I am happy for you. I could have told you, tell me all about it, but if I will do what will be left for Divya. I need to tell you something," he murmured in between, as I went on, "and then I will have to hear the whole story again. I saw Kasim in Delhi." These words left his mouth but didn't reach my ears. As I was consumed in my own excitement, he stood up and came to me. Placing his hand on my shoulder, probing into my eyes, he uttered, "I saw Kasim." It took a few moments of silence to absorb his words. "So," I said with an impatient voice, "I didn't talk to her. She was in a rickshaw with a girl. They might be visiting their parents or may have decided to settle in India." I kept on blabbering to show I was oblivious to that stuff. She was not looking like herself. She looked devastated. She looked sad. Her face was pale. "Why do you think I want to know that?" I finally shouted at him. "Because I know you," he declared. We stood there facing each other in silence when I turned my back on him and kneeled on the window. I don't know, but I sensed she was in some trouble. "Ved, I beg you don't make me go down that lane again," I appealed. He placed his hand on my shoulder and said, "You should find out about her." "No, I don't want to. I know you way better to believe in that." Saying this, he left the room. The next week Ved and I were at Gautam's place. Gautam was Kasim's cousin residing in Mumbai and the one who helped her out in establishing Prayas. I kept his number in case of emergency. I realized I never deleted any number associated with Kasim. Gautam was a family guy. He lived there with his wife, but they had no children yet. Gautam was 8 years older to Kasim and looked after her from time to time. He ran a small computer consultancy firm. His house was huge with much old interior but well maintained. Probably he inherited it. While he went to bring us some chai as his wife was not around, I helped myself to look around a bit. There was a picture of him, his wife and Kasim hanging on the wall opposite to where we were sitting. I went near. It was of Prayas' inauguration. "Such a bright girl," he said while entering the room and spotting me near that picture. When she said Baya, I wanted to run away. I gave her the idea of starting Prayas. I knew she would do it, but I never knew she would do it this well. I smiled as I settled down again and grabbed my cup. When she came here, 21-year-old, fresh out of college, she had no knowledge of how things go around here, though she had that fire in her. She was one of the most determined people I ever saw. I nodded as I totally agreed. Own destiny. I acted normal and asked, what happened? After 2 months of being married, she found out that what she suspected was right. Utsav was still involved with that girl. He used to sneak out from New York to Boston to see her. When she confronted him, he asked her to live with it. Even she was scared to let it all out to her parents. But when she decided to leave him and return back to India, he took possession of her passport. She went through a lot of torment till her parents brought her back to India. Now she is alone and devastated. I never thought I will ever see such a brave girl in that condition. I turned my head sideward as I sensed my eyes welling up. After few more minutes, we left. I have booked your ticket for Delhi, Veed told. What? When? When we were talking to Gautam, I booked one flight for tomorrow over my cell. I don't know, I was not prepared. We both know after overanalyzing for weeks, you will go. So, save yourself. Kasim and us from that misery and go tomorrow morning. Come along. I was nervous. This, my friend, you need to do alone, he said while we drove to office to get down with my leave application. So, Delhi it was. From the airplane itself I caught a glimpse of the beautiful city. It looked so unorganized, so random, yet so vibrant and colorful. Never seen a city like this before, which offers all the highs and lows. On one hand, it is the kaleidoscope of various architectural legends. On the other, it offers modern erections, be it Chandni Chowk's narrow lanes or broad roads of Connaught Place. One can meet people of all kinds, be it those who have migrated from other parts of the country in search of jobs, better education, better and larger life, or those ladies selling Rajasthani goods on the streets. Those who shifted here in an attempt to flourish a small business, or those who have always been here, all world-renowned brands, or the high-pitched but sold low items of Palika Bazaar. Be it the cultural assimilation or the exquisite nightlife, all the extremes coincided here. Most of the above would hold true for several other cities as well, but I wasn't in any other city. It had taken me a lot of self-compelling to come this far. I didn't want anything to drop in which could make me to step back. I didn't want anything to unleash my fear. Control is what time needs, because it is not about me, it is about Kasim. And I have to stick that in my mind. Followed by a series of card printing shops which struck not so fond. Memories of my last visit. I was finally there. After the initial half an hour of the so-called Aubarget Cum inquiry, I was allowed to see her. Her father was not much pleased with the idea of letting me in. I knew he was a little orthodox from my previous conversations with Kasim. He was all like, "Why do you want to meet her? How do you know her?" When her mother said, "Let him meet her. Nobody comes for her. She might get a little cheered up on meeting her friends." Her father, though not fully satisfied, finally relented. Her mother guided me through the way to her room. I was afraid to see her, to see what Veed had described. But I had to overcome every inch of hesitation. I had wasted a lot of time already. So, I jumped ahead without a thought. I stepped into her dimly lit room. It was not dark but curtains were drawn. I scanned the room. It was not bright, not at all colorful, even not cluttered with small little beautiful things. It was tidy, simple. It was not her. She was sitting there in the lonely corner of an isolated room, in track pants and a loose sweatshirt barely clinging to her bones, hair tied up in a pony, definitely not combed recently. I was facing her back. Still she looked lean, weak, and her palms were pale. Her eyes were fixed in just one direction. Her body was firm as stone. For most time of the past 9 years, she was not in my life. I was wrecked, hurt, holding an ocean of pain and the unspoken feeling within myself. I don't remember exactly, but I've never cried. Today when I saw the unimaginable, there was a glint in the corner of my eye, which blurred everything. Kasim was the liveliest person I had ever seen. Seeing her like this numbed my senses. I wiped my tears, cleared my throat, but she didn't budge. I called out to her, "Kasim." She didn't move. I was taken aback. I recollected myself and spoke again, but with a louder voice, "Kasim," but she showed no sign of recognition. I stilled my back against the wall, folded my arms and supported myself by placing one foot on the wall. I remember once I asked her that, "Why do you always dress flamboyantly and with so many bangles, earrings, accessories?" And she had replied in a very simple manner, "One day might come when I no longer may remain interested in doing. If it did, then not like this." I called out again, "Kasim." First time in her presence I didn't feel uncomfortable. I didn't weigh my words. I was simply myself. Perhaps because she was in a vulnerable stage, or maybe because for the first time in her presence I didn't feel vulnerable. I stood there for around 2 hours. Either Kasim didn't notice me or she pretended not to. I left after that, fearing her parents might have some problem with my stay. I wasn't able to sleep much that night. Next day again I went to her place, stood there for 2 hours, called her name, she didn't reply, and I came back. It more of all became like a routine. You know, Akash, one thing I find extremely fun is traveling in an overcrowded, noisy bus or train filled with indistinct voices. Her face beamed as she spoke. I looked around. We were barely standing, with others kneeling over us and thumping at our feet. "I hope you are heading somewhere with the statement you just made," I spoke while popping my eyes out. "Come, I will show you." She somehow sneaked towards the door, dragging me along with her. Now we were standing by the gate. She was hardly audible with the noise inside and the sound of train wheels tapping on the railway lines. "Now try this. Sing at your highest pitch, but nobody will be able to hear you. It's fun. You will be surrounded by so many people, but you needn't care how you sound. Let me guess, you have done this before." I smiled at her. She nodded and started shouting, "Terry Mary Prem Kahani," from the movie Bodyguard. I watched her in amusement. She nudged me, "Come on, this is fun." Single quote. Yes, I followed her lead and it sure was fun. And here I was standing beside that same girl who now allowed hours pass by without a word. When I looked at her I felt responsible. If only I had been prepared and placed my proposal in a better manner. 8 years back, the first time I told her, she wouldn't have been mum today. If only last year I had kissed her, she wouldn't have gone through any of this. If only I had held her tight that day in the garden, she would have been mine. Mine to protect. Chapter 23. I even didn't count how many days and nights passed with me, sometimes standing and sometimes sitting, waiting for her to speak. It was just another usual stay of mine at her place. When I was just about to leave, I heard her voice, "Don't go, I don't want to be alone." Her words made me as much happy as the pain in her voice made me miserable. I stayed there till she went to sleep. It was nice to get recognized. It was much easier to stay, knowing I was wanted. The following day when I visited her, she acted like she was waiting for me. She gave me 3 roses and went outside to sit in her garden. One was a bud, one was in bloom and one drying. Just like her life's journey. I looked at her from a distance and then walked away. I knew she was not ready yet. Next day I was in Mumbai, exasperatedly waiting for the weekend, so that I could fly back to her. I went to see her on the subsequent Saturday morning. As I entered her room, it felt like night was never over. I uncovered the curtains. Kasim threw a glance at me and then stood up. As our eyes collided, she came running towards me and held me tight. I was unable to move. I was unable to think. I felt something moist on my neck. She was crying. At that moment, I didn't think anything. I held her close. Didn't say a word. She kept on crying. It was unbearable to listen, but it would have been insane to stop her. She had been holding them since all those years when her parents fought and her mum left. The time her engagement was over, and God knows what she went through in the past 1 year. She needed to cry for those times she put up a brave face. She needed to let it go. I caressed her hair as she sobbed, when she was loud, when she cried, forgetting it has been hours since she was crying. In the time we knelt to the ground and sat on the floor with my back against the wall and Kasim clinging onto me. Most of the time, at those I felt ridiculed. I felt anger. My muscles clenched. I felt like punching Utsav real hard, right in the face till his blood started oozing out. Seeing him suffer. Seeing fear in his eyes. As a tear journeying from Kasim's cheek traced my chest, I knew I was needed more here. I swallowed my anger and clenched my arms around her and sat there still, unmoving. I never asked her what exactly happened. For me it wasn't a party gossip. I was curious to know. It didn't matter. What mattered was bringing her back. Back to life. Back as she was. Like she did for me. In the following days, she seemed at peace. She didn't speak much, but her face wasn't grim anymore. I wasn't able to make out whether she was really moving on or she was again deceiving with a flat face, holding something back. But I was never good at reading someone, so I stuck to what my limited capacity offered. She sometimes shared little fragments of what happened and even lesser of what she felt. Their split after the engagement led to the split of the business owned by both the families. Utsev's family faced rejection from the community. Later on, Their business sank. They urged Artsav to get back with Kasim. When they both moved to Boston after marriage, Artsav was never home. His strange behavior forced Kasim to look out. Rest was now history. A few more days passed and she started sharing what she might not have shared with herself even. When I found out, he wanted me to live with it. I mean, he thought I was so weak that he could pull something like this all our life without me finding out. All these years I worked so hard to be strong emotionally, financially, so that no one could dare to hurt me ever again. When he did something like that to me again, I felt I hadn't gained anything in the past 6 years. I was the same naive girl who he dumped after the engagement. I lost it. For a few days I even tried to live with it. I had no other way. I was tired of fighting my destiny. Perhaps my life was meant to be lonely, sad, and depressed. I just kept on pushing it back, but finally it engulfed me. In a gloomy summer afternoon she answered the question which I dreaded the most. Why? Single quote. I was 27. I had to get married. I was tired of living alone. I was tired of staying with my parents, who never were able to make a home. When Artsav came back and apologized, everyone had expectations. I was confused. I didn't want to take him. Seal every chance in which I may want you. She kept on talking in haste until she realized what she was saying. She bit her lips. My heart took it all. I didn't know who was at fault. She suffered, so it is definitely not her fault. But if it is my fault, then why I was the one in pain. One fine evening when I arrived, she opened the door for me. It felt like she waited for the weekends as well. She was looking continuously at her parents. I nudged her. She smiled at me. See those two people? They have been married for 35 years. They live in the same house, oblivious of each other's existence, but never forget to pretend in front of guests. I was so cautious to never end up like them. Guess, an apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I had nothing to say to comfort her. She was the one who was good with philosophy or feel-good saying, "You were right, Akash," hiding money in copy, dressing vibrantly, doing things differently, acting my life was super cool. When I grew older, pretending I was more mature than others, even running priors, where it was all an attempt to make me not feel sorry for myself. To feel it is all fairy tale like doing those things made me feel that I had everything under my control, but it wasn't. And it had proven now. It was confiding in someone that all she needed. I let her go through that phase because for the first time, I had all the time. Gradually, when she had said everything there was to, I knew this was time to bring little changes. Life is at its best when it is normal. So, I went for a scavenger hunt in her old closet. Next morning I arrived early and arranged breakfast for her. I brought some fresh coffee, some fruits, bread, omelette, juice, and her mother prepared aloo parantha. She panicked on seeing all those over her table, besides her bed. "Are you crazy? I can't eat this much. Besides, I don't feel like eating anything. Maybe this will change your mind." I pulled out the jeans which she earlier bought in 50% sale and declared she would fit in them by gaining weight, as to finally look hot. On seeing it, she glanced at the food and then at me. There it was. For the first time in a very long time I heard her laugh. Then we had breakfast, recalling all those stupid things we used to say or think during our adolescence. Sometime probably she recalled what she was. Unknowingly, but she did. The following week when I visited her, she was waiting for me at the door. When I entered her room, drapes were already removed. Earlier it had become my duty to do so. I wasn't there to witness, but I would like to think she did that herself. Was it just in my imagination or she was really changing? Her hair was no longer unkempt. Her skin was a little less pale from the first time I visited. She was no longer in a fight with colors. I entertained the feeling that she might be dressing up for me. I never did anything particular to bring the changes. Workech hi ki koi sat ho tozandagi utni bhi buri nahi lagtai. I wasn't able to go to Delhi for 2 months, as work was crazy like hell. Though she sometimes wrote to me, emails, texts, I read them again and again. Not to memorize the words but to see what would have been her condition when she wrote. Nah, I wasn't much good at that. But she mentioned problems or her past less. And talked about her less important goals. Goals not related to marriage, family or career. Simple goals like watering plants, reading a novel, buying a gift for her sister, sleeping on the terrace. She was never this simple earlier. I was still confused whether to grade it as an improvement. She seemed at peace, but I somehow liked her better before. Whenever I closed my eyes to picture her, I pictured that girl running in the sea. That girl who reflected confidence. That girl who lived life. That girl who didn't wait for anything or anyone to make her happy. That girl I last loved. And the girl writing those emails wasn't the one. She just looked like her. Hell, she hardly even looked like her. On my next visit I plan to stay with her for a week, trying to find whether that girl I loved was still alive in her. Just at her doorsteps I got the answer. She had accumulated a few of the neighboring kids and they were playing carom. She asked me to join them, but I wanted no distraction while I watched her. She is there. She was looking in the mirror, trying to motion something. She was practicing hand gestures. I went near without disturbing her. It's just the way you look at it. Whether the glass looks half empty. She paused, recalling what she wanted to say, and there she went. Shit. She tried again. It's just the way you look at it. Whether the glass looks half empty to you or half filled. Human nature tends to focus on the half-empty part. She tried again, but she seemed lost meanwhile. She tried again and again, but sometimes, she forgot to move her hands. Sometimes she gobbled up some words, sometimes she was nervous. Finally she turned, saying, "Why did I even try?" She seemed a little disturbed to see me there. "Akash, when did you come?" "Just now." My expression deceived my words and she knew I was there. "When she was practicing. You saw." She genuinely looked disappointed. I gave her something I brought for her. A rosebud. "Kasim, you can start anytime you want. Here's this one for a fresh start." She smiled a little. I thought about priors a lot this whole time. It was my life. How would I not think about it? She poured her questioning eyes into me. "Then why didn't you say anything?" I was not able to decide. What is there to decide? I used to believe in things. I used to believe that everything happened for good. I had faith in God, in myself, in life. That way I was able to stand there in front of all those people. I don't believe anymore. I feel if I stand there, people will see it. They will see my broken life. They will see I wasn't able to hold it all. They will see my tears. They will see me weak. Because they are burdened by their own issues, they won't have concern for anyone else. You are just saying that. She turned her face away. "Listen, My father used to say whoever fails in cracking the competition opens up a coaching class for it, as they are expert in knowing what the obvious mistakes to look out for are. She turned and started hitting me lightly. Ari, okay, but on a serious note, those who fail as an actor become drama critics. Those who studied literature and didn't have time to write a book become reviewers. So, I am implying those who lived a more troublesome life know more how to mend it. You did so again and again in life. Thus, you can preach it. Besides, you won't just give them crap like, pain is nothing but a state of mind, as you know it exists. It will help you to understand them better. They also will feel less vulnerable or intimidated. You will connect better as you know what they have gone through. This will help you both work things out in a better manner. She looked convinced. And, this time, you will be even better than before, I said, taking her hands in mine. You think so? She asked, little unsure. I know it, so. As I had just made such good friends with her father, I cracked the news. Kasim needs Chapter 24. As her numb fingers came in contact with the metal engraving spelled Priors, not only did I see a response in her fingers but also a faint glint in her eyes. As she progressed with heavy steps towards the lobby, tears welled up in my eyes. God knew how much I missed Kasim being Kasim. She was standing in front of the lift, afraid of pushing the button. I recalled those days when she used to forget pressing any button while engrossed in her talk. Now, even in complete silence, except the constant sound made by arrival of the lift and faint mumbling of the receptionist, she wasn't aware of pressing the button. I marched ahead and pressed the outgoing button. She looked at me. See, I am finally coming to your session. I caught a smile on her face. We weren't alone in the lift, still my eyes were fixed on her. My eyes traced her slowly. Flat white slippers, plain white patiala, light blue-colored kurti with sleeves covering her entire arm. Hair tied up in a ponytail. She once said that she felt more confident with her locks swaying. Her only jewelry was a pair of pearl earrings. My thoughts were shaken by the lift opening on the 7th floor. I whispered to Kasim, "Come." She followed but stopped just beside the gate. Maybe it is a bad idea. I won't be able to do it. She acted repulsed. I flicked her hair clutch, sprayed her hair and uttered, "Believe me, you will be." I saw my belief reflecting in her eyes. She pushed the door open and surprisingly, "Push" was written over it. I followed her. I blinked my eyes slowly as to assure her. "Oh, shit," she mumbled softly, over entering the auditorium filled with almost 500 people. She looked at me in absolute surprise and mouthed, "What the hell?" I shrugged my shoulders and said, "It's your fan following, I just did a little work in getting 'em here." A little work. Google ads. Facebook ads. Creation of event, newspaper ads, posters. I harnessed all the power vested by social and print media. For the backup, releasing her previous videos on YouTube, which granted her few followers not only in India but also abroad. However, location constraints enabled only 500 of them to turn up. She looked at the crowd and for the first time I saw hesitation in her while being in this auditorium. Somehow I saw that coming. "I think you will need a mic," I whispered. She looked at me with empty eyes devoid of confidence and trying to find a glint of it in mine. I progressed with energetic steps to fetch the mic. She extended her right hand to take it. Her fingers were slightly shaking. I retrieved my right hand, placing the other on her shoulder. I got it. She gave a faint, unbelieving smile. Allow me to have the honor of introducing Miss Kassem, who has been a motivator for past 5 years. Not only has she done justice to her work but also touched lives of several. If you need to overcome your personal or professional problem, this is the place for you. Or just to forget what you are, this is the place for you. If you need a mentor, or someone to be a companion through your rough times, sometimes just a friend who listens to you silently, Kassem is the person. Akash here, as he is my friend, is being more than generous, she spoke. Cutting me out. She was never very good with, maybe my new hairstyle. Same as she was doing today. It's not me who is worth all that praise. It's you all. Whatever I say, they are experiences of fellow priors, participants. It's you all, even me included, as a group from which something I learned and something you all do. We get inspired by a member's success story and we learned from someone's mistake. Then try and refrain ourselves from making the same. Everyone clapped and cheered. In her attempts at being modest, she almost forgot to be nervous. Sometimes when you are not all about self-belief, still you try with shivers running in your body. Contrarily, you find that others had full belief in your capabilities. Then you realize there was nothing to worry about in the first place. I didn't advertise priors so as to gain more participants, money or popularity. I did all that just for getting the same confidence back in Kassem. While in my thoughts, I walked to the end of the auditorium. Let's begin. My feet clung to the ground. Without looking at her, I felt the joy in her voice. Kassem was back. Today we will be talking about positive thinking. She fumbled a little and maybe that's why she stopped. She looked at me. I gave her a thumbs up. Then she continued with a smile, positive thinking. It's not something you do on a one-time basis. Suppose by being positive you took a risk in your business, or, by being positive you jumped in a relationship. It's not even a ritual. It's something which you can instill in yourself. Books may help, still you can't learn it from there. Spiritualism is another window but not a door. Then how, from where can you bring it in? She raised her pitch to make it sound more like a question, though nobody answered. You are the answer. It's a recursive correction process. You don't need to try hard nor punish yourself for not being positive. She wasn't that confident like the last time I saw her in priors, but she was definitely way better than what she was at her house. Long way back, when I was in my first job, we were just chilling and discussing about whether God exists or not. You may be thinking that what's the relation? Believe me, there is. There were a few soft laughters. The discussion was all heated up. Though one of our friends was constantly stuck at the point that she has seen several real-life experiences that if you pray with full devotion anything is possible. She kept on throwing examples from her family where some of her relatives suffered from a lethal disease. Doctors gave up, but families' belief and prayers saved them. Then I went on to counter that view by saying that if I pray for topping in university exams with true devotion, will I get that? She didn't have any answer for that. But I do have an answer for it now. Everyone listened to her patiently. Her voice now regained confidence. Still, she was confined to the stage. Unlike earlier, her body was stiff. Haven't you heard? Aklogon K Sat Haimsha Acha Hai Hota Hai. Is it? We have heard it several times before. But do we believe in it? In reality, do such things exists? Maybe or maybe not. There are real-life examples of both such conditions. Good things happen to good people. She spoke with more stress in her voice. Won't it be better to put it like, whatever happens with good people, they consider it good. Single quote. They know what satisfaction is. I wanted a Volkswagen, I got an Indica, that's good enough. Both do the same work. Perhaps I deserve this much only. I am fortunate to lose just my leg in the accident. At least I survived. I came second. Perhaps the one who came first deserved more than me. Till then I am happy as I worked hard. If I didn't work this hard, perhaps I wouldn't have landed this position as well. Single quote. Won't you call these good? And from some other angle, aren't these things the worst ever happenings? It's just the way you look at it. Whether the glass looks half empty to you or half filled. Human nature tends to focus on the half-empty part. Bringing the half-filled part into the scene is going to be a lot more tough. For some it will take months, for some years. As I already said, it will take time as it is. Even I myself am not much in terms with thinking positive. Believe me, by thinking positive, nothing will change in your life. For instance, even if you think you will land up a promotion this year, it won't guarantee a promotion. If you came second, thinking positively won't fulfill your dream of coming first. In short, I repeat again, it won't change anything, but the way you look at the happenings will change. At the end, your gain and loss quotient will remain as you were. Still, you will feel like a winner because you will be happy anyways. She was cheered with claps. It felt so proud to see Kasim like this. Her body was no longer stiff. Hands were swaying with her words. So, we talked about being positive. I gave examples even. Now let's break it down into simple routines which you can apply in your daily life. She gulped some water as others relaxed with little murmurings. Hey, the guy in black t-shirt over there, can I know your name and what do you do? Rajesh. I am a software engineer. Hi Rajesh. So if you are asked by your employers to shift to a new domain, what will be your response? Perhaps I'll say sorry sir, that's not what I am an expert in. I won't be able to do it. That's it. This is where positive doing comes into action. Your employer is also well aware of your shortcomings. He also knows you won't be able to do it. But he believes you have the ability to surprise him. That's why he asked you. She turned towards the lot. Why do we always reply in a negative tone? That's because we see the half-empty glass. He could have said, I am new to that domain but I will definitely give it a try. She pointed at a man perhaps in his mid-40s. Here sir, I would assume you are married. The person nodded in, yes. Suppose you are a very busy person and your wife asks you to come home early. She went back to the stage. Yes and no. Most of the questions in our lives do not end up in such answers. So try avoid saying yes or no immediately, particularly no. She progressed in between the crowd as she always did when about to close a topic. Have you ever noticed that a person who tends to say no often ends up making the least of opportunities, least of life and least of himself? Nonetheless, they are less liked by others. So, at the prime of most things, avoid saying no. If that's not applicable, avoid negative sentences. Try saying, I will give it a try, instead of saying, I won't be able to do it. You will be conveying the same message in both the cases, but the way it will be received is different. Not only the way you will be perceived by others will change, but also the way you act will take an immense leap. Try changing your no to safe words like perhaps, maybe, they will themselves change into yes, someday. She smiled and her charm was back as others were captivated by it. Generally we tend to focus on what we don't have, be it what we want, or be it what we can do. For instance, if you are given some work, you will first try to stress on the parts which you are unaware of. Why not stress on the parts you know? We always crib upon the things which we didn't get. Why not stress on the things which we have received? Try bringing these changes in your life, and not only you will change, but also the way you will be received by others will change. She spoke in a softer tone. It won't be easy, but whenever you feel low and start thinking negatively, look for that ray of positivity. Most of us will be fortunate enough to find that light in ourselves. If not, then you will find that light in God. Even then, if you are unable to find it, look around. There will always be someone in whom you will find that light. I will call it your angel. Kasim looked at me and smiled. I nodded at her. That's one aspect of positivity. How you can be positive. She continued as she wrote it on the board. Now let's see how you can receive other people positively. My cell beeped. It was Veed calling me for a meeting. I indicated to Kasim that I was leaving. She gave an understanding nod. She joined her hands and spoke. Whenever we meet a very charming, joyous kind of person who is very energetic, a jack of all trade. Her voice was little shaky. Veed could do without me, but Kasim wouldn't. I decided to stay there. With the help of my hands, I assured Kasim that I was going to be here. Her face lit up as she continued in a more comfortable tone. We immediately feel threatened and start pinpointing what that person isn't good at. We do that to assure ourselves that we are not the only one with flaws. But was there anything to feel threatened about? Were you two in a competition? You are great in your own way. You don't need to make others feel small so as to feel you are big. She picked up the bottle to have some water, but it was empty. I rushed to her with another bottle. How many times has it happened that there are some people in your surroundings with whom you have never talked or done anything bad to them, but still they give you cold vibes? Similarly, there must be some friends who just like that stopped talking with you and you two never bothered. Why do these things happen? There might be several reasons for them. I am not here to discuss them. But I can tell you how you can avoid such situations. I never expected she would last this long, but she did. Go and wish them regularly. Indulge in small talks. Wish 'em luck on their important days. Appreciate 'em occasionally. Believe me, however cold-blooded that person might be, his behavior towards you ought to change. Remember, these vibes are not individual. They are always mutual. I will leave you at this note. Kindly, someone summarize. She wasn't chirpy like old days, telling me all about her eyes from her face. I knew it wasn't because of the soothing effect of the sun setting, or the gentle touch of cool breeze, nor the beautiful sound of the waves. Mission accomplished was written all over her face. She was beaming with hope. I didn't want to disturb her thoughts, so I slowly took her hands in mine and started sliding the bangles I got for her. She threw a glance at him and then at me. Kasim, this is you. You like being like this and I like you this way, I uttered. without looking at her, cautiously sliding those bangles one by one. How was I? Kasim's voice sounded more like an appeal. You were good. Her face lit up and she asked like a little kid, you think so? I know so. To the soothing effect of the sunset, to the gentle touch of the breeze, to the beautiful sound of waves, sound of her bangles jingling were added. Chapter 25. 6 months later. If I wrap up the advances of past few months in a nutshell, it would be like Rakesh Bedi is doing well at job. Probably things between him and his wife have settled down. My parents, after coming back from Shimla, got over their stigma of never leaving home and are planning a trip to visit all their children. I don't see much of Eid as he is a happily married guy now. Divya reunited with Simon, who is now working with UNICEF and came to India for a campaign. They dated back in college when she was in London. She finally found her yang, at least for the time being. Kasim, after staying at Gautam's for a few months, returned to her home. She is more mature, less open, less vulnerable, though more beautiful than ever. As she is helping the participants at prayers, they are helping her to seal her past and expect good from future. As for me, my life is fantastic. It's calm and convenient. It's finally normal. I sometimes drop her to prayers. I always pick her up in the evening and we discuss our day over coffee. On a few afternoons I surprise her at lunch. I have again started learning about new colors from her nail polish. The tinkling of her bangles is still the music of my life. This is not exactly the type of relationship I pictured, but it is still nice. Sometimes I think of asking her to be mine, but then I am scared to lose what we have now. This time is good. She is here. She is with me. She is safe. I am happy. I never thought I would feel this way. But such is life. This is perfect. There is nothing to reach for. I am living in the Chapter 26. An oak leaf flew onto my face. I waved it away. It flew back to the side of the road. Millions of such beautiful leaves covered the edges of the boulevard. They played music while brushing through the streets. Beautiful leaves, red at the edges and orange by the middle. Lying still, flowing away, I looked down that narrow street. Nobody was there. Long trees decorated its sides, swaying, kissing the sky. A spur of sunlight blocked my sight, and when it ended there, I saw it. A beautiful old wooden bench by the side of which Kasim was sitting in an orange gown, flowing down to her feet, her hair swaying like the trees, looking more beautiful than ever, sometimes brown, sometimes red. I stood where I was. She came to me, brushed her fingers on my face and gave a shy smile. She kept her head on my chest. I placed my hands around her. We stood there, unmoving. She looked up. I let her loose. She stepped back a few steps. I stood there. She kept on walking backwards. My eyes were fixed on her, but I didn't move at all. She turned back and ran through that beautiful street where oak leaves flew, where sun merged with the trees. She ran, leaving her shoes midway. She ran like a free bird. I turned and I ran away. My eyes were swollen. I ran as fast as I could, but opposite to her she kept on running. I kept on running. She hugged a man, wrapped her long arms around his neck and smiled at him. I couldn't see who it was. He placed his hands on her waist. She pressed her lips onto his. I was not able to see him. I poured a bit deeper, still got no glimpse. All I could see was Kasim waving her hair, making the arena crimson as the color of her hair. The picture started to turn a little. I could see her hands swaying around his shoulders. He ruffled Kasim's hair with his fingers. I had this impelling urge to see who he was, but his face was covered by Kasim's. He seemed awfully known. Their lips parted. Kasim hugged him with her head resting on his shoulder. His face was right there. I saw him. The face which ruined my life before. There he was, happy, and there I caught it when I smashed my alarm clock on the floor. I gulped some air, breathed out and shook my head to believe what I saw. That face was mine, my own. I realized that the last time I saw this dream, and to this point when I saw it again, my life never really moved on. It kept on juggling back and forth. It was not Kasim. It was never Kasim who had the decision to make. Now I got it. The culprit was me. It was me who was responsible for all those moments we spent apart. I never loved myself enough to make her love me, not even that much to accept her love. It was I who needed to see things differently. 1 year back, when I saw this very same dream, my subconscious also created the image I feared but kept it enclosed even from me. Thus in the dream, I ended up alone and she with someone else, following which the same happened in our lives, and I wasn't able to forge our destiny as within myself. I never accepted our love. But today my subconscious showed me the reality. It showed me what Kasim and I were. We were together and we were never apart, be it 8 years back or last year. She was mine as she is now. It was just that I couldn't see it. Now I see it, I feel it and I know it. I immediately jumped out of my bed. In the clouds of uncertainty, I had already lost a million moments of love, million moments of togetherness, and now I was sure a single moment of delay was what I was not making. I rushed in the shower, suited up in the best of my collection, black suit, white shirt, black tie, though a bit cliché still, nothing could charm a girl more, gelled my hair and combed it perfectly where every strand had its place. In an attempt of not spilling the whole bottle of perfume onto myself, I left the room. 5 minutes later I was again there, giving my hair a messy look, and 5 minutes later, making spikes. Finally, after half an hour, the messy look was the final one. I didn't want to wait for a single moment now. But the sarcasm here is that you will have to when you don't want to. Bell rang. It was a parcel from my eldest sister. I would have let it rest, but my sister never wrote to me, so it was worth a peek. It was a small packet, but little did I know what it was holding inside. I opened the outer covering. There was a box inside and a letter. I took the letter out and started reading. Dear Akash, when Dad and Ma left for their trip, I decided to rearrange the house for passing time. With love, Shruti. I dropped the letter and all I was left with was that box. I was unsure whether to open it or not. I stared at the box for a few minutes. I kept on guessing what could be inside, even though it was just this simple to open and have a look at it. I looked away, with the box still in my hands. I was afraid that it might have something that was withholding the power of changing my decision. But then I realized it is something from 9 years back. Does it have the power to change what Kasim and I have now? For the first time in my entire life I was sure of something. Anything this box has couldn't affect my actions. I owed this to Kasim, I owed this to myself, I owed this to the love I had and still have for her. I flicked the box open. It had a few folded papers. I took them out. They seemed like some sort of letters. There were many. I took the first one. Dear Romeo, today I asked Priya to come along. She refused, saying, I don't want to upset your boyfriend. He isn't my boyfriend, I stated in plain words. Does he know that? Priya went ahead, chuckling. But I remained still there only. I have done a lot of things today. Been to a lot of places. But my life, my thoughts, everything is struck at that point. Does he know that? Do I want him to know that? Do I want him to ask me? Do I want to put a label on what we have? Do I? If you find the answer, do let me know. Love, Juliet. I was a little confused. It seemed like a letter, but it wasn't addressed to me. I read it in such haste with extreme uneasiness that I was able to grasp just a part of it. Obviously, I wasn't a man of time and peace at the moment. I hastily picked up the next one. Dear Romeo, today he was walking in the rain without an umbrella. I asked him, "Don't you have an umbrella?" He answered, "No," and I know why he lied. Maybe there are some unanswered questions between us. I will wait for him to ask them. Love, Juliet. Yeah, I recognize this one. It's about the Mela we went to visit after she got upset on her mother thing. Shit, she knew I had an umbrella. How stupid I made myself look in front of her. The more I read, the more I was able to relate to it. As I read the successive letters, I realized it was meant for me, written by Kasim. It was not really the saga of love or friendship, but those words made me see my incapabilities to relate to her feelings at that time too. The girl I last loved. He didn't ask any questions, the words kept on bouncing from the letters. Some stories never end, that leaves them dangling. Those stories don't move, but life moves on. I was overwhelmed with so many new questions which were not even meant to be answered at this point of time. Then I grabbed the final one in the lot. Dear Romeo, today he told me straight and short that he loves me and he has been in love with me. He slammed it on my face like, "There you go. I love you" isn't a statement with a full stop. His came with a full stop. "I love you" is a clause which gets completed with another clause. He didn't wait for my answer. I wanted to tell him it was not a race which two were running. It was never a race. It was not about running. It was just about admitting your feelings. That's not the way you propose. This is "I love you" a caution. If it is the same way you feel, that would make me the happiest person in the world. And as I already know his answer to it, I'll just wait till he reads this letter and then comes and find me. I'm sure he'll find me. Love, Juliet. By the time I read this one, I realized something which happened in the past didn't hold the power of changing my future. But if only I knew at that time, it would have definitely changed my present. Though it strengthened my decision. As the first knot between Kasim and me disentangled, others were resolved automatically. Now I left my flat, not only with determination but with hope as well, the letters still lying on the corner table but the words lingering around me. I jumped in my Audi, driving as fast as possible with the Mumbai traffic serving as a hurdle. I kept on honking in spite of knowing that it is of no use. I even yelled at my fellow, stuck in traffic jam, mates, though I ended up smiling. Today I was a man filled with so much love that I let everything take its turn. I kept on thinking what I would say to her. I searched those words which could make my love for her superior than those of the couples I knew, superior to that they show in movies. Then I thought about her, thought about those letters. It was so dramatic I laughed. Still, thanks to those letters, I had the right thing to say. After 3 hours of a gruesome drive, I was dead tired. I set my hair by looking in the rear-view mirror. It was hot outside. I felt kind of sweaty, so I undid my coat and folded it in my right hand. I hit the bell at her doorsteps. She came. Before I could say anything to her, she turned her back to me and rushed in the hall. She looked perfect in her light pink patiala and a short white kurta. Her bangles clinked as she ironed her formals for the session probably. Her jumper playing hide and seek with her hair distracted me. A few minutes passed. "Kasim," I called out. "Yes, Akash." She turned with little irritation. But when she had looked me, there was this strange connection between us, as if she knew what I was about to say. Her face relaxed automatically, making it more difficult for me. Her body language, her face, the way she was fiddling with her hair told me she expected me to say something. "Kasim," I said. She raised her head a little. I am madly, as I said these words her face lighted. Deeply, truly passionately, in love with you. I finished what I started. I saw her lips stretch into a smile which she subdued. There were mixed emotions on her face. Content, happiness, fear, anger, pain. I didn't plan to imitate the whole scene of Letters to Juliet. Perhaps those words were meant to bring those expressions only. If I had outdone myself, then this was Kasim. "You are." She spoke with so much expectation in her voice. "I am," I nodded. Then she finally smiled, and it was clear that the final expression, in spite of the tears, was of happiness. We both knew what happens next in the movie. So there was a pause of a single minute. She controlled her emotions and uttered, "Are you?" before she said any further. I dropped my coat, loosened my tie and marched to her. Taking her in my arms, bending her a little, I sealed her lips with mine. I kissed her deeply, I kissed her madly, I kissed her passionately, I kissed her truly. Just like the way I loved her. I played with her hair. I hugged her as to never let go. I kissed her again. I kissed her again and again, till I lost count. I kissed the girl I last loved. The girl who used to look at me and I used to forget everything around me, and could not stop but smile back at her. The girl whose teeth used to sparkle on listening to admiration of her beauty. The girl whose eyes used to twinkle on seeing chocolate pastry. The girl who kept on adding words to my girl's encyclopedia. The girl who used to love the sound of rain. The girl who used to explain everything along with hand movement. The girl who could spend millions on clothing all she had, but never on gadgets. You say what's more, was all what was needed to trigger her off on a never-ending series of stories. The girl who ruled my dreams but now was a part of my reality. The girl who was there in my life but now was in my arms, and I am never letting her go. The girl I last loved, the girl who always loved me back.